Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. On the outskirts of Pewter City in the Kanto region, a boy of about 16 sat alone on a public bench. Across the street stood a small Pokemon supply shop, old and neglected, its faded sign barely hanging on. The boy's clothes were worn and ill-fitting, washed so many times that their original color was long gone. His face was handsome beneath the weariness, but it was thin and pale, marked by faint bruises that had yet to fade. One look was enough to tell he came from nothing. His name was Sato Kaede. Born in a remote village outside Pewter City, he had come to the city to work and earn money. But the wages he had saved from his convenience store job were gone now, taken by a group of street thugs not long ago. He had tried to resist at first. Then he noticed the Pokeballs in their hands. That was enough. Against Pokemon, resistance from someone like him was meaningless. He handed over everything without another word. At least this way, he kept his life. Strangely, he didn't feel much anger afterward. Since coming to Pewter City, this wasn't the first time it had happened. No matter the world, Sato muttered quietly, leaning back against the bench, a life without strength is a life controlled by others. He pulled out a crumpled cigarette, lit it, and stared at the sinking sun as smoke drifted into the air. If you want to control your fate, you need power first. Weakness itself is a sin. As the city lights slowly flickered on, his thoughts drifted back to a life that no longer existed. Before he was Sato Kaede, he had been Jiangcheng. On Earth, Jiangcheng had been an ordinary man from a poor rural family. Through relentless effort, he clawed his way into a top university and became a programmer at a major international company. His parents were honest farmers. Their simplicity shaped him into someone hardworking, reserved, and obedient. He studied, graduated, found a job, and believed that as long as he did his best, life would eventually reward him. He was wrong. The workplace was not kind to people like him. His talent drew attention. Promotions followed. And with them came resentment. Older colleagues who had stagnated for years watched him rise and smiled politely while sharpening their knives. Jiangcheng, still honest and naive, never saw it coming. During a major project, he was framed. A fabricated error. Enormous losses. Total blame. He was fired and burdened with a debt he could never repay. The blow crushed what little stability his family had. His parents, already worn thin by life, passed away soon after. Grief finished what poverty could not. Jiangcheng nearly followed them. At his lowest point, he overheard drunken confessions from the very people who had destroyed him. Rage burned through him, but he chose the law over violence. It failed him. Evidence had vanished. Time had erased the truth. Justice never came. When a man who has never fought back finally breaks, the result is terrifying. Jiangcheng stopped believing in fairness. Using the skills he had honed over years, he planned his revenge with chilling precision. His intelligence, his technical knowledge, even his long-neglected interest in chemistry became tools. The revenge succeeded. So did his downfall. Hunted, exposed, and exhausted, Jiangcheng spent nearly 2 years on the run before returning to his hometown. There, before his parents' graves, he ended his life, leaving behind only a final request to rest beside them. His life ended as it began. Quiet, powerless, and full of regret. Perhaps the heavens pitied him. When Jiangcheng opened his eyes again, he was no longer on Earth. This time, he was Sato Kaede. In this new life, he was raised by an elderly couple who had found him abandoned by the roadside. Poor, but kind. Weak, but warm. Having lost his parents once, he cherished them beyond words. The village called him a filial son. Their biological child, however, was the opposite. Lazy, irresponsible, drowning in debt. He fled the village and never looked back until the couple passed away peacefully under Sato's care. When the man returned, it was not to mourn, but to claim inheritance. Sato gave it all up. The house, the land, Everything. He asked for only one thing in return: that the graves remain untouched. Then he left. The Pokemon world was familiar yet foreign. As a child, Jiang Cheng had loved Pokemon. Games borrowed from friends. Anime watched late at night. He remembered most of it. But reality was different. In this world, Pokemon were not toys or mascots. They were monsters. A single thunderbolt could kill an unprotected human. Even the weakest Pokemon could tear stone apart. Humans were fragile here, awkwardly placed at the bottom of the natural order. Only Pokemon can deal with Pokemon. The saying was everywhere, and it was true. Trainers existed because they had to. Pokeballs gave humans a way to survive, not dominate. But becoming a trainer was dangerous, expensive, and unforgiving. Most failed. Those who succeeded paid for it in blood, money, or both. Sato understood this quickly. He was poor. He had no backing, no identification, no protection. For a year in Pewter City, he lived like a shadow. Exploited by employers. Robbed by thugs. Pushed closer to starvation every day. Today was the breaking point. Standing up from the bench, Sato crushed the cigarette beneath his heel and walked toward the rundown shop across the street. This life, he thought calmly, will not end the same way. I will control my destiny. As he stepped forward, a faint blue light flickered briefly in his eyes, and then vanished. With a trace of nervous tension, Sato Kaede stepped up to the dilapidated shop and looked toward the old man reclining behind the counter. The shop sat on the southern edge of Pewter City, buried in its poorest district. Only a handful of stores nearby were still open. The rest had long since shut down, their doors plastered with large signs advertising empty spaces for rent. Sato lived in a cheap apartment not far from here. After nearly a year in the area, he had paid close attention to this place. Nothing about the street ever changed. This part of the city had been stagnant for years, and no one bothered investing in it. But the shop was different. On certain days, people would come. They arrived quietly, alone or in small groups, always poorly dressed, always cautious. Like him, they were desperate. After careful observation and deliberate probing, Sato learned the truth. This shop was a contact point. A gateway. Team Rocket recruitment. And today was one of those days. "You've made up your mind?" the old man asked without opening his eyes. His voice was hoarse, like dry leaves scraping stone. "Once you step in, there's no turning back." Sato met his gaze calmly. "Please give me the address, sir. I've lost everything. I have nothing left to fear." He wasn't lying. Without legal identification, Sato couldn't register as a Pokemon trainer. The League wouldn't just reject him. They would detain him. From a normal citizen's point of view, someone without a single valid document was a walking red flag. If he wanted power, resources, and a future, he had only one path left. Team Rocket. Among all the underground forces in Kanto, Team Rocket stood at the top. Its influence stretched across regions, its resources unmatched. For someone with nothing, it was the most realistic option. And Giovanni. From everything Sato remembered, Giovanni wasn't a reckless madman. He was calculating, tolerant of talent, and ruthless only when necessary. If you proved your worth, you would be nurtured. The old man finally opened his cloudy eyes. He pulled out a thin, tablet-like device from beneath the counter and tapped it a few times. A scan passed over Sato's body. A profile appeared on the screen, his face displayed in the corner. The old man chuckled. "Looks like you really don't have anywhere else to go." He tossed a small object across the counter. "Hurry. Time's short. See the tree across the road? Follow the marks." Then he closed his eyes again, as if the conversation had never happened. Sato caught the object. A smooth black stone, clear as crystal. He lifted it beneath a street lamp. A blood-red R shimmered faintly inside. A key. Without it, even finding the destination would mean nothing. Sato followed the old man's directions, locating the marked tree. Up close, he spotted a nearly invisible arrow carved into the bark. One led to another. Then another. The trail carried him beyond the city limits and into the woods. By the time he reached a secluded wooden cabin, Dusk had fallen and the moon had begun to rise. A burly man in dark clothes stood at the door, about to close it. Sato stepped into view. The man froze. At the same time, harsh cawing echoed through the trees. Murkrow emerged from the shadows, eyes gleaming with malice as they locked onto Sato. Sato's heart tightened, but his face remained steady. He raised the black stone. The man noticed it instantly. With a casual wave of his hand, the Murkrow vanished back into the darkness. "You're lucky," the man said coldly, reopening the door. 10 seconds later, token or not, you'd be dead. Sato handed over the stone and walked inside without hesitation. The door slammed shut. The floor vanished. Sato fell. A shrill, unbearable sound pierced his ears, and darkness swallowed him whole. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying in a massive, brightly lit square. Dozens of people were scattered around, some sitting, others standing. A few glanced at him briefly before returning their attention to the raised platform at the center. So this is it, Sato thought. No trace in. No path out. He counted silently. 50 people. The space was enormous, making the crowd feel strangely sparse. He tried striking up conversations, but everyone was wary. Eyes avoided him. Conversations died before they began. Eventually, Sato leaned against the wall and waited. An hour passed. Then the walls changed. Hidden doors slid open along the perimeter, and Team Rocket members flooded in. They shoved the recruits inward and took up positions around the square, releasing their Pokémon to form a living barricade. The air turned heavy. A man in an elite uniform appeared on the platform and sat down leisurely. Middle-aged, broad-shouldered, scarred. His eyes were sharp and merciless. When his gaze swept the square, even the grunts straightened unconsciously. Silence fell. "My name is Caesar," he said. "I'm your instructor." His voice was calm, but oppressive. "I won't repeat myself. Bring them out." At his signal, large racks were wheeled forward and lined up neatly before the platform. Red and white Pokeballs filled them to the brim. "These are your initial benefits," Caesar continued. "Choose one. You are not allowed to release it. Once chosen, it cannot be changed." Excitement flickered across the recruits' faces. When the first few stepped forward and met no resistance, the rest surged ahead, scrambling for position. Sato stayed where he was. There were 10 racks. At least 100 Pokeballs on each. No need to rush. After the chaos died down, Sato stepped forward with the remaining few. Up close, his lips curled into a faint, bitter smile. Team Rocket wasn't generous. Only 6 Pokémon were available. Rattata, Spearow, Geodude, Zubat, Ekans. Coughing. Of them, Ekans was the strongest, followed by Coughing, then Spearow. Most of the good choices were already gone. Very few had touched Rattata or Zubat. Sato stared at the remaining Pokeballs in silence, eyes calm, mind racing. His journey had officially begun. To be honest, when Sato first saw the 6 available Pokémon, his initial thought was to choose the strongest one, Ekans. However, after calming down and thinking it over, he shifted his focus to the rack filled with Pokeballs containing Zubat. As a Pokémon enthusiast, Sato was naturally very familiar with these 6 common Pokémon from the Kanto region. Ekans and Coughing, in particular, were standard for Team Rocket. Both were Poison-type Pokémon, and among all the basic Poison types, they were considered quite powerful. Ekans, for example, was a large purple snake, and most of them had the Intimidate ability, which made it clear they were not to be trifled with. In the wild, Ekans, being a Poison type, had a dominant presence in its habitat and was high on the food chain. Most wild Pokémon would turn and flee at the sight of it. Coughing, on the other hand, was even more notorious, known as Team Rocket's go-to escape tool. Whether it was releasing black smoke to confuse enemies or performing a self-destruct attack at critical moments, Coughing was an extremely useful Pokémon for Team Rocket. Moreover, Coughing wasn't picky about food, making it an easy and powerful Pokémon to raise. However, as a starter Pokémon for a new trainer, both of these Poison types were clearly unsuitable. You have to understand, when a trainer chooses a Pokémon, the Pokémon is also choosing its trainer. If the trainer isn't capable enough to earn the Pokémon's respect, they might face retaliation. This is especially true for Pokémon with no prior bond with their trainer. Haven't everyone seen how Pikachu used to constantly shock Ash? If even Pikachu behaved that way, one can only imagine the danger of handling dangerous poison types like Ekans and Coughing. Ekans, in particular, is a cold-blooded, highly aggressive Pokémon. Even with the constraints of the Pokeball, a trainer would still need to be cautious of backlash. Otherwise, they might end up becoming the snake's victim. Coughing was also quite hazardous. As its name suggests, it is filled with gases. Everyone knows what gases can do. If a large amount of gases gather, even a small spark could trigger an explosion. Moreover, despite Coughing's dopey appearance, it has a bad temper, almost comparable to an electrode. A minor incident could easily set off a self-destruct move. Pokémon using self-destruct won't die, but they will be left severely injured, though timely treatment can save them. So, after carefully considering his current abilities as a trainer, Sato wisely ruled out both Ekans and Coughing. He didn't want to risk serious injury at such a young age. As for the remaining 4 Pokémon, Sato quickly eliminated Rattata and Geodude. The reason was simple. While Rattata is easy to raise, it has very little potential for growth. If it were an Alolan Rattata, he might have considered it. Geodude, while boasting excellent defense, has far too many weaknesses, making it easy for opponents to outmaneuver and keep it at a disadvantage in battle. That left him with 2 final options, Spearow and Zubat. Sato then engaged in some intense internal debate. In terms of combat ability, Spearow is clearly stronger than Zubat. However, Spearow is also notoriously hot-tempered, living up to its name, and taming it in a short period would be no easy task. Zubat, on the other hand, earned Sato's admiration. As a nocturnal creature, while its combat abilities are reduced during the day, its excellent scouting capabilities are unmatched by any of the other 5 Pokémon. Additionally, it's easy to feed, requiring fewer resources to raise. Zubat's echolocation ability also provides excellent early warning for its trainer, reducing the risk of dangerous encounters. Zubat's utility for a new trainer, who don't yet have much battle prowess, is immense, helping them transition through the early stages with relative ease. Moreover, because Zubat's combat power weakens during the day, Sato felt confident he could quickly tame it. Based on his understanding of bats, he knew that Zubats are extremely afraid of strong light. By exploiting this weakness, he believed capturing a Zubat would not be too difficult. Sato also had great confidence in his ability to train Zubat. As its name suggests, Zubat's innate talent revolves around sound waves, no surprise there. And as a former science student in his previous life, Sato had an in-depth understanding of sound waves. He knew just how powerful they could be. If he could develop Zubat's natural ability, it would undoubtedly become a formidable force under his command. Having decided on his starter Pokémon, Sato fully focused his attention on the rack holding Zubat's Pokeballs. At the same time, a faint blue light flickered in his eyes. As a transmigrator, Sato Kaede had more than just memories from his past life. He also possessed something many transmigrators typically have, a special advantage often referred to as a golden finger or cheat, a system. Unfortunately, compared to other transmigrators, his system was somewhat lackluster. It didn't gift him a powerful Pokémon from the start, nor did it grant him any amazing abilities from the Pokémon world, like the power of Viridian, Aura, or Psychic powers. So far, based on his understanding of the system's functions, it only had one feature, the ability to scan/inspect Pokémon. Still, Sato was quite satisfied with this feature. It allowed him to instantly see a Pokémon's level and skills, giving him a significant advantage in battles by knowing his opponent's capabilities ahead of time. Thanks to the system's detailed scanning ability, the information of each Zubat in the rack of Pokeballs was quickly laid out before Sato's eyes. Innate talent is important in every world. There's no denying that some are born with better potential than others, and unless there's a stroke of luck later in life, it's very hard to change that. At the same time, in the Pokémon world, talent is extremely important for Pokémon. Within any Pokémon group, there are naturally members with high talent and those with lower talent. Generally, the more talented ones grow into leaders of their groups, while the less talented ones remain as underlings. However, Sato felt a bit disappointed that his system didn't include a function to detect a Pokémon's talent. He could only see their level and moves, and as for distinguishing their talent, he could only make educated guesses. Currently, Sato's only method for gauging a Pokémon's talent based on the system's data was to see whether they had any egg movie or tutor moves, moves taught by themselves or by someone naturally. Typically, if a Pokémon inherits a powerful move that can only be learned at higher levels or not at all through normal level progression, it usually indicates high potential. After all, a Pokémon born with such moves must have at least one strong parent. The same goes for tutor moves. For a wild Pokémon to learn a move it wouldn't normally acquire through simply leveling up, it either has to figure it out on its own or be taught by others. These self-learned moves are often treasured by wild Pokémon, treated like heirlooms, and are rarely taught to others, usually only passed down to offspring or close companions. Similarly, any Pokémon capable of independently learning a skill they wouldn't normally acquire through leveling up must have a strong aptitude, at least in terms of intelligence. By this logic, any Pokémon with tutor moves either has a very strong parent or a close partner who taught them. The first scenario is usually the more likely. Using his system's scanning function, Sato quickly reviewed the levels and skills of each Zubat. Unfortunately, none of them were above level 7, and only 2 had egg moves or tutor moves, which left Sato somewhat disappointed. The details of the 2 Zubats were as follows. Pokemon, Zubat number 1. Level 7. Type, Poison/Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, female. Known moves, Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Gust, Egg Move, Aerial Ace, Tutor. Pokemon, Zubat number 2. Level 7. Type, Poison/Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, male. Known moves, Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Hypnosis, Egg Move, Shadow Ball, Tutor. Comparing the 2 Zubats, Sato could easily tell that these 2 were likely the most talented Zubat available from Team Rocket's selection. Of course, there could be even more talented ones, but since he couldn't take them out to inspect, he had to rely on the available data to make his judgment. Besides egg moves and tutor moves, another way to gauge a Pokémon's talent was by observing its physical development. In the wild, unless a Pokémon has a trainer to care for it, they must rely on their own abilities to find food. It stands to reason that a more talented Pokémon would naturally be stronger than its peers during its growth, allowing it to secure more resources and develop better. This is the harsh reality of nature's survival of the fittest. Only the strongest thrive, while the weak stay weak unless some extraordinary opportunity comes along to change their fate. After some quick consideration, Sato chose the second Zubat as his Pokémon. To him, Zubat, being a fragile Pokémon before evolution, wasn't suited for charging straight into battle, but was better at attacking from a distance and supporting with interference tactics. Between Gust and Aerial Ace and Hypnosis and Shadow Ball, the latter set seemed a much better fit for Zubat. I hope we can become great partners. I'll do my best to train you, Sato thought as he held the Pokeball containing his Zubat. Then, amid the impatient gazes of the others, Sato, who was the last to choose a Pokémon and had also taken the longest time, calmly returned to the lineup of new trainers, showing no hint of awkwardness or embarrassment. Interesting, Caesar's eyes flashed with a glint of interest as he watched Sato calmly return to the lineup under everyone's gaze, completely unhurried and unbothered. Soon, the Rocket team's Pokémon selection process for the new recruits ended. The grunts who had pushed the racks over tactfully returned to take them away. All right, now that you've all selected your Pokémon, release them immediately. If anyone can command their Pokémon properly, they'll receive a generous reward from me, like this Pokémon egg of one of the Kanto starters. But be quick, there's only one reward, Caesar said, pulling out a Pokémon egg with red markings. As Caesar spoke, Sato noticed the surrounding rocket team members watching them with amused, mocking expressions, as if they were expecting to watch a good show. Ekans, follow my command, use poison sting. Coughing, use tuckle. Come out, Geodude, use rock throw. Spearow, use growl. Rattata, you use tuckle too. Zubat, hurry and use supersonic. Upon hearing Caesar's instructions and seeing the Pokemon egg in his hand, most of the Rocket Team recruits lit up with joy. They clearly thought they were skilled enough, believing Caesar's challenge was an easy way to grab some benefits. Eagerly, they released their Pokemon and began issuing common attack commands. In an instant, white beams of light flashed from the Pokeballs as the Pokemon emerged onto the open square. Seeing the situation taking a bad turn, Sato's expression changed. He quickly squeezed out of the crowd of new recruits and moved closer to the nearest Rocket Team grunt. It was clear that Sato wasn't the only one sensing trouble. Several others, like him, refrained from releasing their Pokemon and hurried to stand near the rocket grunts. As for the Pokemon released from the recruits' Pokeballs, they initially looked around cautiously, scanning their unfamiliar surroundings. When they saw Caesar, they showed fear and dread but paid no attention to the commands given by the new recruits who had released them. The scene became extremely awkward, and the once confident recruits found themselves embarrassed and bewildered. In reality, most of these new Rocket Team members came from poor backgrounds, living in relatively isolated environments. Their understanding of Pokemon was quite shallow. They had watched Pokemon battles on TV and thought that simply releasing their Pokemon would allow them to control them easily. Some recruits, refusing to accept defeat, angrily scolded their Pokemon for not obeying. A few more hot-tempered individuals even attempted to kick or hit their disobedient Pokemon. As expected, most of these people were raised like pigs by the Alliance, living in the fairy tale the League has spun. They still have only a surface-level understanding of Pokemon, thinking they can just enslave them at will. Sato smiled wryly from his spot on the outskirts of the crowd. In his year living in Pewter City, Sato rarely saw reports of Pokemon harming people on TV or in the newspapers. If there were any incidents, the stories usually involved heroic League trainers driving the wild Pokemon away and capturing them with ease. Overall, the League rarely allowed people in its territories to understand the dangers of wild Pokemon, instead promoting the narrative that Pokemon are humans' friends and partners. This led the vast majority of people who had never experienced a Pokemon attack to believe it. Additionally, the Pokemon League's tournaments featured young trainers, still wet behind their ears, expertly commanding their Pokemon in battle. It's no wonder that older people, who had never gone on their own journeys, assumed they could do the same. The world is never short of arrogant people, those who assume that what others can do, they can do just as easily. In truth, some things are impossible to grasp without first-hand experience. For example, being a Pokemon trainer is no joke. It's a dangerous profession. Sure enough, some of these arrogant individuals finally face the consequences. Pokemon might not directly oppose trainers holding Pokeballs, but if a trainer dares to provoke them, they won't just sit back and do nothing. Those who tried to use violence on their disobedient Pokemon quickly regretted it. And Ekans retaliated with a bite, knocking its trainer to the ground. Coughing, even worse, exploded in a self-destruct, severely injuring both people and Pokemon nearby. Geodude delivered a crushing punch that sent its trainer flying. The fierce Spearow pecked viciously at its trainer's head, leaving him bleeding profusely. Zubat unleashed a dizzying supersonic before biting its trainer's neck and sucking blood. Rattata bit its trainer's leg, taking a chunk of flesh with it. Chaos erupted across the plaza, with many new rocket recruits screaming in pain. Some, utterly terrified by the bloodshed, even wet themselves. Fortunately, the chaos was short-lived. Under Caesar's orders, the watching rocket grunts sprang into action. They efficiently commanded their Pokemon to subdue the attacking Pokemon, then swiftly returned them to their Pokeballs. Afterward, a few grunts split off to carry the severely injured recruits to the infirmary for treatment. That was incredibly dangerous. Without special means, humans can't possibly defeat Pokemon. The one I have in this Pokeball is surely untrained too. If I'd released it just now, unprepared, I might have been sent to the infirmary too, Sato thought to himself as he looked at the Pokeball in his hand. At the same time, witnessing the immense power of the Pokémon only increased his desire to become a trainer capable of controlling such mighty creatures. A hint of excitement appeared on his face. Soon, the plaza fell deathly silent. Most of the recruits stared at their Pokeballs in fear. Some even threw them far away, no longer believing they could command such terrifying Pokémon after what they had just witnessed. What a bunch of losers. Looks like none of you are getting a reward from me. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that the Pokémon you're holding were only recently caught in the wild and haven't been trained yet, Caesar sneered from the podium, his face growing cold as he saw their pitiful expressions. Upon hearing Caesar's harsh words, most of the recruits hung their heads even lower, too ashamed and scared to lift them. Only a small few still kept their backs straight, unwilling to show weakness, and looked straight at him. Caesar, observing the recruits' reactions, took note of those who still showed promise and felt slightly relieved. A smile appeared on his face. As the drill instructor, it was his job to train new recruits for the organization. If he didn't meet the minimum training standards, it would negatively impact his own promotion prospects. In fact, every drill instructor in Team Rocket was an elite, and they were also the organization's reserve officers. Team Rocket used their expertise not only to train new members, but also to allow these elites to build their own influence within the organization. Currently, Team Rocket's Kanto operations were divided into 3 powerful factions: the Athena faction, the Apollo faction, and the Poseidon faction, each ruling different regions. Caesar belonged to the Apollo faction. All right, I won't waste any more words. You have 1 week. No matter how you do it, only those who successfully tame their Pokémon will become true members of Team Rocket. Those who fail will be relegated to the lowest menial tasks. Team Rocket doesn't support dead weight. Take them away. Caesar left these parting words before suddenly disappearing from the podium. Following his orders, the Rocket Grunts moved quickly, escorting Sato and the other new recruits away from the plaza like prisoners. After Sato and the others were escorted from the large plaza, they officially entered Team Rocket's massive underground secret base in Pewter City. Eventually, they were brought to a communal dining hall. After finishing their dinner within the allotted time, Sato and the new recruits were taken to a barracks specifically set up for them. Once all the recruits had gathered there, a long-waiting Team Rocket squad leader explained the rules they needed to follow while in the base. This included areas they were allowed to access and the basic guidelines they must adhere to. About 10 minutes later, Sato Kaede found himself in his own single-occupancy room. The room was about the size of a studio apartment. Despite its small size, it was fully equipped with a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. Of course, the furnishings were quite basic: just a bed, a desk, a chair, and an old desktop computer. Besides these items, there were also 3 sets of solid black uniforms neatly placed on the bed, with a peculiar-looking watch resting on top. According to the squad leader's introduction, the black uniforms were specially issued to new recruits. While inside the base, they were required to wear this uniform at all times. Otherwise, they would be treated as intruders. It's worth noting that these uniforms were not ordinary. They were made from special materials by Team Rocket, making them not only lightweight and sturdy, but also offering protection against fire and electricity. Wearing one was akin to donning lightweight armor, providing the wearer with some level of defense. And this was just the uniform issued to new recruits. The peculiar watch, on the other hand, served as each Team Rocket member's identification. Besides its ID function, it had various features, including a space for storing items, a communication tool, and a bank card-like function. Within Team Rocket, the common currency used was a virtual one called points. These points were highly valuable. As long as a recruit had enough points and the right permissions, they could use the Team Rocket points exchange system to acquire a variety of items. Being a large, shadowy organization with influence across both Kanto and Johto, Team Rocket had an abundance of resources. The points exchange system contained a wide range of items acquired through the group's operations. Whether it was rare Pokémon items, valuable TMs, or even the famous pseudo-legendary Pokemon from different regions, the points exchange system had it all. As part of their new recruit benefits, Sato Kaede and the others had already been credited with points in their accounts as starter funds for nurturing their Pokemon. All in all, Team Rocket put a considerable amount of effort into training their recruits. From providing them with starter Pokemon to giving them protective gear and points, it was clear how much emphasis they placed on developing new talent. Only 1 week to tame it, and the only resource I have right now is points. I need to think carefully about how to make the best use of this limited resource, Sato thought to himself as he lay in bed, forcing himself to stay awake and plan his next steps. He then got up from the bed and sat at the desk, powering on the desktop computer. Soon, the screen lit up and displayed the desktop. There were only 2 icons, one labeled My Computer and the other Points Exchange System. Seeing the second icon, Sato eagerly clicked on it with the mouse, only to discover that it required identity verification to access. The squad leader had not mentioned this part. Fortunately, Sato Kaede was a programmer in his previous life, and the computers in this world were not much different from those back then. Seeing the situation, he didn't panic. After thinking for a bit, he carefully inspected the entire computer. Eventually, he found a slot on top of the computer case near the wall, which resembled the shape of his Team Rocket-issued watch. With a let's give it a try mindset, Sato Kaede placed his Team Rocket watch into the slot. A second later, the desktop interface switched, and he successfully passed the identity verification, entering the points exchange system. Overall, the items available in the points exchange system were divided into 4 categories. The first was various Pokemon items, the second was TMs, the third was Pokemon, and the fourth was training manuals. The Pokemon item category contained things like sprays, evolutionary stones, and held items. In addition to these, there were common miscellaneous items and even some gadgets invented by Team Rocket. The TM category, as expected, consisted of various move discs. Upon a quick glance, Sato realized that nearly every type of TM was available, except for moves exclusive to legendary Pokemon. Unfortunately, due to his current status as a new recruit, Sato could only exchange for relatively common TMs. The Pokemon category naturally allowed recruits to exchange for various Pokemon. However, unlike the broad selection of TMs, the types of Pokemon available for exchange were limited, with most being from the Kanto and Johto regions. Lastly, the training manual category contained various guides on quickly and effectively raising certain Pokemon. However, most of the manuals were incomplete or had severely truncated methods. After entering the points exchange system, Sato felt like he had discovered a new world. His exhaustion vanished instantly, and he began using his highly efficient mind, thanks to his past programming experience, to memorize the names and point values of the items. Soon, he found the items he needed to help him tame Zubat. There weren't many items available, but he found a high-powered flashlight, a net made of iron, soundproof earmuffs, and several packs of blood. It had been mentioned earlier that Zubat, like regular bats, were nocturnal creatures with very poor vision, making them highly sensitive to bright light. Therefore, Sato decided to exploit this weakness to tame Zubat. The bright light from the flashlight could deal significant damage to Zubat, making it easier to control. As for the net and earmuffs, he chose them for his personal safety. After all, even a cornered rabbit can bite, let alone a Pokemon that is much more powerful. To prevent Zubat from lashing out, taking precautions was essential. Lastly, the packs of blood were meant as a bribe. Zubat has an almost obsessive craving for blood. Even when they are full, they often continue to drink, becoming so heavy they could no longer fly. If he could use Zubat's gluttonous nature to quickly build a relationship and gain its trust, it would be a great success for Sato. He knew that Zubat's final evolution into Crobat required a high level of friendship. As for why Crobat appeared in the wild, that was a mystery for another time. The items Sato chose were all relatively low-cost miscellaneous goods. The high-powered flashlight required points, the small iron net needed points, the soundproof earmuffs and each small pack of blood would also cost a few points. Based on Sato calculations, the total points required for all these items was well within his current budget. However, Sato didn't rush to exchange for the items immediately. Instead, he spent nearly 2 hours memorizing the names and prices of various items in the points exchange system. Afterward, he shut down the computer, lay down on his bed, and fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until 7 o'clock the next morning that Sato slowly woke up from his bed. The first thing he did, still half asleep, was to glance at the red and white pokeball resting on the table. Realizing this wasn't a dream, Sato checked the time on his Team Rocket-issued watch. He closed his eyes for a moment, and after about a minute, he opened them again, now fully awake. After a quick wash, Sato put on his Team Rocket recruit uniform and attached the Pokeball containing Zubat to his belt, then left his room. As the saying goes, food is the first necessity of the people. Feeling quite hungry after waking up, his first stop was the communal dining hall. Team Rocket's welfare system was quite decent for its members. Anyone contributing to the organization could get enough food to eat, and it was unlimited. Even though Sato and other new recruits hadn't contributed to Team Rocket yet, they were still entitled to certain benefits, including 3 free meals a day with no limits on portions. Of course, with free meals, you couldn't expect high quality. The food was basic, there was plenty of rice, but only limited amounts of side dishes. If you wanted something better, you'd have to spend points to buy it. It was already past 7 a.m., so those with assigned tasks had long since left the dining hall. The only ones left were new recruits like Sato Kaede. Most of them had already finished eating and were gathered in small groups, frowning as they discussed how to tame the Pokémon inside their Pokeballs. These recruits weren't stupid. They knew that 3 heads are better than 1, so they hoped to work together as a team to tame their Pokémon. While a single person might not be able to handle a Pokémon, 10 or more well-prepared individuals could likely stand a chance. If they could help one person tame their Pokémon, the rest would be easier. Once the first Pokémon was tamed, that person could help the others do the same. Sato's arrival didn't draw much attention. By now, the new recruits had naturally formed small teams, and no one was interested in Sato, who had arrived late and was quite thin. So, Sato quietly picked up his free breakfast from the cafeteria staff and found a secluded corner to eat in peace. He wasn't concerned with how others planned to tame their Pokémon. He already had a method in mind to tame Zubat. What he needed now were the tools to do so. The easiest and most straightforward way to get those tools was to exchange points through Team Rocket's internal points exchange system. Having reviewed the exchange system's prices multiple times and memorized them, Sato knew very well how crucial points were within Team Rocket. Points were the lifeblood of the organization. If he wanted to live well in Team Rocket, he had to earn as many points as possible. Outside of Team Rocket, raising Pokémon cost money. Inside, it cost points. Moreover, Team Rocket had access to many rare resources, some of which couldn't be purchased even with a lot of money. Combined with the fair exchange rates, points were considered far more valuable than money by Team Rocket members. As a new recruit, Sato Kaede currently only had 200 points as his initial resource. How to make the best use of these resources to ensure greater returns in the future was a crucial matter. During the briefing from the Team Rocket squad leader yesterday, although the explanation of the places new recruits were allowed to access within the base was brief, Sato Kaede remembered it clearly. The places where new recruits like him could freely come and go were limited to 4 areas: the public cafeteria, the recruit dormitory, the public training ground, and the public market. He had already visited the first 2 places, but the third, the training ground, wasn't necessary yet, as he hadn't tamed Zubat. As for the 4th place, the public market, it was the one Sato wanted to check out the most. If his guess was correct, he would likely find something valuable there. Where there are people, there is a marketplace, and the role of a market is to efficiently optimize the distribution of resources. Most of the people in Team Rocket, including the experienced members, had once faced the same challenges that Sato and the other new recruits were now encountering. Those who succeeded and stayed must have found ways to tame their Pokémon. While their methods might have been varied and unusual, someone must have figured out how to exploit Zubat's weakness to bright light in order to tame it. Thus, those who had used this method to tame Zubat were bound to have the very items Sato Kaede needed. Currently, the base was seeing an influx of new recruits. Sato Kaede's group was just one of many. Each new recruit had been given 200 free points. While that might not seem like a lot, when you consider the number of recruits, it added up to a lucrative opportunity. Experienced Team Rocket members wouldn't pass up such a juicy target. Though this was only the first day, and they hadn't yet openly started exploiting various methods to seize the recruits' valuable points, Sato Kaede was certain that in a day or two, even if the recruits hadn't thought to seek help from these veterans, the veterans themselves would reach out to offer assistance. The instructor, Caesar, had already said that as long as the recruits could tame their Pokémon, it didn't matter what method they used, it would count as a pass. So, when veterans offered paid assistance, the recruits would likely be very willing to accept it. Of course, time was on the veteran side. The more time pressed on, the higher their prices would go, especially for the recruits who had yet to tame their Pokémon by the final day. Those desperate recruits would be willing to pay any price, even promising future rewards in exchange for help. Sato, who was especially sharp-minded, had thought through all of this. Since learning a hard lesson in the past, he had become extremely cautious in his actions. While others might only plan 1 or 2 steps ahead, he would try to anticipate the next 4 or 5 and come up with several contingency plans. Having lived 2 lives, Sato had matured significantly. The tragedies of his first life had caused him to lose much, but they had also taught him many valuable lessons. Sato spent more than half an hour on his free breakfast, which consisted of a hefty piece of dry bread and a bottle of milk. By the time he finished, it was already a little past 9. It's time. It should be busier now, he thought, swallowing the last piece of bread and finishing off the milk, glancing at the time displayed on his Team Rocket watch. In fact, the public market had opened at 9, but since most Team Rocket members had daily tasks, there weren't many people there early in the morning. The strength of Team Rocket came from its vast resources, as they owned many businesses across numerous cities, most of which employed Team Rocket members. In reality, the number of actual combat personnel in Team Rocket was not large. Most members served in logistical roles. After all, Team Rocket members were human too and needed to eat, and building armed forces consumed substantial resources. Without sufficient logistical support, they would be left to fend for themselves. While many might think that dark organizations acquire resources solely through plunder, that misconception is flawed. Plunder is one of the lowest forms of resource collection. Most dark forces, including Team Rocket, excel at creating and nurturing resources alongside any plundering they might do. For example, the Sylph Co., secretly controlled by Team Rocket, the Rainbow Casino, the Game Corner, and the amusement park from the anime, for giant Pokémon created by Giovanni, all represent lucrative ventures cultivated by Team Rocket. Currently, Team Rocket's industries were very diversified. Collecting protection fees from the black market was just a small part of their economic sources. The hidden industries operating under the sun were their primary income generators. This is why Team Rocket's power was so formidable. Even the Pokémon League dared not provoke them lightly. Team Rocket had firmly established itself within the League, and if the League attempted to uproot them, it would incur significant damage and possibly cause societal upheaval. However, due to the sheer number of industries, Team Rocket needed a vast amount of manpower. It was always safer to use their own people, and they also had to compete with the League and other dark forces, operating in competition, engaging in sabotage, leading to significant personnel losses. Thus, Team Rocket faced a tight situation regarding human resources, which was a key reason they continuously sought to train new recruits. They placed particular emphasis on cultivating top-tier combat personnel. After all, human resources are the most valuable asset. If even one new recruit turned out to be a top-tier trainer, it would help expand Team Rocket's territory. In summary, Team Rocket doesn't keep idle members. Nearly every member has assigned tasks to complete daily. This is especially true for logistical personnel, whose work is considerably heavier compared to combat personnel. Of course, personnel rotation within Team Rocket is quite reasonable. As long as they complete their designated workload, they can finish their shifts early. At this time, just past 9, it was when Team Rocket members were switching shifts and resting. In the time remaining before the next meal, there would be more people active in the public market within the base. After placing his tray in the designated area, Sato left the cafeteria alone, making his way to the public market according to the base route map he remembered from yesterday. In fact, the public market was very close to the cafeteria, but due to his limited access, he had to take a longer route. On the way, Sato saw many Team Rocket members. When he encountered them, he stepped aside to let them pass, as it was customary for lower-ranked members to give way to those of higher rank. If they were direct superiors and subordinates, they had to bow respectfully. Wow, someone figured out to come to the public market so quickly. What's your name, newcomer? What Pokemon do you have? By the way, who's your instructor? As Sato Kaede was about to enter the public market, a female Team Rocket member dressed in a platoon leader's uniform stopped him. In Team Rocket, personnel are typically ranked as follows: grunts, squad leaders, platoon leaders, battalion leaders, elites, cadres, senior cadres, regional commanders, and leader. Currently, the highest authority at the underground base in Pewter City was a senior cadre named Hina, who was a subordinate of Apollo, the regional commander of the northeastern Kanto region. The person who stopped Sato was a mature woman, tall and curvaceous, with particularly prominent features. She had long, curly pink hair and was wearing light makeup, showcasing a certain mature charm. Her appearance was reminiscent of the older female thief from the anime. Hello, platoon leader. My name is Sato Kaede. The Pokemon I just received is Zubat, and my instructor is Caesar, he replied, lifting his head slightly and speaking with a calm demeanor despite her higher rank. Upon hearing Sato Kaede's response and seeing his youthful, unruffled expression, the mature beauty's amber eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and she looked at him with newfound interest. Little brother, don't you think I'm pretty? You're not reacting much at all, which is rather uncute, she said playfully after a few seconds. Seeing him remain unmoved, she leaned in, trapping him against the wall, and spoke in a seductive tone. Clearly, Sato's nonchalance caused the confident captain to question her allure. Nearby, some passing Team Rocket members showed envy on their faces, wishing to replace Sato, while women quickly turned their heads and left, murmuring phrases like, shameless. The platoon leader, Miyamoto Sakura, was 26 years old and had been in Team Rocket for 6 years. Like Sato, she came from a humble background, but through her efforts, she had risen to the rank of a platoon leader, commanding a platoon. Despite her current friendly and alluring demeanor, she was known as the Thorny Rose in the Pewter City base and was one of the top platoon leaders in strength. Any Team Rocket member who dared to offend her faced severe punishment unless they outranked her. Sato's indifference had successfully captured her attention, as she wanted to see if he truly was immune to her charm. She particularly disliked men who pretended to be unaffected. In all honesty, if it had been another boy of Sato's age, faced with such tempting provocations from Miyamoto Sakura, he would likely have lost control. However, thanks to his experiences, Sato managed to keep his composure and avoid thinking with his other head. At the same time, he sensed a hint of deadly threat from Sakura, which extinguished any thoughts of her allure. The enticing fragrance wafted toward him, and upon seeing her alluring figure again, he couldn't help but swallow slightly. Yet, he tried to maintain his usual calm expression, keeping his eyes steady and serene. What an unappealing little brother you are. Here, take this. Consider it a welcome gift for being a newcomer. I have high hopes for you, she said after a few seconds, seeing that Sato still showed no reaction. With a resigned expression, she tossed something to him and continued walking away, swaying her hips. Sato caught the item she threw and found it was a rose-red portable spotlight. A hint of joy flickered in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Thank you for the gift. It will be very useful to me. However, I believe in fair trade. May I ask your name? I'd like to purchase this spotlight at the price listed in the points exchange system, He called out to Sakura, who had already walked a short distance away. Unfortunately, she ignored him and continued swaying her way forward, glancing back at him with a flirtatious smile before disappearing from his sight. "I've noted down this small favor. I'll definitely repay you when the opportunity arises." Seeing that Miyamoto Sakura ignored him and left, Sato silently thought as he put away the bright red portable flashlight into the storage space of his Team Rocket watch. After this brief encounter, Sato finally arrived at his destination, the public market of Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter. The public market wasn't very large, about the size of a quarter of a standard soccer field. At this time, there were quite a few people there, with many stalls set up on the ground, numbering at least over 50. Sato Kaede, as a rookie, stood out a bit. Once he entered, many official members of Team Rocket turned their gaze toward him. Even that brief glance made Sato feel like he was under scrutiny. He keenly sensed a trace of malice in their eyes, which reflected a greedy look, as if they were regarding a lamb to be slaughtered. At the same time, a memorable smell emanated from most of the people around him. Although it was faint, the sheer number of people allowed him to quickly notice it. It was the unclean and nauseating scent of blood. It was evident that every Team Rocket member entering the public market was a hardened individual, someone who had survived brutal battles and had taken lives to some extent. It seems this public market isn't a place for ordinary people. The tension here indicates that these individuals are perhaps the real operatives of Team Rocket, completely different from the foot soldiers I saw before. "I've only felt this kind of atmosphere from that instructor named Caesar," Sato thought as he observed the members moving around him. Since entering the public market, the air felt thicker, the tense atmosphere making it somewhat uncomfortable for him to breathe. The Team Rocket members were likely engaging in subtle competitions or warnings against each other, trying to secure better deals for themselves, or looking for easy targets. Although Sato had also taken lives in his previous life, it clearly didn't compare to the Team Rocket members around him who had engaged in real battles. After all, he had only manufactured bombs to kill, delivering them to his enemies' homes by a courier, without getting his hands dirty. Fortunately, Sato's courage and willpower far surpassed that of ordinary people. He gradually adapted, and with his rising confidence, he shifted back to his usual "I don't give a fuck" attitude. Showing any weakness would only invite those looking to oppress and exploit. The Team Rocket members near him also sensed the change, and the feeling of being scrutinized lessened significantly. Sensing that he wasn't easy to bully or intimidate, the members nearby stopped paying attention to him, and he was no longer met with hostility. At this point, he could finally search for what he needed. Most stalls had a clean cloth laid out with various items displayed on them. The majority of the goods were Pokémon items and various other supplies. As Sato walked around, he saw all sorts of Pokémon items, the most common of which were various spray potions and berries with different effects. These common Pokémon items were reasonably priced. For example, a low-level healing spray potion cost about 10 points in the Team Rocket points exchange system, while the standard price here was 8 points. Overall, most items in the public market were cheaper than their equivalents in the points exchange system. It made sense since if the prices were equal or higher, one might as well redeem them directly from the system, especially since those were new items. Moreover, everyone trading here knew that the items being sold were likely black market goods, and since they were second-hand, lower prices were to be expected. Generally, the only items that exceeded the points exchange prices were Pokémon. The price for redeeming Pokémon through the Team Rocket points system was a standard rate, meaning, in the market, it could be lower or higher, depending on the specifics. Ultimately, those familiar with Pokémon typically wouldn't redeem them from the points system. They preferred to catch them themselves or trade with others. To put it simply, redeeming Pokémon through the points system was like shopping online, while those in the public market were akin to buying in a physical store. In a physical store, it was up to the buyer's discernment, and the sellers weren't naive. Experienced trainers could easily assess the quality of the Pokémon. Currently, Sato noticed a stall selling a particularly rare Pokemon, a well-developed Bulbasaur, at least twice the size of an average Bulbasaur, with vibrant colors. This Bulbasaur, trapped in a glass case, was clearly not one of those docile, captive ones from the Alliance, but a wild one, showing a strong instinct. It would lash out with its vines at anyone who tried to get close, though its attacks were all blocked by this specially designed glass case. It was evident that this wild Bulbasaur had exceptional potential. The seller had set the price 5 times higher than the points exchange system, 10,000 points. Even with such a high price, many Team Rocket members approached to bargain, including several squad leaders and team leaders. While the seller remained composed, Sato used his system to scan the Bulbasaur and confirmed that its potential was indeed outstanding. Although its level was low, it had several egg moves and TM moves. Pokemon details. Pokemon, Bulbasaur. Level, 21. Type, Grass/Poison. Ability, Overgrow. Gender, male. Known moves, Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Takedown, Leaf Blade, Leech Seed, Giga Drain, TM, Grass Whistle, Egg Move, Nature Power, Egg Move, Toxic, TM, Energy Ball, TM. Seeing the details of the Bulbasaur made Sato's heart race. If he could start with such an outstanding starter Pokemon, his future path as a trainer would undoubtedly be much smoother. However, despite his envy, he quickly shifted his gaze away and continued searching for what he wanted at other stalls. So far, he had unexpectedly obtained the portable flashlight, but he still needed a sturdy iron net. As for blood packs and noise-canceling earplugs, those could only be purchased with points in the exchange system. After all, who would sell blood for no reason? And it was better to buy new earplugs for hygiene. After a careful search, Sato finally found the iron net he needed at a stall tucked away at the edge. Upon seeing the other items at the stall, he felt as if he had discovered a new world, and his eyes lit up. Compared to other stalls selling a variety of Pokemon items and gear, this one looked rather shabby, featuring various discarded secondhand training tools. These included weights of different sizes for training a Pokemon's limbs, frisbees for improving coordination, and weighted vests for building physical strength. From the condition of these secondhand training tools, it was clear they had been used for a considerable time, with many scratches on the surface and faded paint. However, overall, they were still in relatively good shape, showing no cracks. With a little care, they could still be used for a few months without issue. "Excuse me, sir, how much for that iron net and these training tools?" Sato politely inquired as he approached the stall, pleased to find items that suited him well. The vendor was a burly man with a square face, thick eyebrows, and squinty eyes, giving him a rather honest appearance. Currently at the lowest rank of a soldier, the man sat cross-legged on the ground. When he saw the newcomer approach, a hint of joy spread across his face. Well, it's rare to see a rookie like you daring to come here alone on your first day. You've got a good eye. These are excellent training tools for Pokemon. Although they look a bit worn, they should last at least a year and a half. I won't charge you much, just 150 points for the iron net and that particular set of training tools. The man smiled broadly as he spoke. However, upon hearing the price of 150 points for the iron net and training tools, Sato's expression shifted slightly to one of extreme displeasure. He recognized the set of simple training tools from the point exchange system, where they were listed for just 200 points for a new complete set. Given the level of wear and tear on the items, their value should be much lower. The iron net, similarly, had an exchange price of 20 points in the exchange system. So the vendor's claim of not overcharging was clearly nonsense. In Sato's view, the iron and training tools together were worth 86 points at most in second-hand condition, and considering their current condition, there would at least be a further 40% discount, bringing their current price to about 50 points. Come on, sir, you must be joking and must have forgotten to give me a discount. How about I make you an offer instead? Considering their current condition, I'll pay 50 points for the iron net and the training tools. Sato replied with a plain face. At this moment, after hearing Sato's offer, the man's friendly smile vanished instantly. His face turned into a frown and he scrutinized Sato from head to toe, as if trying to memorize every detail about him. As the man stood up and narrowed his eyes, a terrifying aura emanated from him, immediately pressing down on Sato Kaede, clearly trying to intimidate him. In that instant, Sato felt as if he were facing not a man but a fierce beast driving him into a corner. However, even in the face of such blatant intimidation, Sato tried to remain calm, and he maintained his usual composed attitude. With this being his second life, if he easily got scared from such things, he'd have lived his lives in vain. What has this guy been through? He isn't afraid at all? Still, that look in his eyes is truly annoying. The burly man had initially felt smug, believing that he could easily frighten Sato as he was just a new recruit, but the moment he met Sato's calm and indifferent gaze, his arrogance evaporated and he genuinely began to scrutinize Sato. In reality, Sato was not the first newcomer to visit the public market. Before him, there had been others. One person, frightened by the terrifying atmosphere, had fled immediately, while the others, like Sato, had recognized the value of the second-hand training tools and inquired about the price. The man had given them the same response he had provided to Sato. However, the newcomers who dared to come to the public market on their first day were not easy prey. Unsurprisingly, they spoke similarly to Sato, voicing their own opinions about the price. Thus, the burly man's theatrics began, relying on his intimidating aura to force compliance from these defiant newcomers. Ultimately, the inexperienced newcomers had succumbed to the man's intimidation and purchased sets of second-hand Pokemon training tools at a high price, quickly fleeing the public market after the purchase. The man, known as Baron, was a burly trainer specializing in fighting-type Pokemon. He had been with Team Rocket for a while and had participated in numerous missions and battles, at least 90, if not 100. In fact, Baron had the strength to be promoted to squad leader or even platoon leader, but he preferred not to take on leadership roles, often rejecting promotions. His carefree nature and formidable strength made him somewhat arrogant and antisocial, leading to him frequently offending others, which is why he remained just a soldier. Recently, Baron had fallen into financial trouble due to gambling losses, and remembering that this was the time when new recruits joined, he took the opportunity to make some easy money, using the worn-out training tools at his stall as bait to attract what he perceived as naive newcomers. His method had proven effective. After deducting the cost of the second-hand training tools, which he had acquired at a bargain price, he had already earned significant points by exploiting the new recruits and selling them at much higher prices. However, as the saying goes, standing by the river, one cannot avoid getting wet. It was only after encountering someone like Sato, who showed no fear, that his tactics began to falter. According to Team Rocket's rules, mutual attacks were strictly prohibited unless a member had betrayed the organization. While Baron's intimidation tactics did not technically count as violations, with Sato standing his ground, there was nothing he could do. Most importantly, Sato's indifferent gaze triggered a sense of caution in Baron. Despite his usual arrogance and carefree lifestyle, he knew how to gauge who he could offend and who he shouldn't. He held no regard for the weaklings he intimidated into submission, but recognized that Sato was different. It was easy to see that he was not someone who would easily be taken down. Given a little time, he would likely become a formidable trainer. After some self-reflection, Baron concluded that it was unwise to offend Sato over some points and decided to make amends. "Not bad, kid. What's your name?" "I'm Baron. Let's be friends. Consider this iron net and training set as a welcome gift." Baron immediately softened his demeanor, displaying a friendly expression towards Sato, and decided to do him a favor instead. Once Baron relaxed his menacing demeanor, Sato exhaled in relief inwardly. He was surprised to see such a drastic change in the man's attitude. However, being astute, Sato quickly deduced the man's thoughts, and his surprise faded away. "Thank you so much. These items will be really useful for me. My name is Sato Kaede, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Baron. I hope to learn from you in the future," he responded graciously, aligning himself with Baron's intentions. In the end, after a pleasant conversation with Baron, Sato acquired the iron and second-hand training tools without spending a single point, and he also obtained some very important information which he needed. Unexpectedly, Sato had obtained a portable flashlight from Miyamoto Sakura and received an iron net and a training tool from Baron. Now, the only items he needed to capture the Zubat were a blood bag and noise-canceling earplugs. Not wasting much time, Sato exchanged communication details with Baron and bid farewell before quickly leaving the public market. He retraced his steps back to his room from memory. Upon entering his room, Sato immediately turned on his computer, then used his Team Rocket watch to access the points exchange system. He quickly spent 45 points to purchase 5 packets of blood, a pair of noise-canceling earplugs, and a Pokemon food dish. About 10 minutes later, someone knocked on Sato's door. He opened it to find a middle-aged man in a janitorial uniform holding a package. As mentioned earlier, in Team Rocket, those with lower status than recruits are the janitorial staff. These individuals failed the recruit trials and are at the bottom of Team Rocket. Their role is akin to doing menial tasks. They handle all sorts of dirty and labor-intensive jobs. Of course, these janitorial workers have not completely lost their opportunity for advancement, but their path to promotion is much harder than when they were recruits. After all, those who are exploited the most have no source of points. The heavy janitorial work can only guarantee their meals and housing, completely losing the free time and additional help from points that recruits receive. Once the recruit period is over, unless they promote to a soldier, all free points are reset to 0. Under such circumstances, the difficulty for janitorial workers to tame Pokemon is naturally heightened. In fact, out of every 100 janitorial staff, only 1 or 2 succeed in promotion. Without any exchange, Sato took the package from the seemingly numb-eyed janitorial worker and closed the door again. There's nothing to complain about. The path chosen is one's own, and after all, Team Rocket is a dark organization, not a charity. Those who cannot pass the recruit trials are doomed to severe exploitation. Now that he had the blood bag and noise-canceling earplugs, all the preparations for capturing were complete. Sato turned on all the lights in his room and got the tools ready before gripping the only Pokeball on his Pokemon belt. Everything is ready. Come out, Zubat. Taking a deep breath, Sato put on the earplugs, pressed the button in the center of the Pokeball, and released the Pokemon inside. In the next second, a beam of white light shot into the air from the opened Pokeball. Once the light faded, a Zubat of normal size appeared before Sato. With a blue body, a pair of wings wider than its body, a pair of gradually growing ears on its head, sharp teeth visible from its mouth, and 2 pointed tail wings at its abdomen, there was no doubt this was a Zubat. However, this Zubat seemed to have been trapped in the Pokeball for a long time. Its emaciated belly was the best proof. Now starving, it had just emerged from the Pokeball and used its sonic waves to detect Sato. Upon discovering Sato, the Zubat, having gone several days without food, immediately flapped its wings and swiftly approached him. During its flight, a dizzying ultrasonic wave was released from its large mouth. Unfortunately, since Sato was wearing noise-canceling earplugs, the Zubat's sonic waves did not affect him too much. It looks like I need to get rough. You brought this on yourself. Seeing the Zubat treat him like an object, Sato's gaze turned cold. He immediately switched on the portable flashlight and directed its beam at the incoming Zubat. In the next moment, the Zubat was hit by the bright light and seemed to suffer damage. A painful screech came from the Zubat's mouth, and it quickly flapped its wings to retreat, trying to escape the light's range. Although Zubat has no eyes, it still fears high-intensity bright light. Long-term exposure can leave it very weak. At this time, Sato seized the opportunity. He kept the beam of the flashlight trained on the Zubat, eventually forcing it into a corner where it was trapped. Once the Zubat was cornered, a sturdy net similar to what Team Rocket's trio often used to capture Pokemon was thrown over it, effectively trapping it within. Seeing the Zubat successfully ensnared, Sato turned off the flashlight, ending the bright light assault. Zubat, I know you can understand me. Now that you've been caught, I don't want to keep hurting you with the light. How about you obey my commands and become my Pokemon? Sato crouched down and spoke to the Zubat from a distance. However, much to Sato Kaede's disappointment, this wild Zubat clearly did not want to submit and was quite cunning. As Sato approached and crouched, the Zubat flipped over, producing a small black energy ball in its mouth and launching it towards Sato's head. Unfortunately, the Zubat's little trick was destined to fail. Sato, always on high alert, wouldn't make such a careless mistake. As the Zubat turned, he quickly dodged the shadow ball with a swift movement of his head. Seeing that Sato avoided its hidden shadow ball, the Zubat struggled hard to escape the trap, but just as it was about to move, an incredibly bright light came rushing in. In an instant, under the bright light, the Zubat suffered immense damage, much like a vampire in Western mythology. This time, even if it wanted to use the darkness to mitigate the brightness, Sato, with a cold expression, didn't give it that chance. He quickly adjusted the trap to face it and continued to shine the light on it. Soon, under the sustained bright light, the Zubat began to make special sounds to plead for mercy, but Sato ignored it and continued to shine the flashlight. Sato knew that in order to tame this cunning Zubat, which had just tried to kill him, he had to defeat it head-on to earn its respect. After about another minute, the Zubat lay weakly on the ground, resigned to its fate, and at that moment, Sato, whose eyes were also a bit sore, finally turned off the flashlight. Then, Sato picked up the fallen Pokeball and used it to release the Zubat. Following that, he aimed and threw the Pokeball at the Zubat trapped in the net. The Pokeball hit the Zubat, capturing the helpless creature inside. After the button in the center of the Pokeball flickered red a few times, a thud sounded, and the red light extinguished. The Zubat was officially captured by Sato. Sato picked up the Pokeball from the ground. After a short while, he released the Zubat again. As the effects of the bright light faded, the Zubat regained some strength and was able to fly in the air. However, as soon as it sensed Sato and the flashlight in his hand, it immediately retreated in fear. "Don't worry, Zubat, you're my Pokémon now. I won't hurt you again. Here, eat this, it's your food." Seeing the Zubat's fearful expression, Sato smiled slightly. With that, he tore open the blood bag on the table and poured the fresh blood into a blood-red Pokémon food dish. As soon as he tore open the blood bag, a strong metallic smell filled the air, and the Zubat, extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, immediately noticed it. Starving, it drooled at the sight but only watched the blood in the dish from a distance, still fearful of Sato's flashlight. After several gentle persuading attempts by Sato, the Zubat could no longer resist its hunger. With Sato still holding the flashlight, it cautiously approached the food dish. Soon, the Zubat was perched on the dish, happily savoring the blood within. At that moment, Sato set the flashlight down on the table and squatted on the floor, his face excited as he watched the Zubat. "Become my partner, Zubat." Sato extended a hand toward the now well-fed Zubat. Facing Sato, who no longer had the flashlight, the Zubat hesitated for a moment but eventually landed gently on the outstretched arm, quietly gazing at Sato, letting him pet it as an apology for the flashlight. From that moment on, the bond between the trainer and the Zubat was formed, marking the official start of Sato's journey as a Pokémon trainer. Seeing the Zubat obediently landing on his outstretched arm and letting him pet it, Sato couldn't help but show a look of surprise. The Zubat's behavior clearly indicated that it had begun to recognize him, which meant he had gained a bit of self-protection in this world. "I'm very happy to gain your recognition, Zubat. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sato Kaede. I look forward to being your trainer and going on new adventures in the future." Sato placed the Zubat in front of him, speaking with genuine sincerity. Perhaps feeling Sato's inner excitement and sincerity, any lingering wariness from the Zubat vanished. It gave a soft call to Sato and nodded, then flew up to perch on his right shoulder. In reality, most Pokémon are quite simple-minded. They are living beings with emotions, and as long as you treat them well, they will be friendly and good to you. For a while afterward, Sato made an effort to communicate with Zubat. Having someone to talk to freely, he shared all the thoughts that had been bottled up inside him. Of course, he only spoke of trivial matters and didn't mention anything from his past life. During this conversation, Sato also shared his dream of becoming stronger with Zubat. In return, under Sato's various guesses, Zubat revealed its own dream. It wanted to become a powerful Pokémon like its father, a Golbat. Perhaps because they shared their dreams, and there were many similarities between them, the relationship between Sato and Zubat grew much closer. By the time it was nearly 1 in the afternoon, Sato's stomach began to protest. He had no choice but to stop talking, put the slightly yawning Zubat away, and head to the dining hall for a meal. At this time, the dining hall was about to close, with only a few people left eating. Sato managed to catch the last bit of mealtime. This lunch, perhaps because he had a partner and had released many thoughts he had kept inside, was more enjoyable than usual. What was originally a simple meal became delightful, and Sato wore a smile that made those who didn't know him think he was enjoying a feast. Half an hour later, Sato finally finished all the food on his plate, savoring every bite. Under the slightly annoyed gazes of the dining hall staff waiting to finish their shifts, he placed his tray in the designated area and left without a hint of embarrassment. During this half hour of eating, Sato managed to calm down his excitement from capturing his first Pokémon and began to think about his next steps. As a trainer, what should he do after capturing a Pokémon? Naturally, it was about how to improve Zubat's strength, which essentially meant figuring out how to train it. To be honest, Sato's understanding of how to train Pokémon was still in the conceptual stage, which were mainly from the games and anime. But in reality, the game mechanics were clearly not applicable. A Pokémon's strength couldn't just be increased by battling other Pokémon. Regular training was also crucial. In Sato's view, there were 3 main factors in improving a Pokémon's strength. The first was the Pokémon's physical fitness, the second was the mastery of its skills, and the third was its battle experience. Everyone knows that each Pokémon's physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary humans, but there are still differences. Each Pokémon's physical fitness varies. According to Sato's understanding from his previous life, a Pokémon's physical fitness can be broken down into 6 factors: health points, physical attack power, physical defense power, special attack power, special defense power, and speed. Indeed, a Pokémon's physical fitness corresponds to the various power values of Pokémon in the game, and there are 2 ways to improve these values. The first is by leveling up the Pokémon, and the second is by earning effort values, which enhance the power data. Of course, this theory applies well in the real world, where Pokémon also have levels. Effort values are quite easy to understand in reality. They represent the different types of training a trainer provides to the Pokémon, improving its various power data through practice. According to Sato's current rough ideas, a Pokémon's health points can be improved through its physical development and robustness. The physical and special defense values can be increased by enhancing the Pokémon's ability to take hits, essentially through being hit, while the speed value can be improved by boosting the Pokémon's cardiovascular capacity, as this capacity affects the organism's explosive power. However, how to enhance the physical and special attack values was something Sato pondered for a long time without being able to decipher using his knowledge of physics. The physical attack value was somewhat understandable, but the special attack value was quite abstract. In this regard, Sato could only temporarily set aside the 2 methods for enhancing these power values, hoping to find answers in the future as he gained a deeper understanding of Pokémon. The second factor in enhancing a Pokémon's strength is the mastery of skills, which can be divided into the number of skills a Pokémon has learned and the proficiency with which it can use these skills. It is obvious that a Pokémon that has learned multiple skills will have a clear advantage in battle over one that has only a few skills. As long as it has skills that can counter its opponents, its chances of winning are greatly increased. Therefore, teaching a Pokémon more skills can quickly improve its strength. Of course, beyond just mastering skills, being able to use them proficiently is also crucial. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and this applies perfectly to a Pokémon's skill proficiency. Generally, a Pokémon's skill proficiency can be categorized into 4 levels: beginner, proficient, expert, and mastery. The beginner level refers to a Pokémon that has just learned how to use a skill. At this level, the power of the skill it unleashes is weak, and the time taken to release the skill is relatively long. The proficient level indicates that a Pokémon can flexibly use the skill. At this level, the Pokémon is able to unleash the skill's power effectively, and the time taken to release it is reduced. The expert level means that the Pokémon has a deep understanding of the skill. It can use the skill almost instantaneously, and as long as it has enough stamina, it can even use the skill repeatedly for ranged skills, or maintain it much longer for melee or transformation skills. As for the mastery level, when a Pokémon reaches this level of proficiency with a skill, it means that the Pokémon has fully integrated the skill into its repertoire. The power of the skill in its hands increases dramatically, and it can be flexible and varied, even combining it with other skills. Finally, the third factor in enhancing a Pokémon's strength is its battle experience, which can be summarized as its combat experience. How can a trainer improve a Pokémon's battle experience? From Sato's understanding, there are two methods. The first is training the Pokémon in battle techniques. This type of training involves the trainer providing various battle guidance to the Pokémon in daily practice. Simply put, it is simulation training before battles, helping the Pokémon understand how to respond to different types of Pokémon it might face. Although there are many types of Pokémon, they can generally be categorized based on their species stats and the skills they can learn, usually into three types: melee, defensive, and ranged attackers. Melee attackers can further be divided into assassin melee and warrior melee, while defensive types can be split into physical defense and special defense, and ranged attackers can be categorized into physical ranged and special ranged. Although the combat methods of each type of Pokémon differ, their general attack patterns are traceable. For example, assassin-type melee Pokémon have strong mobility and explosive output, but their weaknesses include fragility and lack of sustained damage. When facing this type of Pokémon, if you cannot defeat the opponent through a surprise attack and must confront them directly, the best strategy is to first use various defensive skills to protect yourself, avoiding being taken down in one hit. If you can withstand their initial assault, the tides of battle may turn. During daily training, the trainer should specifically instruct their Pokémon on how to deal with different types of opponents, allowing the Pokémon to remember these teachings during battle and better grasp the rhythm of combat. The second method to improve a Pokémon's battle experience is through real combat. Real gold fears no fire. Even the best simulation training cannot replace the transformation that comes from actual battles. Every strong Pokémon has gone through countless battles. Many of these battles were life-and-death struggles. Only by experiencing this can they understand pain and realize their shortcomings during combat. Behind every strong Pokémon are numerous victories as well as defeats, and these experiences ultimately become valuable battle lessons, enhancing their strength. So far, Sato had visited 3 of the 4 areas that new recruits can freely enter. The remaining public training ground has now become the place he needs to visit after successfully capturing the Zubat. However, he was not in a hurry. Before he began training Zubat, he needed to prepare the necessary training supplies. Otherwise, the training results will be subpar. Generally, training supplies include training equipment and nutritional supplements. Currently, Sato Kaede had managed to acquire a set of second-hand Pokémon training gear, which barely met his needs, but he hasn't yet prepared the necessary supplements. During training, Pokémon consume a lot of energy. To ensure that a Pokémon can train continuously and improve efficiency, good training supplements are essential. According to Sato's understanding, quality training supplements must have good taste, be energy-rich, and quickly restore a Pokémon's stamina. After some careful consideration, as a Pokémon enthusiast, Sato thought of a very suitable training item, the Poke Block, which appeared in the 3rd generation of the games. In the game, Poke Blocks are used specifically for Pokémon participating in contests and can enhance a Pokémon's appeal in certain aspects. They are made by combining different berries in a berry mixer. The berries used can be of the same type or different types, and the flavor depends on the berries added. The anime also introduced Pokeblocks, stating that they contain many beneficial nutrients for Pokemon, made by concentrating various berries, providing rich energy that is easily absorbed by Pokemon. Thus, Sato believed that Pokeblocks can be used not only as training supplements, but also as suitable everyday food for Pokemon. However, the key tool for making these Pokemon foods was the berry mixer. Without it, even if Sato had plenty of berries, he could only lament his situation. What troubled Sato was that there are indeed such Pokemon items available for exchange in the Team Rocket internal points system, but the prices are far beyond what he can afford. A berry mixer costs a staggering 10,000 points to exchange. So, although Sato initially thought of the wonderful Pokeblock last night, he had to temporarily give up on this good idea due to his limited resources. Fortunately, opportunities often favored those who were prepared. Today, Sato encountered a good person. This good person was Baron, a senior member of Team Rocket whom he just met not long ago. It must be said that having a mentor can indeed save newcomers a lot of trouble and provide significant benefits. In conversations with Baron, Sato learned several important pieces of information, one of which was about the berry mixers. According to Baron, there are several Pokemon block sets in the Team Rocket underground base in Pewter City, specifically for the use of lower-ranking members. Of course, using the berry mixer is not free. A single use costs 10 points. Everyone knows about Pokeblocks, and even with the berry mixer, which was a crucial tool, the process still required manual operation and usually needed several people to operate it. Overall, the operational difficulty was quite high. The operation in the game seems pretty challenging too. If not operated properly, the quality of the Pokeblocks produced by the berry mixer would be poor, and naturally, one cannot expect much from low-quality Pokeblocks. Generally, for trainers to produce high-quality Pokeblocks, they must practice a lot. Those with good talent may get it right in a few dozen tries, while those with poorer talent may need thousands of attempts. Clearly, most people in Kanto know little about Pokeblocks, which originated from the Hoenn region, let alone how to operate the Pokemon block sets to make them. Therefore, although many people in Team Rocket in Pewter City are aware of the existence of Pokeblocks and understand their great effects, very few choose to make them. After all, points are very important within Team Rocket. Who among the lower-ranking members would be willing to spend hundreds or even thousands of points just to practice? Moreover, the berries needed for practice also required a significant amount of points. Higher-ranking members of Team Rocket might not care, but they clearly wouldn't allow their Pokemon to consume such cheap items, nor would they want to spend time making them. Sato clearly remembered Baron's annoyed expression when discussing the Pokemon block sets, indicating that he had suffered quite a bit while trying to create Pokeblocks in the past. Baron, in his role as a senior, specifically advised Sato to avoid such things and suggested that initially, he should opt for Moo milk as a cheap and nutritious training supplement. It's worth mentioning that Moo milk has appeared in Pokemon games, anime, and manga as a Pokemon drink. In the games, its effect is to restore a Pokemon's HP, and its price is quite reasonable compared to healing items, which may restore HP but are significantly more expensive. Moo milk is the best example of an affordable recovery drink. In fact, when Sato realized he couldn't obtain Pokeblocks, the first training supplement that came to mind was Moo milk, because in the early stages of playing the game, he always bought it as a recovery item to save money, so it left a lasting impression. However, with the possibility of obtaining Pokeblocks now, Sato Kaede quickly abandoned the option of Moo milk. Although Moo milk is cheaper than other supplies, it still cost 5 points per bottle, and for a long training session, he would need at least 2 to 3 bottles, even considering the fact that he currently only had Zubat. Pokeblocks, on the other hand, are different. Being a super concentrated product, about 2 good quality Pokeblocks can completely outshine a whole bottle of Moo milk. Typically, the materials for making Pokeblocks required only a handful of berries. Berries were the most common Pokemon item and were very cheap, with some berries only costing 1 point each. The cost of producing one batch of berries were about 5 points, and a single batch could produce up to 20 Pokeblocks. following the ratio that 2 good quality poke blocks are more than comparable to 1 bottle of moo moo milk. 20 poke blocks produced with 5 points could be compared to 10 bottles of moo moo milk that were worth at least 50 points. If the produced poke blocks were of high quality, the value and effectiveness of the poke blocks would be much more than that of moo moo milk. In comparison, the benefits are clear. Sato's choice of poke blocks over moo moo milk was not solely based on their affordability. The most important reason was his confidence in making poke blocks himself. The reason is simple. Sato discovered from a young age that his dynamic vision is excellent, so much so that he can clearly see the trajectories of fast-moving objects when he concentrates. With outstanding dynamic vision, combined with his rich experience from his past life, Sato believed that creating high-quality poke blocks will not be difficult at all. Perhaps there's also a business opportunity here. I must give it a good try, Sato thought to himself as he casually walked towards the new recruit's dormitory. In the next moment, Sato slightly focused his mind, and his pupils suddenly contracted. For a brief time, in his view, all the moving objects nearby appeared to move slowly. Just as Sato Kaede was about to reach the entrance of the new recruit's dormitory, a loud boom echoed from a dormitory in front of him, and he could clearly see the flash of the explosion. Amen. After witnessing the explosion, Sato Kaede immediately stopped in his tracks, looking up in a daze at the floor that was billowing thick smoke. When he realized that the dormitory where the explosion occurred was right near his own, he couldn't help but offer a silent prayer. Without needing to think too much, Sato knew exactly what had happened. It was definitely a failed attempt by his neighbor to capture a Pokémon, and the likelihood that it was a coughing was 80%. Luckily, he hadn't been in the dormitory earlier, or he might have been caught in the chaos. Thick smoke began pouring out of the new recruit's dormitory where the explosion had occurred, and flames quickly spread to the surrounding dormitories, putting Sato's own dormitory in imminent danger. Before long, many new recruits still inside the dormitory rushed out in a panic, wishing they had more legs to run faster, their faces displaying anxious expressions. Meanwhile, several Team Rocket grunts charged into the fire scene with their water-type Pokémon to help extinguish the flames. With the assistance of numerous water-type Pokémon, the fire was quickly brought under control and extinguished. The incident was easily suppressed, and soon, the Team Rocket members began to leave the fire scene, taking away several black plastic bags containing unidentified objects. Watching the black plastic bags pass by, the recruits who had narrowly escaped the disaster looked pale, especially those holding Pokeballs containing coughing or Geodude. A hint of despair appeared on their faces. Good luck on your journey. I hope you can be born into a wealthy family in your next life, Sato thought sadly as he observed the bags being carelessly tossed onto a garbage truck. Amidst this sadness and sympathy, Sato's desire for power grew stronger. The harsh reality was evident. Life is so fragile, and to survive resiliently, one must become strong. Listen up, you new recruits. I advise you to avoid trying to capture Pokémon here. You've all seen the consequences of that. It's harmful to both you and others. Go to the public training grounds instead. Trying to capture Pokémon there will be much safer, and at least you won't lose your lives, a Team Rocket member in a squad leader uniform said to the group of new recruits, clearly looking annoyed. Hearing the squad leader's disdainful advice, many recruits suddenly had their eyes opened, showing thoughtful expressions. Sato, among the crowd of new recruits, nodded slightly and made a mental note of the kind warning from the squad leader. After the fire was perfectly dealt with, Sato followed the group of recruits back into the dormitory and entered his room. Fortunately, the only damage to his dormitory from the fire was a slightly charred door. It hadn't been affected much at all. As soon as Sato opened his door, he realized he had hit the jackpot. There were 3 sets of Team Rocket grunts' uniforms quietly laid out on his bed. In addition to the 3 sets of uniforms on the desk in his room, there was a stylish Team Rocket watch, a black card printed with a red R, and 6 Pokeballs. Sato wasn't surprised that others knew he had captured Zubat, despite not having told anyone. If he wasn't mistaken, everything the new recruits did was under Team Rocket's surveillance. The efficiency is truly astonishing, It seems I'm one of the first 10 recruits to complete the trials, Sato thought with a radiant smile as he looked at the additional items in his room. Aside from the Pope block situation, the most valuable information he gained from Baron was about the Outstanding Rookie Award and the Rookie Battle Competition. As the name implies, the Outstanding Rookie Award is given to some excellent new recruits, typically awarded to the first 10 who successfully capture their Pokémon each year. The rewards for the Outstanding Rookie Award are as follows. First place, 2,000 points and a starter Pokémon egg. Second place, 1,500 points and 1 month's worth of Pokémon food, standard amount for 1 Pokémon. Third place, 1,200 points and 6 Great Balls. Fourth to fifth places, 500 points. Sixth to 10th places, 200 points. It's worth noting that unfortunately, Sato was not the earliest recruit to capture a Pokémon. Among the 302 recruits this year, he was the third to capture a Pokémon on the first day. However, he was the first to successfully capture a Pokémon among the recruits led by Caesar. The new recruits for Team Rocket in Pewter City were divided among 3 instructors. Since Caesar had only recently arrived in Pewter City, he held the least power within Team Rocket and was the last to select recruits. Being the last to pick, Caesar was naturally at a disadvantage. Those recruits who showed potential on paper had already been picked clean by the other 2 instructors, leaving only those who were not favored. To explain, Team Rocket instructors have 5 opportunities to lead new recruits. If the recruits they lead perform well, they not only gain a chance for promotion, but also have the right to select a few of their recruits as personal guards. Originally, Caesar had low expectations for this batch of recruits, thinking he was just picking the best among the worst. After all, as a new instructor, he had to make do with what was left over by the other 2. He would only get a chance to prioritize selections once their terms ended. Sato was picked last because he joined later, so he was unexpectedly chosen by Caesar. It was a pleasant surprise for Caesar to discover that one of the recruits he led was among the top 10 to receive the Outstanding Rookie Award. Caesar was very pleased about this. Upon receiving the news, he immediately ordered that the Outstanding Rookie Award's reward to be given to Sato Kaede and officially promoted him to Team Rocket Grunt, providing him with the uniform and the latest Team Rocket watch. Sato didn't immediately pay attention to the uniform on the bed. Instead, he hurried to the desk to grab the new Team Rocket watch, pressing the button to check his points. When he saw that his account had increased by points, a joyful expression spread across his face. In addition to receiving the Grunt uniform, the new Team Rocket watch in his hand was also crucial for him. In fact, Team Rocket watches come in 9 different types, each representing not just status, but also authority. Only by obtaining the corresponding Team Rocket watch could Sato gain the associated privileges, allowing him to redeem more items within the Team Rocket points exchange system and receive additional benefits. Compared to new recruits and support staff, higher-ranked Team Rocket grunts were officially accepted as part of Team Rocket. The biggest benefit was access to treatment in the Team Rocket medical room and a fixed monthly salary of 300 points. This is great. Now I have what I need to make Poke blocks, but first I need to move, Sato thought as he put on his new Team Rocket watch and picked up the black card from the desk. Flipping the black card over, he saw the red letters inscribed with room number 304. Clearly, this black card was his room key for the new quarters. Sato put on his new recruit uniform and neatly arranged the 3 sets of uniforms on his bed. Before leaving, he took a last look at this room, which marked the starting point of his journey as a trainer, then pushed the door open and stepped out. As soon as Sato exited his room, his striking Rocket Team recruit uniform immediately caught the attention of other recruits walking in the hallway. They all wore expressions of shock and envy. You've already captured a Pokémon? What's your starter Pokémon? A male Rocket Team recruit approached, looking dazed as he asked Sato, his eyes filled with disbelief. After the male recruit asked his question, the other Rocket Team recruits in the hallway looked at Sato with eager expressions, hoping for a satisfactory answer. Yes, as you can see, I've officially advanced to a Rocket Team grunt. As for my starter Pokémon, it's a Zubat, Sato answered candidly, without hiding anything in response to their simple questions. A Zubat, huh? Bro, my chosen Pokemon is also a Zubat. Can you tell me how you captured it? Please. My starter Pokemon is also a Zubat. Please tell me how you captured yours. Upon hearing that Sato's starter Pokemon was a Zubat, two nearby Rocket Team recruits showed expressions of delight and immediately approached him, looking at Sato with flattering faces. Unfortunately, in response to the flattery from these two men, who were obviously several years older than him, Sato's expression remained unchanged, maintaining his usual poker face. Sure, I can tell you, but what are you willing to pay for that information? Sato replied expressionlessly. As soon as he said this, the flattery on the faces of the two male recruits vanished, replaced by a hint of annoyance as they glared at Sato. However, they didn't say anything and silently stepped aside. Seeing the change in their expressions, Sato shook his head internally, choosing not to say anything and continued walking toward the stairs. Come on, we're all recruits from the same batch. We should help each other out. Please help us. At that moment, a tall and sturdy male Rocket Team recruit blocked Sato's path, looking at him with a sheepish smile. Meanwhile, some other Rocket Team recruits behind Sato skillfully surrounded him, cutting off his escape route. Among them, the two male recruits who had asked Sato for help with capturing Zubat wore sly smiles. Heh, you think just because I've recently captured a Pokemon, I'm easy to bully, huh? Don't make me say it again. Step aside. I'm your superior now, and if you dare offend me, I have the right to deal with you, Sato said, a faint cold smile appearing on his face as he observed their actions. In the next moment, Sato opened the Pokeball he had been holding, releasing the Zubat inside. A beam of white light shot up into the air from the opened Pokeball. When the light faded, Zubat flew into the air and obediently landed on Sato's right shoulder. Seeing Sato's words and watching the Zubat land so submissively on him, the recruits surrounding Sato immediately showed panic on their faces. They had long witnessed the power of Pokemon, which was not something they could match with mere human strength. The tall male Rocket Team recruit who had stepped forward was now sweating profusely. Initially, he hadn't perceived Sato as a threat due to his slender build, but when their eyes met, with Sato's chillingly calm gaze, the tall recruit suddenly felt like a clown. Seeing that the tall recruit seemed intimidated by Zubat, Sato gently patted the Pokemon on his shoulder and stepped past the recruit, who stood frozen like a sweating statue, continuing toward the stairs. Thud! The moment Sato walked past him, the recruit surprisingly knelt down before Sato. Hearing that her brother had already taken care of her previous request, Sophia's eyes lit up, and a slight smile appeared on her face as she nodded in agreement. The icy beauty's smile was a breathtaking sight, illuminating the room as if it radiated its own light. Sakata was momentarily entranced, a hint of admiration appearing in his eyes. Meanwhile, while Caesar and the others were discussing Sato, the man himself had just finished moving into his new place and stepped outside. He then noticed two male and one female Team Rocket recruit waiting outside his door. Upon seeing Sato emerge, the two male recruits positioned themselves on either side of him, while the female recruit stood with her arms crossed, looking arrogantly at him. The two male recruits presented a stark contrast, one tall and muscular, the other short and skinny, while the female recruit was quite beautiful and tall, fitting the description of a lovely young girl. Each of them had a Pokemon with them. The tall male had a Geodude the size of two basketballs beside him, the short one had a cold-eyed Ekans coiling at his feet, and the female recruit had a sleek and strong Spearow perched on her shoulder. Without saying a word, the three recruits blocked Sato's path, clearly coming with ill intent. The familiar-looking short male recruit, along with his purple snake, made Sato feel particularly uneasy. However, Sato remained calm. After all, the Team Rocket had a rule that members could not attack each other indiscriminately. If one party initiated an unreasonable attack, they would be deemed a traitor and face execution. Do you three need something? If not, please step aside, Sato said, his expression calm as he addressed them. He then released his Zubat, just in case anything unexpected happened. A flash of white light shot from the open pokeball and landed on his right shoulder. Upon noticing the strong opponents on all sides, Zubat fixed its sharp gaze on the 3 Pokémon. I didn't expect the third-place newcomer to be you little brat. Listen carefully, return the third-place reward that rightfully belongs to me, or I'll make sure you regret it in the upcoming rookie battle. And your Zubat will be nothing but food for my Ekans, the short male recruit sneered darkly. The short male Team Rocket recruit was named Rondo. He was a new recruit under the first rookie instructor, Kondo, at the underground base of the Rocket team in Pewter City, and he was the 4th recruit to successfully capture a Pokémon, following Sato. In fact, the tall male recruit and the female recruit were also under Kondo's command, named Kanjiro and Tanya respectively. They were the 2nd and 1st to successfully capture Pokémon. Notably, Tanya was the only one who successfully captured a Pokémon during the rookie meeting. Since all 3 belonged to the same rookie group and were the most outstanding members, they naturally banded together, with the exceptional Tanya taking the lead. In reality, the time gap between Kanjiro, Sato, and Rondo capturing their Pokémon was minimal. Moreover, in a sense, Rondo, being the 4th to capture a Pokémon, was more outstanding than Kanjiro and Sato because he had to capture an Ekans, which was significantly more difficult than Kanjiro's Geodude or Sato's Zubat. Because of this, Rondo had to spend a lot of time capturing the Ekans. He had initially thought he would be the 3rd to complete the rookie trials and would happily claim the 3rd-place reward, but he did not expect to be outmaneuvered by Sato. Rondo was originally a small-time gang leader in Pewter City. Being a local bully, he was very familiar with the Team Rocket in Pewter and often cooperated with them in various illegal activities. Therefore, he had some understanding of the rookie trials within Team Rocket. Rondo was also an ambitious person, deeply dissatisfied with his identity as a small-time gang leader. After careful consideration, he decided to join Team Rocket, which he saw as the most promising dark organization for his future, bringing along 3 followers willing to follow him. As a gang leader, Rondo was not lacking in intelligence. Pulling the strengths of his 3 followers, he quickly managed to capture the most difficult starter Pokémon assigned by the Rockets, an Ekans. All new recruits must enter without any Pokémon, or they will be confiscated, saying goodbye to their past. However, he found it hard to accept the fact that he was the 4th recruit to successfully capture a Pokémon. Rondo, having risen to gang leader status, was not only clever but also known for his ruthless personality and exceptional combat skills. Before joining the Rocket team, he was a trainer with a Rattata and a Beedrill. Thus, Rondo was very dissatisfied with his current ranking, particularly with missing out on the top 3 rewards, since even the 3rd-place reward was double that of the 4th. Rondo understood that points were the currency within Team Rocket. Obtaining enough points would allow him to become stronger through the organization. For this reason, he was keenly interested in any opportunity to earn points. His drive to quickly capture the Ekans was naturally motivated by the rewards for being in the top 3, as the difference in points between 3rd and 4th place was substantial. But reality was harsh. By choosing the most difficult Ekans to capture first, he ended up missing out on the lucrative rewards for the top 3 newcomers. Frustrated with his ranking, Rondo decided to provoke others in order to obtain what he believed was rightfully his. Of course, Rondo wasn't foolish. He was very much in awe of Tanya, the 1st-place recruit, who was exceptionally talented and favored by Instructor Kondo. Having witnessed her incredible ability to tame a savage Spearow, he believed he was no match for her. As such, his primary target became Kanjiro, the 2nd-place recruit. However, he was surprised to find that Kanjiro was quite powerful too. In response to Rondo's provocation, Kanjiro directly suggested a Pokémon battle to determine the outcome. The result was that Kanjiro, using his recently captured Geodude, defeated Rondo's Ekans, leaving Rondo with nothing to say but to accept his loss. Ultimately, Rondo had no choice but to focus his efforts on the 3rd-place recruit, Sato. After some investigation, he learned that the 3rd recruit had come from the weakest group of newcomers, which made Rondo very dissatisfied. After some persuasion and recruiting, Rondo successfully brought Tanya and Kanjiro along to confront Sato, the newcomer who had claimed the third-place reward. Their purpose in meeting Sato was not only to witness the newcomer who had risen from the weakest group, but also to threaten him to divide the lucrative reward he held. Now, seeing Sato and his weak initial Pokemon, Zubat, especially realizing that Sato was a weakling he had robbed of money not long ago, Rondo felt even more dissatisfied about Sato stealing the third-place reward from him. So, when Sato told them to step aside, Rondo immediately threatened him, claiming he would kill Sato's Zubat in the upcoming rookie battle. At that moment, Sato also recognized Rondo as one of the 4 thugs who had robbed him not long ago. However, Rondo had seemed more like a lookout than a direct participant in the theft, keeping his distance while being short and ordinary-looking, making Sato's impression of him quite vague. He only felt that Rondo looked somewhat familiar. Shortly after Rondo and his companions surrounded Sato, a crowd of Team Rocket members began to gather in the vicinity to watch the scene unfold. Most of these onlookers were veterans who, seeing the 4 in action, watched with great interest, eagerly anticipating who would be the first to strike. Just you? Who the fuck do you think you are? Do you really think this is a place a little trash thug like you can easily dominate? And as for your threat to kill my Zubat in the rookie battle, let me give you a warning. Don't mess with me. If you piss me off, I might just end your pathetic life, Sato said, his expression turning cold as he leaned closer to Rondo, speaking with the assurance of his threat. In the next moment, a chilling aura flashed from Sato, causing Rondo, who was already furious but trying to hold himself back, along with Kanjiro and Tanya to visibly tense up as their pupils contracted. The veterans nearby also grew a bit more serious, with many of them nodding slightly at Sato. Now empowered by his Pokemon, Sato was no longer the weakling everyone could bully. He had become a trainer. While he might still maintain his usual calm demeanor, the fighting spirit that had long been dormant within him had fully awakened. Sato was no longer willing to endure insults or make compromises. He would repay any provocation with equal force. Facing these capable new recruits, Sato felt no fear. He was confident that, given some time to develop, he would soon surpass everyone in front of him with the experience of a traverser and the help of his system. Team Rocket was merely a stepping stone for him. His stage was destined to be much larger. On the other side, Rondo's previously arrogant demeanor had faltered. Although he was indeed a gang leader and ruthless, he was still young and had not taken a life. Facing Sato's deadly warning and his eerily calm eyes, Rondo felt a hint of fear creeping into his heart. Rondo turned his head away, abandoning the attempt to maintain eye contact with Sato, and looked towards Tanya and Kanjiro for help. Unfortunately, Tanya and Kanjiro ignored Rondo's silent plea, their serious expressions focused solely on Sato. And you too, don't provoke me. I don't care who you are. If you mess with me, I'll make you regret it, Sato said, turning his attention to Kanjiro and Tanya after dealing with Rondo. With that, Sato coldly pushed past Rondo and, under the watchful eyes of the 3, swaggered down the stairs. Why aren't you two saying anything? Didn't we agree to scheme together to divide his points? You took my points, Rondo said, his face twisted with rage as he addressed Kanjiro and Tanya after Sato left. However, Tanya and Kanjiro clearly showed no fear of Rondo. Tanya shot him a disdainful glance before silently walking away with her Spearow. I'll return your points. And you better be careful. That guy just now felt a lot more dangerous than you cowardly snake, Kanjiro said expressionlessly to Rondo before leaving. The surrounding veterans, witnessing this exchange, began to disperse amidst sneers of contempt. Sato, we'll see about this. And Tanya and Kanjiro, you two dared to play me. I won't let you off either. Rondo snarled, his eyes filled with malice as he stared at the now empty staircase, his face twisted in anger. Next to him, his Iken seemed to sense the intense malice radiating from Rondo. Its cold, serpent-like eyes narrowed, and it began to coil around Rondo's thigh. After striding confidently away from Rondo and the others, Sato quickly exited the new dormitory building and headed toward the public market. Now that Sato had ranked third and become a rookie, he not only received a generous reward, but also gained access to most areas of the underground base of the rocket team in Pewter City. This meant he had all the necessary conditions to start producing Poke Blocks. The reason Sato was going to the public market was to purchase the raw materials needed for making Poke Blocks, berries. Berries are familiar items in the Pokemon world, having appeared since the second generation of Pokemon games. By the third generation, the berry system began to take shape, and it gradually matured in later games. There are many types of berries, but the ones most commonly known include Oran berries, which restore HP, Sherry berries, which cure paralysis, Chesto berries, which wake Pokemon from sleep, Pecha berries, which cure poison, Rost berries, which cure burns, Aspir berries, which cure freezing, and Persim berries, which cure confusion. In addition to these well-known berries with significant effects, there are numerous other types used in various fields by the people living in the Pokemon world. One of the most widespread uses of berries is in Pokemon food. In the current real Pokemon world, berries are extremely important items. In fact, all kinds of Pokemon food are made from various berries, making them one of the crucial pillars supporting the trainer profession. In a way, Poke Blocks are also a type of Pokemon food. However, they are quite rare in the market, mostly found in the Hoenn region, typically only of ordinary quality, and are relatively expensive, as Poke Blocks are handmade. Compared to the price of Poke Blocks, regular Pokemon food made from mixed crops is much cheaper, so most trainers choose to feed their Pokemon ordinary food, which varies in quality. Wearing his rocket uniform, Sato's journey to the public market was now much faster, as he no longer had to frequently stop and navigate around obstacles. What used to take him over 10 minutes now only took a few minutes. After his last visit, Sato entered the public market this time with a different mindset. He blended in seamlessly, like a drop of water in the ocean, attracting little attention as he successfully adapted to the environment filled with a different kind of atmosphere. This new rookie reward was like a timely rain for Sato. Although the 6 Great Balls from Team Rocket weren't very useful at the moment, the 1,200 points he received as a basic reward were incredibly generous, quickly filling his previously empty wallet. Currently, Sato had a substantial amount of points, which provided him the capital to pursue many plans he had previously imagined, but could not realize due to financial constraints. Of course, his primary goal now was to quickly produce a large quantity of high-quality Poke Blocks to lay a solid foundation for his Zubat's upcoming training. The stalls selling berries in the public market were easy to find and plentiful, so Sato didn't rush to make a purchase. Instead, he began comparing prices at several stalls. Although he had a decent amount of points, he still wanted to save his initial funds whenever possible. After a few minutes of price comparison, Sato arrived at a berry stall he considered to have the most reasonable prices. The stall owner was a female Team Rocket member. After purchasing a large quantity of raw berries, Sato took the business card and left the female vendor's stall, heading toward another berry stall. It was well known that Oran berries don't taste that great in the world of Pokemon, mainly because they have a mix of various flavors. Due to this, while Pokemon would eat these berries, they generally won't do so often. They preferred to seek out berries that suited their taste. If Sato used only Oran berries as the main ingredient for making Poke Blocks, the result would likely carry the same mixed bitter flavors, which could cause Zubat to dislike eating them. As players of the game know, Zubat's final evolution into Crobat required a high level of friendship with its trainer. With this in mind, Sato had to ensure that Zubat liked the Poke Blocks he was going to make, and it would be best if the blocks could even increase their bond. To achieve this, Sato planned to flavor the Poke Blocks to appeal to Zubat's tastes. Typically, there are 5 berries used to adjust the flavor of Poke Blocks: the spicy Tamato berry, the dry Bluck berry, the sweet Nanab berry, the bitter Wapir berry, and the sour Pinap berry. Sweet, spicy, bitter, sour, there's always a flavor that a Pokemon will enjoy. The stall Sato was heading toward was the only one in the entire public market that sold all 5 of these flavor-adjusting berries. These berries were slightly more expensive compared to the regular berries. Sato found it unfortunate that the prices at this berry stall weren't as good as the previous one, with the vendor selling them at 2 points each, just 1 point less than the price in the point exchange system. When Sato arrived at the stall, he immediately picked out one of each of the 5 flavoring berries and set them beside him. The male vendor at the stall gave Sato a casual glance, but didn't seem to mind his strange behavior. "Come on out, Zubat. Take a look at these 5 berries and see which one you like," Sato said, releasing Zubat and letting it choose its preferred berry flavor. Zubat quietly perched on Sato's right shoulder, then, following Sato's instructions, flew down to the neatly arranged line of 5 flavoring berries. Zubat sniffed each one in turn before eventually opening its mouth wide and devouring the sweet Nanab berry in a few bites. "Looks like your Pokémon likes sweet things. Nanab berries are 2 points each. If you buy 100 of them, I'll give you the one your Pokémon just ate for free, and I'll also hook you up with a discount of 20%. What do you?" Before the vendor could finish, Zubat immediately turned to the spicy Tomato berry and quickly devoured that one too. "That one doesn't count, right? If so, I'll purchase 50 of each. And don't forget the 20% discount as well," Sato said with a smile, catching the vendor a bit off guard. In the end, Sato spent 160 points to buy 50 each of the Nanab berries and Tomato berries. "You really seem to like sweet and spicy flavors, huh? Don't worry, I'll make sure to get more delicious treats like this for you in the future. All right, rest up in your Pokeball for now," Sato said as he gently patted Zubat on his right shoulder before returning it to its Pokeball. Zubat let out a contented cry as it obediently returned to the Pokeball in a flash of red light. It's worth mentioning that after Sato acquired 6 Great Balls from Team Rocket, he replaced Zubat's original Pokeball with a Great Ball, effectively moving Zubat from a modest home to a luxurious mansion. As a result, Zubat was very satisfied with its new residence, which further increased its bond with Sato. Meowth, who had almost been captured before, once mentioned that a standard Pokeball was quite comfortable, so it was needless to say how much better a higher quality ball would be. After collecting the last of the ingredients needed to make Pokeblocks, Sato promptly headed toward the area containing the berry mixer, which had been modified from the previous Pokeblock set. According to the information provided by Baron, the berry mixer was located in the Mission Hall, situated in the central area of Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City, not far from the public market. The Mission Hall, as the name suggests, was where uncompleted missions were taken and completed missions were submitted. In Team Rocket, personnel were roughly divided into 2 categories: logistical support and combat personnel. Logistical support members were permanent staff and generally had daily missions. In gaming terms, they had to complete daily tasks to earn their rest periods. Combat personnel, on the other hand, had 2 types of missions: assigned missions and freelance missions. Generally, as long as combat personnel completed their 2 mandatory assigned missions each month, they had the rest of the time as free time. During this free time, they could choose to rest or take on freelance missions for additional points. It's also important to note that the criteria for transitioning between these 2 roles were different. Logistical support members could apply to become combat personnel at any time, whereas combat personnel could only apply to switch to logistical roles if they were severely injured or had served for a certain number of years. Following the signs along the way, Sato quickly arrived at the Mission Hall of Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City. The Mission Hall wasn't very large, about the size of a basketball court, shaped in an oval. The most prominent feature was the task pillars located at the center, massive stone columns covered with a multitude of freelance mission notices. As it was nearing 2 p.m., the busiest time of day, there were very few people with free time, so the number of combat personnel in the mission hall was limited, who enjoys constantly taking risks. It's better to use their time to enhance their strength with the points they've earned. Most of them were gathered together in various task groups. These task groups moved in and out of the mission hall in an orderly fashion. Some were there to submit tasks, others to take on new ones, and some had completed one while picking up another. Their commonality was the back and forth between the task pillars and the submission counters. In addition to these groups, there were a few solitary figures who exuded a strong aura of danger, often accompanied by a small Pokémon that remained highly alert to their surroundings. Many in the task groups instinctively kept their distance from these individuals. The lone figures were indifferent to everything around them. After submitting or accepting a task, they would quickly replenish their supplies at the stations on either side of the hall and leave without leaving a trace. Maintaining his usual calm demeanor, Sato walked through the mission hall, observing the people around him and scanning for the target of his visit. Eventually, Sato found what he was looking for at the supply station on the far left side of the hall. A neglected berry mixer stood lonely in a corner, awaiting his attention. From her appearance, the female vendor looked to be around 18 years old, and her body hadn't fully matured yet, as her figure, especially her chests, didn't catch Sato's attention at all. As for her looks, she was passably attractive, but when Sato noticed her beautiful eyes, his opinion of her instantly rose several notches. She had rare purple eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Placing her firmly in the ranks of upper-tier beauties, it seemed like there were no unattractive girls in the Pokémon world. The number of berries at her stall was likely the highest among the other stalls, but the variety was much more limited. The most abundant berry was the oran berry, which made up more than half of all the berries at the stall. The remaining types were the pecha berry, which cures poison, the chesto berry, which wakes Pokémon from sleep, and the cherry berry, which cures paralysis. In Sato's memory, the point exchange rates for berries in the Rocket Team system were quite low, with the oran berry being the cheapest at just 1 point each. The other 6 berries that could cure different status conditions were also similarly priced at just 1.5 point each. If he exchanged points, he could essentially get a whole basket of berries for just 100 points. Besides, the prices at the female vendor's stall were almost half of what they were in the exchange system. The oran berries were 0.5 points each, and the other 3 berries were priced at 1 point each. Moreover, there were discounts for bulk purchases, a 10% discount for buying 100 berries, and 20% discount for 300 berries, and up to a 40% discount for larger quantities. This stall with seemingly rock-bottom prices naturally attracted many bargain-hunting customers. The business was thriving, drawing at least half the customer traffic compared to all the other berry stalls combined. Sato was genuinely pleased with the female vendor's incredibly reasonable prices. In his mind, oran berries were undoubtedly excellent Pokémon food, capable of restoring a Pokémon's health and stamina to a certain extent without any processing. In Sato's plan, the main ingredient for the Poke Blocks he would create would be oran berries. By highly concentrating the oran berries, the resulting Poke Blocks would inherit their restorative effects, and due to the high concentration and quality, the restorative effect of the oran berry Poke Blocks would certainly be enhanced. Without much hesitation, Sato decided to buy 210 oran berries, 30 pecha berries, 30 chesto berries, and 30 cherry berries. Because he was buying in bulk and purchased 300 berries, Sato also enjoyed a 20% discount, ultimately spending just 156 points for this entire batch of berries. After Sato completed the transaction with the female vendor, she quickly handed him her contact information on a business card, mentioning that she also offered delivery services as he was now her new customer. The lone berry mixer placed in the corner of the supply station was roughly the same as the one Sato remembered from the past. The only notable difference was the fee detection device attached to it. In front of the supply station was a small rest area, but it seemed like there was an issue with this particular station, so it wasn't open for use. As a result, no one was there. The number of people in the mission hall was already small, and those present were all gathered in the rest area near the other supply station, which was operating normally on the right side of the hall. With no one to disturb him, Sato felt relieved. He slowly approached the berry mixer in the corner and carefully examined it. Sato's only thought at the moment was, I hope this berry mixer operates similarly to the one in the game. To explain briefly, the berry mixer was square-shaped, with a large circular glass bowl in the center. Inside the glass bowl, there was a cross-shaped needle. At the top of the needle was a crusher. Each of the four corners of the berry mixer had a red button, and there were small doors on each of the four sides where the Poke blocks would come out. One side also had a dial to adjust the crusher's rotation speed. The operation of the berry mixer was simple. Since there were four buttons, up to four people could operate it simultaneously. The process was also straightforward, similar to the game. As the cross-shaped needle turned along with the crusher, the operator had to follow the needle's movement with their eyes. Each time the needle pointed to a red button, the operator had to press the button immediately. Typically, the needle rotated at 3 different speeds: low, medium, and high. Most ordinary people, due to average dynamic vision, could only keep up with the needle's slow speed. Based on the principle that the faster the needle spun, the better the Poke blocks produced, the slow, medium, and fast speeds corresponded to low, medium, and high-quality Poke blocks. However, this was mostly theoretical. Very few people could keep up with the needle at its highest speed, so high-quality Poke blocks were rare. The so-called high-quality Poke blocks available on the market were usually made at the medium speed. Sato placed 3 oran berries and 1 nanap berry into the glass bowl of the berry mixer. Then, he aligned his rocket team watch with the slot left on the feed detection machine. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the start button. In the next moment, the needle and crusher began to turn, but at a very slow pace. The berries inside were only slightly crushed. Seeing this, Sato immediately turned the speed dial in front of him to medium. In an instant, the needle and crusher roared to life, spinning at full speed. At this point, the needle's movement was too fast for an average person to follow, and only faint after images could be seen. By this time, Sato was fully focused, his pupils narrowed to pinpoints. With his heightened dynamic vision, the needle's fast movement appeared as slow as it had when it first started. Thanks to his excellent dynamic vision, Sato effortlessly pressed the red button whenever the needle pointed to his corner. As he calmly moved his fingers to press the button, the berries inside the glass bowl rapidly turned into a thick, cloudy liquid. As Sato increased the crusher's rotation speed to the maximum and accurately pressed the red button in sync with the cross-shaped needle, the berry mixer began to emit a unique oscillation frequency. Under this special frequency, the impurities in the murky juice were rapidly broken down. After more than 2 minutes of effort, the berry juice in the glass bowl had transformed into a clear, radiant blue liquid with a beautiful sheen. Seeing this, Sato immediately stopped his intense concentration and pressed the button to halt the needle and crusher. Now, Sato patiently waited for the berry mixer's automatic process to finish. It was currently using a powerful concentration mechanism to transform the clear, glowing blue liquid into Poke blocks. Due to the sustained mental exertion for nearly 3 minutes, Sato looked pale, as though he had just recovered from a serious illness. His mind was buzzing, overwhelmed by fatigue. I didn't expect it to be this strenuous. It seems the limit of my temporary enhanced dynamic vision is around 3 minutes, Sato thought as he closed his eyes, trying to clear his mind and ease the headache. He had named his ability to temporarily enhance his dynamic vision bullet time. In this state, Sato's reaction speed increased dramatically, but the cost was a significant drain on both his physical and mental energy. Prolonged use could even result in permanent mental damage. This time, using bullet time to create Poke blocks had pushed him to his limit. He almost fainted from the mental exhaustion. After more than a minute of mental relaxation, the discomfort in Sato's head began to subside, and his complexion returned to normal. At that moment, the blue liquid in the berry mixer's glass bowl had almost disappeared. A series of pale blue, square-shaped Poke blocks were being dispensed through the small automatic door, falling into a glass container below. These pale blue Poke blocks were exceptional in appearance, resembling flawless gems, crystal clear and radiant. Under the light, they emitted a beautiful sheen. Are these really Poke blocks? Reality is so much different from the games. I never imagined Poke blocks could be refined to this level. All my hard work was worth it, Sato thought with a smile, picking up one of the gem-like blue Poke blocks from the glass container. Without hesitation, he popped the enticing Poke block into his mouth to taste it. The next second, Sato's eyes widened in astonishment. Soon after, a look of bliss spread across his face. The Poke Block, like the finest candy, slowly melted in his mouth, and an indescribable burst of delicious flavors overwhelmed his taste buds. At the same time, a soothing, cool energy spread from his mouth to his entire body. It felt as if he were soaking in an incredibly relaxing hot bath or sipping ice-cold juice on a scorching day. The sensation filled him with comfort, and he could feel his physical and mental energy rapidly replenishing. Sato didn't indulge for long. He quickly regained his composure, then promptly used the free storage bags provided next to the berry mixer to collect the Poke Blocks from the glass container. Without leaving any trace, he swiftly left the public hall. The Poke Blocks he created this time far exceeded Sato's expectations. After tasting them, he realized that these gem-like Poke Blocks were of the highest quality, with incredibly potent effects. After consuming just a small piece of the Poke Block, he felt incredibly refreshed, with both his physical and mental energy well restored. These would be perfect for restoring the stamina and energy of Pokémon after intense training or battles, making them an excellent recovery item. Undoubtedly, the miraculous effect of this gem-like Poke Block was due to Sato extracting the maximum potential from the 3 orange berries using the berry blender. These unexpectedly high-quality Poke Blocks were incredibly valuable, and with great value comes great profit. However, Sato was very cautious and wary of such enormous profits. He understood that great profit also comes with great danger. At the moment, he was just a rookie trainer who had only recently caught his first Pokémon. He had no means to protect such a valuable resource. If others found out about the value of these Poke Blocks, it wouldn't just be his money at risk, his life would be in danger. After all, this was Team Rocket territory, a place ruled by the law of the jungle. If a weakling were to possess a big, delicious cake like this, it would surely spell disaster. That's why, as soon as Sato regained his senses, he hurriedly packed away the Poke Blocks he had just made. Fortunately, it seemed that no one was around, and no one had noticed him messing with the unremarkable berry mixer in the corner. His secret was still safe, and he remained unharmed. Until I'm sure there are no prying eyes and I have some means of self-defense, I absolutely can't make another Poke Block like that one. Otherwise, I'll be signing my own death warrant, Sato sternly reminded himself. Afterward, thanks to the energy restored from the gem-like Poke Block, Sato's stamina and mental energy returned to a good state. After looking around for a bit and ensuring that there was no one around, he quietly returned to the unassuming berry mixer and proceeded to make more Poke Blocks with a formula of 3 orange berries and 1 flavored berry. This time, however, Sato held back. Although he still set the speed to the maximum, his accuracy in hitting the red button in sync with the cross-shaped needle dropped significantly, reducing the quality. As expected, the second batch of Poke Blocks wasn't as good as the first. They weren't as clear and gem-like, but they were more in line with what Sato had originally envisioned for Poke Blocks. Still, even without producing gem-quality Poke Blocks, the second batch was of high quality. The surface was smooth and glossy, clearly indicating their superior craftsmanship. Since he didn't push himself to the limit with his bullet time ability, Sato didn't experience the near-fainting exhaustion of the first attempt. He didn't need any recovery items either. After a brief rest of 1 or 2 minutes, he was ready to make more high-quality Poke Blocks. After nearly an hour of effort, Sato completed 30 rounds of Poke Block production, using 90 orange berries, 15 Tamato berries, 15 Nanab berries, and paid 300 points for using the berry mixer. Now, after deducting the cost of purchasing the berries and using the berry blender, Sato only had 739 points left. Nevertheless, his hard work paid off handsomely. Based on his average output of about 20 Poke Blocks per round, Sato now had 19 gem-quality Poke Blocks, 400 medium-quality Poke Blocks, and 200 high-quality Poke Blocks in his possession. These Poke Blocks are enough to sustain Zubat's daily diet and training for an entire month. If the results are good, I might even try selling a small batch of high-quality Poke Blocks to make some much-needed money, Sato thought to himself as he placed the last bag of Poke Blocks into his Team Rocket-issued watch. Now, everything was ready for Zubat's training. However, after roughly calculating the number of points he had left, Sato decided to head back to the public market to see if he could find something useful for survival with the remaining points. Sato discreetly left the now somewhat empty task hall and quickly retraced his steps back to the public market. This time, Sato was looking to buy a Pokemon item from the market, a technical machine, TM, a disc containing the move, Protect. To give a brief introduction, in case someone doesn't know, Protect is a move that, except for a few Pokemon, can be learned by almost all Pokemon. Its function is simple. It creates a shield, akin to an absolute defense, that protects the user from most attacks. Moreover, this shield can be activated instantly. The downside, however, is that it can't be used continuously. If used consecutively, its success rate gradually decreases. When Sato was browsing the items available in Team Rocket's internal credit exchange system, he specifically searched for this life-saving move disc. To his delight, it was available for purchase. What surprised Sato even more was the price. He couldn't believe his eyes. Either he was mistaken, or Team Rocket had set the price wrong. The TM was incredibly cheap, requiring just 600 points to purchase it. Currently, Sato had enough credits left to afford it. Of course, he didn't want to spend all his credits, and if possible, he hoped to get this life-saving skill at a lower cost. While walking through the public market earlier to buy berries, Sato had noticed a stall selling TMs. He had deliberately stopped at the stall for a few minutes. During that brief stop, Sato discovered several valuable items, including the Protect TM. The price at the stall was just 500 points, discounted by 1/6 of the price in Team Rocket's internal system. In addition to this, Sato also spotted another TM that would be very useful for Zubat at this stage, Gust. Gust is a flying-type special attack with a base power of 40, which Zubat can learn at level 25. According to the Pokemon Encyclopedia, Zubat can inherit this move through breeding with other flying-type Pokemon. Of course, since Zubat can learn this move naturally, it can also be learned via TMs or other skill-teaching methods. Note, I believe that as long as a Pokemon can learn a move naturally, the method of learning it doesn't matter. Since Gust is a common move, its price in Team Rocket's internal system was also low, just 300 points. However, at the market stall, the price was only 200 points. Hopefully, it hasn't been sold yet. Without it, relying solely on Shadow Ball, a move that isn't even a stab, same type attack bonus, move for Zubat, is definitely not enough. Zubat's damage output is way too low, Sato thought anxiously. It was past 2 p.m. when Sato made his way back to the public market, retracing his steps. By this time, due to the shift change of the guards, the number of stalls and people in the market had noticeably increased. Following his memory, Sato arrived at the stall that sold skill discs TMs. The stall owner was a male Team Rocket squad captain, a heavy-set man with a chubby face, always wearing a somewhat insincere smile, but appearing very friendly at the moment. The variety of move discs at the stall wasn't large, about 10 or so in total, but there were plenty of each type. However, all of the TMs being sold were for fairly basic skills, like Vine Whip, Water Gun, and Ember. The most valuable and expensive TM on display was for the move Thunder, priced at 3,500 credits, which was 500 points less than the price in the internal Team Rocket points exchange system. A brief explanation: TMs in this world are used in conjunction with a device called a learning machine, self-invented in this world. You place a Pokeball into the designated slot on the learning machine and insert the desired TM, as long as the Pokemon can learn the move. And the machine uses a special process to transmit the skill information from the disc directly into the Pokemon's mind. Afterward, the Pokemon will have a basic understanding of how to use the move. In summary, TMs are a scientific breakthrough made by human researchers after thoroughly studying Pokemon moves. When used together with learning machines and Pokeballs, these scientific marvels allow Pokemon to quickly acquire new skills. However, the moves learned through TMs are far from mastery. The Pokemon only gains the rudimentary knowledge of how to perform the move. They still needs to undergo rigorous training before they can truly master the technique. Since this was the only stall selling TMs, the chubby Team Rocket captain was doing brisk business. By the time Sato arrived, the number of remaining TMs was already quite low, at least half had been sold, by Sato's estimation. Fortunately, the Protect and Gust TMs weren't very popular, or rather, many newbies couldn't afford it, and there were still plenty left. This was good news for Sato. What surprised Sato, though, was that he ran into the two Team Rocket grunts who had blocked his way earlier, Tanya and Kanjiro. Judging by their positions, Tanya in front and Kanjiro behind, and their conversation, Sato could tell that Tanya was the leader, while Kanjiro acted more like a subordinate. When Sato noticed them, Tanya and Kanjiro also spotted him. Possibly due to Sato's previous harsh attitude toward them, they both wore expressions of hostility when they looked at him. If I'm not mistaken, these two must be the ones who captured their Pokémon just before I did first and second place. Oh well, I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Who knows what the future holds? Sato thought as he watched them coldly turn their heads away. At that time, surrounded by the three of them and watched by veteran Team Rocket members, Sato had no choice but to respond with strength. In the cutthroat environment of Team Rocket, those who are seen as weak or easy to bully usually meet a terrible fate. On the contrary, showing a bit of fierceness might actually earn you respect and caution from others. After all, no one wants to mess with a madman who's not afraid of anything, and even a little respect and face must be given. Clearly, Sato had displayed a very tough side of himself in that situation, earning the fear of his enemies and the respect of the veterans. Perhaps due to Tanya's starter Pokémon being a Spearow, she chose the exact same TMs as Sato, Protect, and Gust. Note: according to Pokémon database, Spearow, like Zubat, can only learn Gust through inheritance. However, due to previous settings, Spearow can also learn Gust via TM. The transaction went smoothly for Sato, who spent 700 points to acquire the Protect and Gust TMs. This left him with only 39 points, but he had effectively used his third-place reward. After completing his transaction, Sato patiently waited. The stall had a small learning machine on site, which the chubby stall owner had prepared for all customers who purchased TMs. There was also a spacious open area next to the stall, where customers could test out their new moves in real time after using the TM. Based on the demonstration results, the chubby stall owner's stock clearly came from some special source. The quality was decent, and it was rare for a TM to fail. If a failure did occur, the owner would either let the customer choose another TM or offer a refund. Sato stood in line behind Kanjiro, who seemed to act as Tanya's bodyguard. Kanjiro spent a hefty 1,500 credits to purchase a Rock Slide TM. Note: Rock Slide is a long-range rock-type physical move with 75 base power and 90% accuracy. It involves hurling large rocks at the opponent and has a chance of causing flinching. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, it was finally Sato's turn to use the learning machine. The machine looked somewhat like a bulky DVD player, except it was heavier and had a slot for placing a Pokeball. Using the experience he had gained from watching others, Sato followed the typical steps. He placed Zubat's Pokeball in the slot on the machine, then inserted the Protect and Gust TMs one by one. Once the machine's red light turned green, it signaled that the TMs had been successfully used. Afterward, the TMs were ejected, but they were shattered into useless fragments. The stall owner quickly came over to collect the fragments, explaining that they needed to be recycled to avoid environmental pollution. When Kanjiro's Geodude successfully used Rock Slide and he left with his Pokémon, Sato stood on the now empty field. He released Zubat to demonstrate the newly learned moves. To Sato's satisfaction, both TMs had worked. Zubat successfully performed a small green energy shield for Protect and created a mini whirlwind for Gust. With Protect and Gust, Zubat's survival and attack capabilities are now somewhat secured. The next step is to undergo strict training and turn him into a key member of my team, Sato thought as he returned Zubat to its Pokeball. The public training field at Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City was massive, about the size of a standard soccer field. The wide area was almost entirely flat and open, without any training equipment or obstacles. However, there were a few low-value amenities like long public benches for resting and water dispensers that were provided for free. All the Team Rocket members who trained their Pokémon here naturally kept a safe distance from each other. They brought their own training gear to work on improving their Pokémon skills. Since the training grounds were free to use, the area was always busy, with a large number of members present at any time. In Team Rocket, it's a survival of the fittest environment. If a member's strength stagnates, they risk being replaced. Thus, every Team Rocket member, whether they want to or not, had to continually strive to grow stronger if they wished to maintain the rank and position they worked so hard to achieve. Sato arrived at the training grounds a little after 2 p.m., and as expected, the area was crowded with people training their Pokémon. Fortunately for him, there were still some spots available for him to start his own training. It seems that word had spread among the rookies after a certain Team Rocket squad leader mentioned that capturing Pokémon at the training grounds was relatively safer. As a result, Sato noticed a considerable number of new recruits trying to catch Pokémon, either through their own efforts or by paying veterans for assistance. In truth, the veterans' supervision did indeed make the process of capturing Pokémon much safer for the rookies. They at least didn't need to worry about their lives. But of course, this protection didn't come for free. Sato had no interest in how the rookies were getting ripped off by the veterans. Ignoring that headache, he made his way to an open spot in a remote corner of the training grounds, ready to begin his first ever Pokémon training session as a trainer. "Come out, Zubat." Sato pressed the button on his Pokeball, releasing Zubat. The Pokémon obediently flew to perch on his right shoulder. "Zubat, you've told me your dream is to become as strong as your father, the Golbat. From now on, follow my instructions in training. I'll do everything I can to help you get stronger. Can you do that?" Sato asked seriously, patting Zubat gently. Zubat immediately flew in front of him, nodding and chirping in agreement. "Good. Put this on. It'll help you grow even stronger." Sato smiled slightly as he took out a small weighted vest from his Team Rocket watch and strapped it onto Zubat. The vest weighed about 5 kilograms. As soon as Zubat put it on, he felt the added pressure. The increased body weight forced him to flap his wings harder and more frequently to maintain the same flying altitude. "Excellent. Now try flying around. I want you to fly one full lap around this training field at full speed and return to me." After letting Zubat fly at shoulder height for a few minutes, Sato gave him the command. Without hesitation, and now sufficiently warmed up, Zubat followed Sato's orders and started flying at full speed around the edge of the training grounds. At that moment, Sato activated the stopwatch function on his Team Rocket watch, timing how long it would take Zubat to complete one full lap of the field. According to the international standards for a football field, which measures about 100 meters in length and 64 meters width, the distance for one lap around the field is 328 meters. In the end, Zubat completed the lap while carrying the weight vest in 2 minutes and 23 seconds. This means that with the 5 kilograms weight, Zubat was able to fly approximately 2.3 meters per second, equating to about 8.2 kilometers per hour. This flying speed is considered quite low in the Pokémon world. 2.3 meters per second, or 8.2 kilometers per hour. "Good, our next goal is to gradually surpass these figures," Sato said. "Great job, Zubat. Come down and have some water." When he saw Zubat return, drenched in sweat, Sato encouraged him to land and provided a simple massage to Zubat's wings. Zubat clearly enjoyed the massage, emitting pleased sounds while drinking water, despite being unable to reach his own wings. As Sato massaged Zubat's wings, he noticed that when fully spread, they only measured about half a meter, and the main muscle groups weren't particularly developed. Zubat's abilities mostly rely on these wings. I need to find a way to help them develop better. Maybe I could feed him some calcium tablets like Nurse Joy does in the Orange Islands to aid his physical growth, Sato thought, stroking Zubat's soft wings. From Sato's perspective as a programmer, there were no shortcuts to training Pokémon. The only way forward was to understand the current data on the Pokémon and gradually improve their stats through appropriate exercises. This would lead to corresponding increases in their strength. For Zubat's training, Sato aimed to improve his stamina, and flying laps was one of the most basic stamina exercises. Unfortunately, Sato lacked proper training equipment and an ideal training environment. Otherwise, he would want to implement some more challenging flying techniques, like wind resistance training, floating hoop training, dodging exercises, etc. While Zubat flew, Sato prepared for his rest period, pouring clean water into Zubat's food dish and adding a high-quality poplock. At the same time, he took out an old notebook to record the data from Zubat's recent flight test. After Zubat drank the water mixed with the dissolved poplock, he instantly perked up, finishing the small amount of water in the bowl with delight. He then turned to Sato, looking eager for more of that delicious drink. Having consumed the refreshing water, Zubat felt his previously exhausted stamina rapidly recovering, and the slight soreness in his wings began to fade, making him feel stronger. Though it was only a little, this boost in strength excited him. If you want more to drink, you need to train hard. Trust me, sweat doesn't lie. If you're willing to work out, your strength will definitely improve. Let's rest for a few more minutes, then you need to fly another lap around the training field. This time, you must maintain at least the same speed as before. Look, I recorded your flight speed data in this notebook. If you don't exceed that number, it means you're slacking off and lazy Pokemon go hungry, Sato said with a slight smile, showing Zubat the recorded data, squinting his eyes. Seeing Sato's somewhat dangerous smile, Zubat felt a chill run down his spine and quickly nodded in agreement. After nearly an hour of intense training with the weight vest, Zubat finally completed Sato's grueling requirement of flying laps around the training field. If it hadn't been for the intermittent encouragement and poplocks provided by Sato, Zubat would have collapsed long ago. Now, Zubat lay motionless on Sato's shoulder. After flying over 10,000 meters with the 5 kilograms vest, he felt as if his wings were no longer his own, with intense muscle soreness. Zubat swore that he had flown more in these 2 hours than in the previous month combined. His trainer was truly demanding. Good job. Eat this, and you'll recover quickly, Sato said, noticing Zubat's exhausted state. He removed the weight vest and took out a high-quality poplock, offering it to Zubat. The moment Zubat saw the poplock, his drooping head perked up. He opened his mouth, revealing his fangs, and gazed hungrily at the treat. Zubat could guarantee that this square treat from his frugal trainer was the most delicious food he had ever tasted, far better than anything he ever had with his father. Once Zubat ate this, he felt incredibly refreshed, and his fatigue would dissipate quickly. As Zubat devoured the sweet and tasty poplock, a gentle wave of energy spread throughout his body. The comforting sensation made him emit pleased sounds, and the soreness in his wings became much more bearable. At this time, Sato carefully placed Zubat on the ground and began massaging his sore wings, further stimulating circulation in them. Under Sato's simple yet exceptionally soothing massage, Zubat felt incredibly relaxed, and the soreness in his wings continued to fade. Compared to humans, Pokemon had an astonishingly resilient physique. With the replenishment of energy and some external stimulation, Zubat's stamina and energy rapidly recovered. The muscle tissue in his wings absorbed the food energy and grew stronger. After about 10 minutes of massage from Sato, Zubat was able to fly normally again. Okay, this round of stamina training ends here. Let's head back for a rest. Dinner will be ready soon, Sato said with a slight smile, recalling Zubat into his Pokeball for a good rest. Although the energy in the Pokeblock was great, it was like high-calorie chocolate, it wouldn't keep him full for long. For Zubat's healthy growth, Sato needed to provide him with the necessary Pokemon food according to his natural habits, ensuring he received the other nutrients needed for his development. Sato had already decided on Zubat's daily food, fresh blood. Blood rich in nutrients was the best food for Zubat. Currently, Sato had 4 packs of blood, but he didn't plan to give Zubat any of this slightly stale blood. He decided to seek out fresh blood rich in nutrients, ultimately choosing fresh blood of animals as Zubat's food. In the Pokemon world, many ordinary animals from Earth also existed, forming an important part of the common food chain. It was now past noon, and most people in the public training area had gone to eat and rest, leaving only Sato and about 10 others still training. As Sato prepared to leave the training area with Zubat recalled, a female Team Rocket member carrying a Spearow blocked his path. This female Team Rocket member was none other than Tanya, the black-haired girl. "Is there something you need?" "I don't like having my way blocked," Sato said, his expression stern as he faced the proud-looking girl. "That poke block you just fed to your Zubat, it's a high-quality one, right?" "Sell me some," Tanya replied bluntly, seemingly ignoring Sato's cold demeanor. Tanya's background was unclear. She was a new recruit brought back by the rookie instructor, Maki, from Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City. She seemed to have an unmatched affinity for flying-type Pokémon, effortlessly capturing her starter Pokémon, Spearow, during the rookie orientation. As a result, she gained the favor of Maki and was said to have been taken under her wing for special training. In reality, Tanya hadn't received much special treatment from Maki. Everything she had, she earned through her own efforts. Since there was no need to spend extra points on a private training area, she arrived at the public training ground shortly after Sato, starting her training with her new partner, Spearow. During her training, she quickly noticed Sato and observed the entire process of his Zubat's training. She also saw how Sato provided Zubat with poke blocks whenever it looked exhausted. Tanya brought her own training supplies as well, specifically some Moo milk for Spearow. However, she noticed that within almost the same training time, Sato's Zubat was exerting itself 3 to 4 times more efficiently than her Spearow. After patiently observing, she finally figured out why. Zubat's recovery time was much shorter than Spearow's, allowing it to complete significantly more exercises in a comparable time frame. Tanya knew that Pokémon physiology was far superior to that of humans. As long as the food energy was sufficient, their stamina recovery speed was something humans could only envy, meaning she didn't have to worry about overtraining them too much. Of course, how easily Pokémon could absorb energy from food was also crucial. The easier the energy was to absorb, the faster the recovery. Zubat's ability to perform several times the amount of exercise as Spearow in nearly the same time clearly indicated an efficient training supplement. This meant that, under normal circumstances, Zubat's strength would increase much more than Spearow's. Thinking about this potential, Tanya felt anxious as the top rookie seed, and she started searching for the reason behind it. Why could Sato's Zubat achieve such impressive results in the same time frame? Just a moment ago, when Sato had revealed the poke block to Zubat, Tanya finally found her answer. She had some understanding of poke blocks. Initially, she considered them as training supplies for her Pokémon. However, when she realized she couldn't make good ones herself and that the poke blocks available for points weren't as cost-effective as Moo milk, she quickly abandoned that option. Seeing Sato take out the poke blocks and recognizing their high quality from their brightness ignited a desire within her. The astonishing amount of exercise Zubat was currently exhibiting suggested that the poke blocks Sato gave it were far superior in recovery effectiveness compared to her Moo milk. Otherwise, how could Zubat complete about 3 times more exercise than Spearow? Besides, she believed she was training Spearow much more rigorously than Sato trained Zubat. "I have to get my hands on this training supply that boosts efficiency," Tanya thought to herself, determination flashing in her eyes. To be honest, Sato had no fondness at all for this proud black-haired girl who was now in need of help. In fact, he felt a bit of annoyance. Thus, he chose to ignore her request, walking right past her. However, he was somewhat pissed when Tanya grabbed the fabric of his clothes as he passed by. "You better let go. And is this how you treat someone whose help you're asking? You really have no manners. This isn't your home where you can do as you please. Here, you're just a tiny bug that can be squashed at any moment, falling under the same category as the rest of us new recruits. Your pride means nothing here." Seeing Tanya's rude behavior, Sato's expression turned sour as he turned to glare at her, speaking with a cold tone. After saying that, he twisted her somewhat rough little hand free and continued walking. "Sorry, I realized that was rude of me. My name is Tanya. Please sell some to me." "I can pay a good price," Tanya said, her voice still somewhat cold, but it was much better and softer than before. Sato paused upon hearing her words and turned back, surprised to see the black-haired girl with a slightly flushed face. Her rapid change in attitude genuinely took him aback, especially her choice to apologize. In reality, Sato had anticipated that someone would notice the Pope locks, considering he had been flaunting them in public. However, he had no real worries. Most of the Pope blocks he had used during Zubat's training were mid-quality. He had only used high-quality Pope blocks at the start and end of the training, and he had never brought out the gem-like translucent ones that could cause trouble. Using Pope blocks to train Zubat at the public training grounds was also a way to test and promote his product, as he only had a pitiful number of points left. To his surprise, his first customer turned out to be Tanya, someone with whom he had a somewhat tense relationship. Of course, there was no substantial friction between Sato and Tanya, so in his mind, she hadn't yet risen to the level of an enemy. His only enemy at the moment was Rondo, who had robbed him of his hard-earned money not long ago. Thus, as long as a customer wasn't an enemy, Sato chose to conduct mutual LY beneficial transactions. Initially, Tanya's haughty attitude had somewhat displeased him, leading him to refuse the request, but now that she had taken the initiative to apologize, he felt much more inclined to consider it. It seems you're not as stubborn and haughty as I thought. You're right. What I just used on my Zubat was indeed a Pope lock. Look, it's much better than Moo Moo Milk, Sato said with a slight smile as he took out a mid-quality Pope lock from his Team Rocket watch and tossed it to Tanya. Tanya caught the Pope block Sato threw her and examined it in her hand. From her perspective, it indeed felt like a high-quality Pope block, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. She then sent out her very tired Spearow and handed it the Pope block to eat. In fact, mid-quality Pope blocks and high-quality Pope blocks didn't look very different, but their effects varied significantly. Through practical experience, it had been proven that a mid-quality Pope block's recovery effect was better than Moo Moo Milk, but not by much. If gem-like Pope blocks could provide 100% of the recovery effect of orange berries, high-quality Pope blocks could deliver only about 80% of the orange berries' recovery effect. Meanwhile, a mid-quality Pope blocks provided about 60 to 70% of the recovery effect of orange berries. It's worth mentioning that eating an orange berry directly yielded the least effective recovery, at most providing about 10% to 20% of its recovery effect. After consuming the mid-quality Pope block, Tanya's Spearow immediately entered a state of bliss, as if it were drunk. It even fell from Tanya's shoulder to the ground and remained in a dazed state, making comfortable cooing sounds. After a while, a lively Spearow stood up from the ground, looking at its owner, Tanya, with a face full of desire. It seems your Spearow also likes sweet things. See, I didn't lie to you. Its effects are really good, Sato said with a smile, noticing Tanya's slightly embarrassed expression. From the look of bliss on Spearow's face and its current energetic state, Tanya could easily tell that the energy cube Sato provided had a very effective recovery effect, and it restored stamina much faster than Moo Moo Milk. No wonder his Zubat recovers so quickly. It turns out he has such a powerful training supplement. This is a good thing. To get the rich rewards from the upcoming rookie battle, I must find a way to get some from him so that Spearow can become stronger during this time, Tanya thought as she gently petted her Spearow that had flown back onto her shoulder. Although Maki hadn't given her any substantial help, he had shared a lot of training content for rookies, allowing her to grasp important information that most rookies did not have. Among this important information was the Rookie Battle. The Rookie Battle was a competitive event specially prepared by Team Rocket for the new recruits who had just become official members, usually involving rookies from several cities. For instance, the rookies from the Pewter City Team Rocket, including Sato and Tanya, would traditionally compete against Cerulean City and Viridian City Team Rocket recruits. Currently, there was less than a month left until the Rookie Battle, and after completing a week-long rookie test, the rookie instructors would officially begin training the newcomers. The rookies who performed well in this Rookie Battle would gain access to rich resources. It's worth noting that many elite members of Team Rocket, and even senior members, were once among the top performers in these rookie battles. How many of these Pope blocks do you have left? I want to buy 200 of them, Tanya said after deciding on her thoughts. I won't hide it from you. Making these poke blocks isn't easy. I failed many times before successfully creating 300 of them. If I weren't nearly out of points, I wouldn't choose to sell to you. I can give you 120 at most, and the price is 4 points each, Sato replied, hesitating for a while, before gritting his teeth and reluctantly replying. Tanya didn't doubt Sato's words. She had personally tried to make poke blocks and knew that the manufacturing difficulty was indeed high, with costs being relatively significant. The price of 4 points for each block was acceptable to her, especially since even moo milk with a slightly worse recovery effect costs 5 points. Without any haggling, Tanya asked for Sato's point account number and swiftly transferred 480 points to him. Seeing that Tanya was so easy to deal with, Sato was naturally delighted. He quickly packaged the medium-quality energy cube in a preservation bag and smiled as he handed it to her. Give me your internal communication number. Once I finish using it, I'll buy more from you. I hope to purchase 300 more of this quality next time, Tanya said as she took the large bag of poke blocks from Sato and stepped back a bit, maintaining her cool expression. Well, let's see if I get lucky. Thank you for your patronage. You're my first customer. Goodbye, Sato said to Tanya before leaving without any hesitation. Sato was in a great mood. Selling 120 medium-quality poke block for 480 points that only cost him about 75 points to make, and earning a considerable profit of 405 points was undeniably a fantastic deal. Adding the 39 points I already had, my balance is back up to a decent amount of 519 points. Now I don't need to worry about points for the time being. Tanya is pretty good too. It'll take her at least a week to finish using up that batch of poke blocks, so I don't have to rush to make more, Sato thought to himself, maintaining a poker face while inwardly grinning. Not long after, Sato arrived at the public cafeteria. It was peak dinner time, and the huge cafeteria was nearly packed, with long lines forming at the free meal counters. Seeing the overwhelming crowd, Sato felt a bit helpless. After thinking for a moment, he bypassed the free meal counter and headed to the paid meal section, where there were fewer people in line. Now that I've got a steady stream of income from poke blocks, I should treat my body better. This body has been in a state of malnutrition and is still in a growth phase. I need proper nutrition, or I'll wear myself out before I can even take control of my own destiny, Sato thought as he touched his obviously skinny frame. The food at the paid counter wasn't cheap, costing at least 5 points for a meal, but the quality was definitely worth it. The meal in Sato's hands included a generous portion of high-quality rice, a large bowl of beef bone soup with several chunks of succulent, tender meat, a hefty serving of grilled steak, a berry salad as an appetizer, and a variety of freshly squeezed juices to drink. All in all, to make consumers feel like their points were well spent, the chefs at Team Rocket's cafeteria did their best to make the meals both delicious and nutritionally balanced. Quality food comes at a price. This dinner would probably cost a couple $100 poke dollars outside. It's been so long since I've had such a tasty meal, Sato thought happily as he sat alone at a table in the paid section, enjoying his lavish dinner. Having lived through hard times, Sato cherished food greatly. He ate slowly and carefully, savoring every bite, finishing everything on his plate without wasting a single crumb. He even went back for another large bowl of rice. After finishing his dinner, Sato started preparing food for his Zubat. This time, he went to the cafeteria's back area and, after spending 3 points, easily obtained a large bucket of fresh cow's blood and some discarded plastic containers from a chef. He estimated that the bucket contained at least 10 liters of blood, enough to last Zubat several days. Thanks a lot. Here are 5 points for you. Give me your contact info, I'm Sato. Next time I need more blood, I'll look for you directly, Sato said with a smile to the large, round chef in front of him. No problem, boss. I'm Bob. You go ahead and take care of your business, I'll get back to work, Bob, the chubby chef, replied cheerfully after receiving the points from Sato. Come on out, Zubat. This is your food for the next few days. Use your saliva to keep it from coagulating, Sato said as he released Zubat after Bob left, instructing it to spit into the bucket of fresh cow's blood. Zubat's saliva had an anticoagulant property, a substance that prevents blood from clotting, which allowed it to drink blood without any issues during feeding. Following Sato's command, Zubat resisted the urge to immediately start drinking the fragrant blood and began spitting saliva into the bucket. Once there was enough saliva to prevent the blood from coagulating, Zubat happily perched on the edge of the bucket, eagerly drinking the fresh blood rich in nutrients. After gulping down nearly 2 liters of blood in one go, Zubat's tiny body swelled into a plump, round blue ball. It lay on the ground, wings wrapped around its now bloated belly, looking completely satisfied and oddly adorable. At this point, Sato had finally finished washing the dozen or so plastic bottles. He used them to store the remaining cow's blood from the plastic bucket. Take a good rest in your pokeball and digest that quickly. We'll need to continue training later, Sato said. After spending a few minutes bottling the remaining blood, he washed his hands and returned the still overstuffed Zubat, who was too full to fly, back to its pokeball. Sato then returned to his dorm. After resting for more than an hour, Zubat's training resumed, this time within the dorm room. It's worth mentioning that the grunts' dorms were much more spacious than the rookies'. The room was about 40 square meters. Unlike the rookies' dorms, which had only a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, the grunts' dorms included an extra room, a living room. Of course, since Sato hadn't furnished his space yet, the 20 square meter living room was still empty. He was already planning to turn the living room into a training room. Zubat, let's skip stamina training tonight. We'll focus on skill practice. Show me the protect move you just learned, Sato said as he stood in the empty living room, instructing Zubat, whom he had just released. Zubat nodded and flew in front of Sato. He began to concentrate, using his energy and stamina to create a bright green protective shield that enveloped his entire body. At that moment, Sato pressed the timer on his wristwatch. After 3 seconds, the green shield around Zubat disappeared. The duration is 3 seconds, and the coverage area is about 0.5 meters in diameter. Shield strength is unknown, Sato observed as he stopped the timer and quickly jotted down the data in his notebook. Good, now use it again, Sato said after noting the data, instructing Zubat to perform protect once more. However, Zubat failed to execute the move again. The downside of protect immediately became apparent. It took Zubat a full 3 minutes to successfully use the move again. After this second attempt, Zubat looked visibly tired, having clearly expended a lot of energy. After using protect once, there is currently a 3-minute move cooldown, Sato thought with a frown as he looked at the timer's display. From the collected data, it was clear to Sato that Zubat's protect could only be used at critical moments and that its protective range was very limited. It would be hard to use it for full protection. Moreover, the side effect of protect was more severe than in the games. Instead of just having a reduced success rate after consecutive uses, Zubat couldn't use it again for a certain amount of time, and it required a good amount of energy to activate. The drawbacks are considerable. It takes time to charge up, and it consumes a lot of Zubat's energy, Sato thought as he reviewed the data on his watch and considered Zubat's current state of exhaustion. What is the principle behind Pokémon using different moves? This question had long puzzled Sato. After serious thought and careful observation of Pokémon, he attempted to explain it by focusing on 2 aspects, elemental energy and the Pokémon's stamina/energy. As we all know, there are currently 18 different types of Pokémon, so Sato naturally hypothesized that there are 18 distinct types of elemental energy existing in the world. He proposed that Pokémon moves are simply flexible applications of these elemental energies, akin to magic spells in a fantasy world. These moves didn't exist on their own, but were created by the Pokémon manipulating specific types of energy. The reason Pokémon can use moves of various types is because they can sense these different energies in the world around them. By expending their energy, they can perform these moves. A simple analogy is that Pokémon are like wizards, and their stamina/energy is akin to magical power. They use their energy, magical power, to manipulate the elemental energies in the world and create a variety of moves. Now, how can the proficiency of a Pokémon's moves be improved? This question became Sato's new challenge to solve. From his observations so far, Sato discovered there are no shortcuts for improving a Pokémon's proficiency with moves. The only way is through diligent repetition and practice, slowly but surely increasing their understanding of each move, like water slowly wearing away stone. If there is one effective method Sato currently has to speed up the process of improving move proficiency, it would be the poke blocks in his possession. The medium to high-quality poke blocks he held could quickly restore his Pokémon's stamina, indirectly increasing the number of moves his Pokémon could practice. In 29 minutes and 30 seconds, under Sato's instructions, Zubat managed to use Protect a total of 10 times. However, from the data collected during this training session, Sato observed that Zubat's progress was minimal. The green protective shield's range hadn't changed at all. The only noticeable improvement was that the side effect duration of the move had decreased slightly, from 3 minutes to 2 minutes and 57 seconds, a reduction of 3 seconds. During this time, Zubat's stamina had been severely depleted. After using Protect 10 times, its stamina was nearly exhausted. Seeing this, Sato had no choice but to let Zubat consume a medium-quality poke block to restore its energy. Judging by Zubat's current stamina, it could use Protect a maximum of 5 times in a single battle. And that's assuming it doesn't use any other moves. So, Protect can only be used at critical moments during a fight. Now I understand why the price for Protect is so low, Sato thought as he jotted the data into his notebook. After confirming that Zubat's interval between using Protect was about 3 minutes, Sato ended that portion of the training and moved on to other moves. He decided to have Zubat only use Protect once every 3 minutes. Once Zubat's energy had sufficiently recovered, Sato had it practice another move it had recently learned, Gust. Following Sato's command, Zubat expended stamina, drawing upon the flying-type energy in the environment, and skillfully used it to perform Gust. In no time, a small whirlwind, about 0.3 meter in diameter and less than a meter tall, appeared before Sato. As a flying-type Pokémon, Zubat clearly had a more intuitive grasp of flying-type energy, so it was much more adept at using Gust compared to the normal-type move Protect. With its relatively practiced control of flying-type energy, the miniature whirlwind grew slightly larger just before it dissipated. The miniature whirlwind created by Zubat lasted for about a minute, moving about 1 meter before Zubat lost control, and it quickly disappeared. After resting slightly for about 2 seconds, Zubat was able to use Gust again. After Zubat used Gust continuously about 20 times, its stamina was showing signs of depletion. The activation time is around 1.1 seconds, the power level is extremely low, and the maximum movement distance is 1 meters, which is the attack range. The cooldown time is 2 seconds, and the current stamina limit allows for 20 uses. It seems like some intense special training is necessary. With this level of proficiency, using this move in a real battle would be akin to sending it to its doom. Sato noted the data in his notebook, looking somewhat resigned. Of course, considering that Protect and Gust were both moves Zubat had just learned to use via TM, Sato wasn't too disappointed. Even for geniuses, instant mastery was impossible. You've done well, Zubat. From now on, your primary training task is to master Gust. In future battles, it will be an essential move, so you must practice it well. Sato put down his pen and said seriously to Zubat. Zubat, clearly aware of its poor mastery of Gust, was quite embarrassed by the barely powerful winds it produced. Hearing Sato's words, he quickly nodded, signaling that he would work hard to train. For the next part of Zubat's Protect and Gust training, Sato could only quietly observe, providing training supplements and encouragement when necessary. After watching for a while, Sato noticed a few unnecessary movements Zubat made while using these two moves. Zubat liked to violently shake his two-tail wings and tilt his head backward when performing the moves. These unnecessary movements caused slight instability in Zubat's body, forcing it to flap its wings more frequently to maintain balance. As a result, the moves lacked consistency and their duration was shortened. After identifying these problems, Sato had Zubat pause and pointed out the issues. Zubat began consciously correcting its body movements, following Sato's suggestions. With persistence and careful correction, and with the help of Sato's energy-replenishing poke blocks and solid advice, Zubat gradually increased its mastery of both moves through repeated practice. At the same time, the data in Sato's notebook steadily grew. Each time Sato noticed an improvement in Zubat's performance, he praised it, which in turn motivated Zubat even more. This mechanical style of training was undoubtedly tedious, but both Sato and Zubat possessed the determination to endure such monotony for the sake of strength, and they found enjoyment in the process. As they focused on their training, time quietly passed by. Before long, it was nearly 9 p.m., and Sato decided to end Zubat's 6-hour-long training session. During this training session, according to Sato's data, Zubat had used Protect 43 times and Gust 289 times. This session also cost Sato 12 medium-quality poke blocks. From this training, Zubat's proficiency with both moves had improved significantly, especially Gust, which was the most frequently used. Currently, Zubat's Protect move could now cover an area of 0.6 meters, the duration had increased to 3.2 seconds, and the cooldown had shortened to 2 minutes and 50 seconds. As for Gust, the activation time had decreased to 0.7 seconds, the whirlwind's diameter had increased to 0.8 meters, the height to 1.4 meters, the attack range had extended to 1.5 meters, and the power had improved to the point where it barely qualified as a small-scale whirlwind. After finishing his private training, Sato returned to his residence. Instead of immediately washing up and going to bed, he first gave Zubat, who had worked hard in the training session, a bath with warm water and a massage. He also rewarded it with a gem-quality poke block to restore its stamina. With the triple treat of a gem-quality poke block, a warm bath, and a massage, Zubat was in bliss, and all the fatigue and soreness from training vanished. Finally, Sato gave it a 1-liter bottle of cow's blood as a late-night snack. Zzzzz, Zubat chirped happily as it landed gently on Sato's shoulder after finishing the snack. Although he had only known Sato for a day, the treatment Sato provided made Zubat feel incredibly comfortable. He had never met anyone so kind to him before. Get some rest, Zubat. We have more training tomorrow morning. I still need to organize the data before I can sleep, Sato said with a smile, gently patting Zubat's head while his own hair was still wet from his shower. He then began entering the day's training data from his notebook into the computer. Zubat obediently nodded in response and then tapped the great ball on the table, turning into a beam of red light and returning to his pokeball to rest. The training equipment is still too basic. Relying only on physical training tools isn't enough, especially since Zubat is a flying-type Pokémon. It needs to improve its flying technique. Also, my data collection tools are outdated. I need something to improve my efficiency. Sato thought to himself as he quickly transferred the data from his notebook into the computer. He then placed his rocket watch in the designated slot on his computer's case and entered the Team Rocket internal points exchange system for the second time, hoping to browse the available items again and see if anything could help him train Zubat. Perhaps due to his promotion to grunt rank, Sato noticed that a new category had been added to the points exchange system. Previously, there were only 4 main categories: Pokemon items, TM discs, Pokemon, and training manuals. Now, there was a new category called internal trading. Seeing the new category, Sato immediately clicked on it. As numerous item images and brief descriptions popped up, his eyes lit up with excitement. From Sato's perspective, this new internal trading section resembled an online marketplace, though its range was limited to the Pewter City Team Rocket underground base. Despite this limitation, the items listed were numerous and often priced lower than those in the official points exchange system. However, there was a greater risk involved in these transactions. Since items sold through this marketplace could not be verified in person, their quality wasn't guaranteed, unlike the items from the points exchange, which were always new and of high quality. In short, the internal marketplace offered cheaper items than the points exchange, but since most sellers were anonymous and all sales were final, buying based solely on pictures and text descriptions carried significant risk. However, to Sato, This internal marketplace opened a new opportunity for earning points. He had high-quality poke blocks that he could sell, but due to his current circumstances, he couldn't openly sell them in public markets. The discreet nature of the internal marketplace, with its convenient selling methods, provided Sato with a safe channel to sell his poke blocks and earn points. After looking at the methods for selling items in the marketplace, Sato became even more convinced that it was a safe way to sell his poke blocks. There were two ways to sell items in the internal marketplace. The first was to open a virtual shop, similar to an online store, and sell items directly. The second was to use the commission system and get people to sell items on your behalf. The so-called commission system for sales essentially involves taking your items to a place within the Pewter City underground base called the Network Trading Center. There, staff will authenticate and approve your items before helping you sell them, while ensuring that none of your personal information is disclosed. Of course, using the commission system isn't free, it takes a percentage of your transaction profits as a fee. Interesting. This is practically a safe and harmless way to offload black market goods. With this internal network marketplace, Team Rocket allows its members to securely hand over valuable items they can't otherwise sell on the open market. Whoever came up with this internal marketplace is definitely a business genius, Sato thought after contemplating the system for a moment. It's clear that in the dog-eat-dog environment of Team Rocket, the creation of this secure trading channel would increase the efficiency of resource utilization within the organization. It also provides a good platform for people with special talents who may be too weak to display them publicly at the moment. After browsing the internal marketplace a bit longer, Sato closed the page and returned to the main page of the points exchange system. He clicked on the miscellaneous section under the Pokemon items category and began searching for what he needed. Finally, Sato found the items he had in mind: a powerful electric fan, a portable laptop, and a bottle of calcium supplements. The powerful electric fan he chose wasn't an ordinary one. This high-tech fan, custom-made by Team Rocket, could generate wind speeds from level 10 to level 12. Sato selected the fan specifically for Zubat's flight training. With it, Zubat wouldn't need to keep flying in circles for practice. The strong winds created by the fan could serve as a training partner. By flying against the powerful winds generated by the fan, Zubat would not only improve its flight capabilities, but also learn to adapt to various wind conditions. Most importantly, with this fan, Sato wouldn't need to take Zubat to the public training grounds for endurance training. They could train right in his dorm room, keeping their activities more discreet. As for the portable laptop, Sato intended to use it to collect Zubat's training data more efficiently. After glancing at the laptop's features, Sato couldn't help but marvel at how much more advanced Pokemon World's technology was compared to Earth's. This laptop not only had all the functions of a regular Earth laptop, but also had built-in features specifically for Pokemon trainers. It could automatically detect a Pokemon's body data. The most crucial part? The laptop had some defensive capabilities, so in a pinch, it could even be used as a shield. Given that Sato was an excellent programmer, he could write programs to help analyze Pokemon data in more detail, allowing him to design more precise training plans for Zubat. As for the calcium supplements, Sato wanted to experiment with the method used by Nurse Joy in the Orange Islands, where she fed calcium to a Magikarp to promote its body growth. While it's true that a Pokemon's size doesn't directly correlate to its strength, there are many benefits to a larger size. For example, larger Pokemon tend to have stronger vitality and greater strength than their smaller counterparts. Some might argue that a larger Pokemon could become slower, and that is a valid concern. However, it's not an insurmountable issue. To illustrate, consider the difference between someone who's overweight and someone who's muscular. They may have similar body sizes, but would anyone think that the overweight person could move faster than the muscular one? Besides, who said muscular people aren't fast? Moreover, these calcium supplements weren't ordinary ones. They were specially developed by Team Rocket's biotech division. According to the description, they promote a Pokemon's physical growth and also have some healing properties. Sato found the items he was looking for, but after checking the prices of the three products, his expression darkened. The calcium supplements were fine, costing 100 points per bottle of 100 tablets, which he could still afford. However, the powerful electric fan and the portable laptop posed a bigger problem. Both of these items were high-tech products developed by Team Rocket and were undoubtedly valuable. The electric fan cost 1,000 points, while the portable laptop required a hefty 2,000 points. It seems I'll have to sell some poke blocks to earn points. To quickly enhance my strength, taking a bit of risk is worthwhile, Sato thought as he looked at the laptop on the screen. As a past-life programmer, having a good computer was extremely beneficial and crucial for him. With a personal, high-quality laptop, he could better showcase his skills. A computer would be an excellent tool for collecting and analyzing data. After considering his plans for the following day, Sato closed the computer, set the alarm on his Team Rocket watch, and lay down on his bed. He quickly cleared his mind and soon drifted off to sleep. The next day at 7 a.m., the alarm on his Team Rocket watch went off right on time. Sato quickly opened his bleary eyes, turned off the alarm, and after a moment of contemplation, he opened his eyes again, feeling more alert. His first action was to release Zubat, giving it 2 bottles of blood and a high-quality poke block for breakfast. After a quick wash-up, Zubat finished its breakfast as well. Then, Sato recalled Zubat into its pokeball and left the dorm, heading straight for the cafeteria. To get his body in optimal condition as soon as possible, Sato didn't skimp on his meal. He spent 5 points on a hearty breakfast, which included a large bottle of whole milk, the most valuable item, a big bowl of nutritious wheat porridge, with free refills and several fresh fruits. Note, after deducting the 5 points spent on dinner and the 5 points spent on cow blood, Sato had 504 points remaining. Sticking to his usual eating habits, Sato took his time with the meal. While savoring each bite and thinking about the day's events, it took him nearly 30 minutes to finish the generous breakfast. Afterward, he quickly left the cafeteria and made his way to the mission hall. Typically, not many people frequented the mission hall, and early in the morning, it was even emptier. When Sato arrived, he saw just 3 Lone Rangers selecting their desired freelance missions in front of the stone pillars. His arrival only elicited a brief glance from the trio, who radiated an air of "do not approach." Seeing the nearly empty mission hall made Sato very happy. Ignoring the 3 solitary figures who seemed to radiate an unapproachable vibe, he quickly made his way to the isolated berry mixer in the corner. As with the previous night, the supply station where the berry mixer was located had yet to open, and Sato was still the only person there. After accounting for the several poke blocks he had consumed last night and the 120 medium-quality poke blocks he sold to Tanya, he had about 400 poke blocks left. Among them, the medium-quality poke blocks, which had initially been the most abundant, were now down to just 250. This time, Sato decided to sell the medium-quality poke blocks in the internal network marketplace. Therefore, he needed to replenish his stock significantly. Thanks to his experience, and since he was only making medium-quality poke blocks, this time Sato worked quickly. In under 20 minutes, he used the remaining 120 oran berries, 20 nanab berries, and 20 tamato berries, along with spending 400 points, to create 832 medium-quality poke blocks. After completing the replenishment of his poke blocks, Sato quickly left the now-empty mission hall and headed towards the internal trade center located in the southernmost area of Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City. The internal trade center had the appearance of a rectangular black box. It had only one entrance, while exits were small doors on either side. In contrast to the cold and quiet mission hall, the trade center was bustling with activity. When Sato arrived, a considerable number of Team Rocket members had gathered there, all wearing various Pokémon masks and queuing in an orderly manner. At that moment, Sato was also wearing a Pikachu mask, which had been given to him by a Team Rocket member stationed at the entrance. The member informed him that new arrivals were required to wear masks when entering the center. After about 10 minutes of waiting in line, it was finally Sato's turn. He entered a small, enclosed room where it was just him and another Team Rocket member who was also wearing a mask, similar to a bank counter setup. "Quickly place your items for sale on the table. Don't waste time," said the Team Rocket member, whose mask resembled a Jengar, as soon as Sato entered the room. Once the door closed, Sato didn't waste any time either. He immediately placed his small package of prepared poke blocks on the table, and the other party quickly took the poke blocks in hand, examining them closely. "Poke blocks, and they're of quite good quality. Did you make these? How many do you have in stock?" After a few seconds, the Jengar masked member asked Sato, his voice a bit excited. As an appraiser who had handled countless items, the member knew about poke blocks and was well aware of their production difficulty and excellent recovery effects. Although the poke blocks Sato presented weren't the best he had seen, they were still pretty impressive. "It seems you like them. Since that's the case, you're accepting my sales commission, right? I won't beat around the bush. I have more than 800 poke blocks of this quality, and I want to sell them at a price of 5 points each," Sato replied, his tone calm, without directly answering the first question. Sato wasn't surprised that the poke blocks were accepted. However, he was taken aback by the appraiser's enthusiasm. It was clear that the appraiser was very interested in the poke blocks Sato had made, which made him internally raise his guard. "My apologies for asking inappropriate questions." "Yes, sir, no problem. We accept your sales commission. Personally, I suggest you sell them at 8 points each. Poke blocks of this quality are quite rare and are excellent supplies for training Pokémon. I believe many people would be willing to pay a premium for them, and your quantity seems a bit low," the astute appraiser said, quickly calming down and speaking in a normal tone after hearing Sato's response. "No, I'd prefer to sell them at my set price. As for the quantity, I will come back to replenish them regularly," Sato nodded and replied in a flat tone. While the prospect of high profits was tempting, Sato was well aware of the significant risks involved. He knew he couldn't be too greedy, a moderate price would suffice, and the quantity had to be kept within a very good range. 800 medium-quality poke blocks would barely make a splash in the Pewter City Team Rocket market, which would make it harder for any malicious individuals to target him. Developing quietly at the beginning and making a fortune without drawing attention is the wise choice, Sato thought to himself. The two continued their conversation for about 2 minutes. After Sato provided his point account information, he left the trade center through the reserved exit without any hesitation. After completing the sale of his poke blocks through the commission system, Sato headed towards the public training ground to conduct the morning training session for his Zubat. He had already planned to use the morning and noon breaks for Zubat's stamina training, while the evening would be reserved for skill training. With only 6 days left in the rookie evaluation period, he needed to make the most of his time to ensure Zubat's strength surpassed that of the other rookies' Pokémon. He had also received news from Baron about the rookie competition scheduled for a month later. If he wanted to stand out in Team Rocket, achieving excellent results in this competition was essential. Therefore, he had to make every effort to improve Zubat's strength. In fact, after yesterday's training, Zubat had leveled up and was now a level 10 Pokémon. A few minutes later, Sato arrived at the public training ground, where several trainers were already working with their Pokémon. Among them, Sato spotted Tanya and Kanjiro, who, with his Geodude, was engaged in a sparring match with her Spearow. Since it wasn't a life-or-death situation, both were being careful and essentially practicing against each other. At the same time, Sato noticed Rondo, who had also seen him and was watching with a sneaky-looking Ekans. Finally, Sato recognized several other new recruits from the cafeteria, now in the rookie uniforms, diligently training their Pokémon. Sato then shifted his gaze, choosing an empty patch of ground near the edge, and began the morning training session with Zubat. "Come out, Zubat. Let's continue our training from yesterday. I'll keep track of the time." Sato released Zubat and instructed him to put on the 5 kilograms weighted vest. Zubat, having undergone training yesterday, understood Sato's command well. After donning the vest, he immediately flapped his wings vigorously and started flying around the entire public training ground. At that moment, Sato pressed the timer on his Team Rocket watch to record the time Zubat took to fly around the training area. Compared to the stamina training on the first day, Zubat showed clear improvement. His strong physique, combined with exercise levels far exceeding those of others, along with excellent recovery from top-notch supplies during training, all contributed to Zubat's rapid strength enhancement. While wearing the 5 kilograms weighted vest and maintaining maximum speed, Zubat returned to Sato's side after 2 minutes and 13 seconds. This time was 10 seconds shorter than the time it took Zubat the same distance yesterday. The data comparison showed that Zubat's flying speed had improved compared to yesterday's performance. Last night's training had truly been effective. Effort truly pays off. Look, Zubat, under the same conditions, your flying speed has improved quite a bit since yesterday. Keep training like this, and you'll become even stronger, Sato said with a smile, placing the recorded data from his notebook in front of Zubat. ZZZZ, Zubat chirped happily in response, flying in front of Sato. Although Zubat had no eyes and didn't understand the content written in Sato's notebook, that didn't stop him from trusting Sato, who had personally trained him the night before. After realizing that his hard work had made him stronger, Zubat was even more motivated to follow Sato's training demands. After letting out a cheerful call, Zubat flapped his wings once more, continuing to fly around the training ground. This time, perhaps due to excitement and being warmed up, he flew noticeably faster than during his first round. It seems that emotional changes can also cause fluctuations in a Pokémon's strength. I need to remember this, Sato thought as he noticed Zubat's flying speed was noticeably faster than at the beginning. He quickly pressed the timer and recorded his observation in his notebook. After 1 minute and 58 seconds, panting heavily, Zubat returned to Sato, having burst forth with incredible speed to set a new record for himself. However, it was clear that such bursts required more stamina, as Zubat was enveloped in white steam and dripping with sweat. Seeing this, Sato noted the new flight record and immediately removed the weighted vest from Zubat. He then handed Zubat a glass of purified water with a dissolved high-quality poke block for hydration and began massaging Zubat's wings to help him recover from the exertion. While Sato was massaging Zubat, unexpected visitors approached him. The leader was a gloomy-looking Rondo, followed by 3 delinquent youths who clearly didn't have good intentions. These 3 delinquents were Rondo's subordinates from Team Rocket, and from the uniforms they wore, it was evident that they had successfully completed the initial rookie test and tamed the Pokémon given to them by Team Rocket. In fact, after Rondo initially tamed Ezekins, he sought ways to help his 3 subordinates do the same. Since all 3 had chosen Geodude, relatively easy to tame Pokémon, Rondo managed to assist them in their taming efforts within just a day. Sato noticed Rondo and his group's uninvited arrival, but chose to ignore them, focusing intently on massaging Zubat without glancing their way, instantly pissing them off. "Hey, kid, are you looking for a fight?" one of Rondo's hot-headed subordinates shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Sato. After all, how dare he ignore them? His shout immediately drew the attention of other Team Rocket members training nearby. Seeing someone trying to provoke a confrontation, most of them displayed expressions of amusement. However, Sato only caught a glimpse of the Banshee subordinate out of the corner of his eye before continuing with the massage as if nothing had happened. Zubat, unlike Sato, wasn't as calm. He slightly lifted his head to scowl at the direction of person daring to shout at his trainer. In the next second, Zubat quickly slipped from Sato's hands and landed on his right shoulder, scowling fiercely at Rondo's volatile subordinate. Zubat opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and began to release a wave of ultrasonic sound. "Easy now, don't pay attention to a mad dog's barking. If he wants to bark, let him bark to his heart's content. If he dares to make a move, we'll break his legs. But until then, let's not be like him and make a scene. It's quite embarrassing," Sato said, gently stroking Zubat to stop his aggressive behavior while intentionally raising his voice. There was a strict rule against any direct conflict among members. Any violation was treated as treason. This taboo was firmly ingrained in Sato's mind, so no matter how much he was provoked, he wouldn't initiate a confrontation in public. At the same time, he had nothing to fear. In this Team Rocket base, Rondo and his 3 subordinates were just a bunch of clowns. Unless they were looking to get themselves killed or were incredibly stupid, they wouldn't dare to make a move. As Sato spoke, the nearby spectators burst into laughter, and the Rondo subordinate who had shouted at Sato turned bright red with anger upon hearing their reactions. "All right, Sato, we're not here to pick a fight. How about a Pokemon duel?" Just as the hot-headed subordinate was about to explode with rage at the laughter surrounding him, Rondo stepped in to prevent his group from acting foolishly, then arrogantly stated his purpose to Sato. "I challenge you." Rondo publicly issued a challenge to Sato, causing Sato's pupils to narrow as a serious expression crossed his face. What is the most popular activity among humans in the Pokemon world? Undoubtedly, it's the intense and thrilling Pokemon battles. For every trainer, battling is something that cannot be avoided. No matter where you are or who you are, if someone challenges you to a Pokemon battle, it's right and proper to respond. This is simply a truth known by everyone in the Pokemon world, from a 100-year-old elder to a 3-year-old child. In this world, this was a common sense. A Pokemon battle? Interesting. What format will it be? Sato said, staring at Rondo's ugly face with a blank expression. To be honest, Sato felt uneasy the moment Rondo challenged him. This was essentially an unavoidable trap. Why is it an unavoidable trap? Well, there are 2 primary reasons. First, in the predatory environment of Team Rocket, how do you think the members, like wolves, would view someone who chooses to decline a challenge? Unless the power gap between the 2 parties is too great, with the stronger side finding the challenge boring and refusing, those who choose to decline will undoubtedly be looked down upon by other Team Rocket members. In Team Rocket, those who are despised by others often face dire consequences. Second, Sato knew that Rondo was originally a trainer, and his ability to lead a group of delinquents implied that he must possess solid training skills. Sato, on the other hand, was just a rookie trainer starting out. Although Sato had rich experience playing games in his past life, he couldn't guarantee that he could outperform Rondo, who had undoubtedly experienced countless Pokemon battles. A formal Pokemon battle, no conditions attached. "Do you choose to accept my challenge, Sato?" As soon as Sato finished speaking, Rondo wore a triumphant smile and answered loudly. Rondo's intentional loudness made the nearby Team Rocket members, who were watching, realize that a Pokemon battle was about to unfold, and they all displayed expressions of interest. At the same time, Rondo's Ikons glared coldly at Sato and Zubat on his shoulder, making them both feel very uncomfortable. Sato had noticed the large purple snake beside Rondo long ago and used the system's scanning ability to analyze its data. Pokemon data. Pokemon, Ikons. Level, 15. Type, Poison. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Moves, Leer, Glare, Poison Sting, Bite, Wrap, Poison Tail, Egg Move, Rock Tomb, TM. After reviewing Rondo's Ikons data, especially seeing Rock Tomb, a rock-type move that was particularly effective against Zubat, Sato felt a slight heaviness in his heart. For clarification, Rock Tomb is a rock-type physical attack move with the effect of creating rocks to attack the enemy and restrict their movement, thereby reducing their speed. However, Sato was already in a difficult position. If he refused this battle, his future in Team Rocket would be far from pleasant, and trouble would continuously find its way to him. "No problem, I accept your challenge, but my Zubat just finished an intense flying training session, so I need a minute to prepare," Sato replied flatly after giving Rondo a deep look. "Good, straightforward. Let's meet on the battlefield later," Rondo said, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he responded. He then left with his 3 subordinates, their arrogance on full display. As Sato had just thought, Rondo was trying to bully him while he was still a rookie trainer, using external pressure to force Sato into accepting the Pokemon battle. Thinking I'm just a rookie trainer and easy to bully? You couldn't be more wrong. I'll make you regret this, Sato thought with a cold smile as he watched Rondo and the others swagger away. After some contemplation, Sato felt that his chances of winning this Pokemon battle were relatively high, for 3 reasons. First, Zubat is a flying-type Pokemon, giving it an advantage over the grounded Ekans. Additionally, it possessed the long-range moves Shadow Ball and Gust, making its kite-fighting capabilities strong. Second, there was no doubt that Ekans was a Pokemon Rondo had recently obtained. No matter how skilled he was, he wouldn't be able to fully master such a cold-blooded snake in just one day. Third, while Rondo had more experience in real Pokemon battles, Sato wasn't lacking either. With his past life experience and the help of the system, he had a significant edge in this upcoming battle. Since they were going to battle, a battlefield was necessary. The public training ground had plenty of open spaces, and it wasn't uncommon for challenges to occur there, so several standard battlefields were available. A minute later, Sato and Rondo stood at opposite corners of one of the battlefields, surrounded by a considerable number of spectators. Most of them were low-ranking members of Team Rocket, with only 1 or 2 squad leaders present. One squad leader among the onlookers even initiated a betting pool, with the stakes being the outcome of the battle between Sato and Rondo. Based on the amount bet, the current odds were 10-1 in favor of Rondo against Sato. It was clear from the odds that most people were not optimistic about Sato. In fact, while starting the betting, this squad leader briefly explained the strengths of both sides. When the gamblers heard that Sato was merely a rookie trainer and that Rondo was the leader of a gang, controlling a street in Pewter City, nearly everyone placed their bets on Rondo, with only a few daring enough to bet on Sato due to the low odds. Notably, Sato decided to place all his remaining 104 points on himself. As the two sides prepared to face off and the betting was about to close, Tanya walked up to the squad leader managing the bets and placed all her remaining 500 points on Sato. Kenjiro, who was like a bodyguard to her, thought for a moment and also placed all his remaining 200 points on Sato. Do you really have that much faith in this kid? These are our last points. If we lose, our plans will be ruined, Kenjiro said with an ugly expression on his face after the betting closed. I'm not forcing you to bet. All I can say is that guy is not to be underestimated. If you underestimate him, you'll suffer a big loss. This is too good of an opportunity to pass up, Tanya replied coldly, shooting a glare at Kenjiro. As soon as she finished speaking, the battle was announced to begin. In the next second, Sato and Rondo simultaneously threw their pokeballs into the air. The 2 pokeballs opened in midair, and 2 beams of white light shot out, landing on the ground and in the air. As the white light dissipated, Zubat in the air and Ekans on the ground immediately locked eyes, both glaring intensely at each other. The tension in the battlefield thickened instantly. The 2 Pokémon appeared simultaneously, and Ekans' Intimidate ability activated immediately. However, Zubat was only slightly affected by Ekans' Intimidation. Because of this minor impact, Zubat's attack power was inevitably lowered, and its momentum fell short compared to the cold, glaring Ekans, which was now sticking out its forked tongue. On the other side, as the battle commenced, Sato's heart raced with nervousness, but after taking a deep breath, he managed to calm himself down. It's begun. The battle has started. This is essentially a life-and-death struggle. At that moment, Sato's eyes sharpened. For him, what seemed like a simple Pokemon duel was actually a fight for survival. Since it was a life-and-death battle, he had to adopt a desperate attitude, and absolute calmness was essential. Sato's change was most evident to Zubat. It felt as if its trainer had completely transformed. Normally, Sato seemed like a gentle person, but now he felt like a calm yet fierce individual channeling inner rage. During his 2 years on the run in his past life, Sato had been forced to get involved with the underworld to evade the police. After going through some experiences, he had completely transformed from a naive and honest programmer into a cunning and resourceful fugitive. ZZZ, sensing its master's change, Zubat was invigorated and let out an excited cry, its initially suppressed momentum instantly restored. A trickster, Rondo, closely watching Sato, noticed the change in Sato after the battle began. Although he continued to act unyielding, he became gradually more cautious. Meanwhile, high-frequency ultrasonic waves began to be subtly emitted from Zubat's mouth toward the front. Before the battle began, Sato had already discussed with Zubat the strategy of making good use of its innate ability to release high-frequency ultrasonic waves freely during combat. Just imagine, if Zubat could continuously emit confusion-inducing ultrasonic waves throughout the battle, the outcome would clearly be in Zubat's favor. Of course, without deliberate training, Zubat would struggle to continuously unleash confusion-inducing high-frequency waves. For now, it could only use this ability intermittently and secretly, with its attack range being one-directional and not fully encompassing. When Zubat used this technique, the high-frequency ultrasonic waves resembled circular waves from game animations. In reality, sound waves are colorless and odorless, undetectable to the naked eye or senses. The energy contained in the ultrasonic waves caused a slight vibration in the air as they swiftly approached Ekans. If Ekans were hit by these high-frequency waves, it could not only become confused, but also take damage. After all, sound waves can transmit energy, and when sound waves are powerful enough, they can shatter objects. Since ultrasonic waves have a frequency above 20,000 Hz, and humans can only perceive sounds up to 20,000 Hz, Rondo, as a human, was completely unaware of Zubat's secret tactic. However, as a Pokémon, Ekans' hearing was far superior to that of a human. It did not miss Zubat's subtle actions. When the ultrasonic waves approached, it quickly evaded the invisible shockwave attack by moving in a strange and rapid serpentine motion, continuing to close in on Zubat. Noticing Ekans' abnormal behavior, Rondo sensed something was off and quickly mimicked the movement, stepping back a short distance. However, he couldn't match Ekans' speed, so he was still slightly affected by Zubat's ultrasonic attack from 20 meters away, resulting in a short moment of dizziness. Just useless little tricks. Ekans, jump and use bite on Zubat. Rondo's willpower was quite strong. With a slight shake of his head to clear his mind, he immediately commanded Ekans, which was now less than 5 meters away from Zubat, to attack. Hearing Rondo's command, Ekans' vertical pupils narrowed, and its purple body coiled like a spring before launching itself at Zubat with incredible speed, ready to execute a powerful bite. This movement clearly showed that Ekans had trained for countless hours. The time taken from the start to completion was less than a second. In the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Ekans was like a purple flash, pouncing toward the still reacting Zubat. Ekans' massive jaws opened wide, ready to bite down on Zubat. If Zubat were to be bitten by Ekans, it could very well find itself completely trapped in Ekans' mouth, unable to resist at all. At the same time, the terrifying intimidation brought by Ekans' lightning-fast bite, combined with its intimidate ability, caused Zubat in the air to feel a sense of fear, resulting in a moment of stiffness in its movements. Seeing Ekans execute such a swift attack, Rondo, Ekans' trainer, experienced a flicker of surprise mixed with fear. When he had captured Ekans in the cold environment, he had nearly been killed by that very same seamless strike if not for the presence of his subordinates. If Rondo wasn't mistaken, his extremely fierce Ekans had once had a favorite food, flying creatures. This attack was clearly honed specifically for hunting flying prey. Hold your ground. Use Protect. Sato, noticing Zubat was momentarily stunned by Ekans' swift pounce, immediately issued a command. The speed of Sato's voice was just a bit quicker than Ekans' actual attacking speed. With its exceptional hearing, Zubat caught Sato's call, and any fear it felt vanished in an instant. Acting on instinct, Zubat swiftly used its Protect move. In an instant, a green energy shield enveloped Zubat. As soon as the shield appeared, Ekans' bite struck it. The next second, the sound of crack, crack, crack echoed as Ekans' massive jaws bit down heavily on the green energy shield surrounding Zubat. Although Ekans' attack caused a few cracks to form, the attack was ultimately blocked by Zubat's Protect. The green energy shield lasted less than 2 seconds before it shattered, turning into fragments that fell to the ground and quickly vanished as light particles. At that moment, Zubat seized the opportunity and swiftly flew out of Ekans' biting range as Ekans' attack came up empty and it began to fall toward the ground. Seize the opportunity, Zubat. Ekans can't move in the air. Use supersonic. Seeing Zubat successfully avoid danger, Sato's eyes sparkled with determination, immediately directing Zubat. Don't panic. Use Poison Tail on Zubat. At the same time, Rondo quickly issued a command to his airborne Ekans. Under Rondo's command, Ekans' tail glimmered with a purple sheen. Utilizing the strength of its body, it twisted and prepared to unleash a poison tail on the nearby Zubat. Fortunately, Zubat was also quick. Just as Ekans' poison tail was about to strike, Zubat relied on its instinctive ability and successfully unleashed a wave of high-frequency ultrasonic sound. Due to the close range, the rapidly moving sound waves struck Ekans first. Subsequently, Ekans' poison tail followed through due to inertia, successfully hitting Zubat and sending it flying. Meanwhile, Ekans was also hit and crashed into the ground. When Ekans crashed into the ground, Zubat had just stabilized itself in the air using its strong wings, only panting slightly. After executing Protect and taking Ekans' poison tail hit while hitting it with a supersonic, Zubat's stamina had noticeably decreased. However, being a poison type, the poison tail from Ekans didn't manage to do much damage to Zubat. Meanwhile, the onlookers standing at the edge of the battlefield had shifted from an initial relaxed demeanor to one of seriousness, even looking quite grim. It was evident from the earlier battle that Rondo's commanding Ekans hadn't gained much advantage against Sato's Zubat. Rather, it seemed to have suffered a slight loss. No, it was a significant loss. Now, having been hit by Zubat's close-range supersonic, Ekans had fallen into a state of confusion. Its once cold serpent eyes were now blood-red. Regardless of how loudly Rondo shouted, Ekans was behaving as if it were facing an enemy, furiously biting and striking its head against the ground until it soon began to bleed. Damn, is this guy really a rookie trainer? Why does it feel like his command is more seasoned and solid than Rondo's? Observing Sato calmly directing Zubat to use Shadow Ball against the confused Ekans, the gamblers who had placed their bets on Rondo looked visibly distressed. One misstep leads to another. After Ekans fell into a state of confusion, Sato realized the opportunity for a counterattack had arrived. However, he remained cautious, instructing Zubat to use Shadow Ball from a distance. Due to Ekans' self-destructive state, Zubat's somewhat sluggish Shadow Balls landed successfully in succession. While their power wasn't impressive, the rapid attacks compensated for it, leaving Ekans battered from self-inflicted damage and the attacks from Shadow Ball. "Wake up, Ekans!" Rondo shouted anxiously as he saw Ekans continuously being toyed with by Zubat from afar, still in a state of self-harm. However, it was clear that Rondo and Ekans' bond was lacking. The confused Ekans completely ignored Rondo's cries and continued to thrash and slam its head into the ground like a mad creature. This Ekans is far too vicious. Otherwise, it wouldn't have turned into such a fierce monster just from a bit of confusion. Zubat can engage it in close combat, otherwise, if Ekans bites down, it would either be dead or severely injured. Rondo has ulterior motives. He wants to cripple my Zubat in this battle, Sato thought to himself, his gaze turning cold as he watched Ekans with its bloodshot eyes exuding a murderous aura. Meanwhile, Zubat obeyed Sato's command, increasing its flying height to avoid Ekans and maintaining a distance before launching another Shadow Ball attack. Due to a lack of rigorous training, Zubat's Shadow Ball was relatively weak, about the size of a large egg. However, perhaps because of its small size, Zubat could gather and release the Shadow Balls quickly, almost one per second. For example, at this moment, Zubat was unleashing Shadow Balls like a gun, hitting Ekans with a high accuracy, about 80% accuracy rate. Each time Zubat successfully hit Ekans with a Shadow Ball, the onlookers at the edge of the battlefield felt their hearts tighten. Due to the rules of the battle, which forbade interference, they could only pray for Ekans to regain its senses quickly, otherwise, their bets would be in vain. After 12 continuous and painful seconds, Ekans finally emerged from its confusion. However, it was now covered in wounds, its skin marred by numerous injuries, and blood pooling around it. Nevertheless, Ekans' willpower was incredibly strong, and its self-healing ability was remarkable. After regaining consciousness, The bleeding wounds quickly stopped and began to scab over at a visibly rapid pace, somewhat restoring Ikens to its original state. Of course, this astonishing regenerative ability came at a cost. After healing, Iken's aura weakened significantly, resembling a patient recovering from a severe sickness. From the current situation, anyone could see that Ikens was on the brink of collapse. As long as Sato continued to direct Zubat to maintain a safe distance and play keep away, Ikens was destined to lose. Damn it. This guy even taught Zubat to use Protect. If I remember correctly, this guy is just some country bumpkin who knows nothing about Pokemon and is even an undocumented person. Where did he learn about so much about Pokemon? Rondo thought darkly, seeing Ikens reduced to such a state by Zubat under Sato's command. Rondo had never expected Sato to teach Zubat a defensive skill like Protect. Because of the information disparity and his own underestimation, Rondo hadn't considered this possibility. He thought defeating Sato's Zubat would be a piece of cake, which was why he recklessly commanded Ikens to use its vicious and signature move to take Zubat out. Yes, Rondo intended to kill Sato's Zubat in this battle. After all, in a fight, unexpected events are inevitable, right? As long as Sato lost his Pokemon, he would be powerless and Rondo could manipulate him at will. But all his malicious plans were thwarted by Sato's hidden Protect move. Following that, Zubat's Supersonic left Ikens in a confused state, making the battle increasingly unfavorable for Rondo. Ikens, charge in and use Rock Tomb. Rondo had not yet accepted defeat. Originally, he had hoped to save this trick for dealing with Tanya's Spearow in the future, but given the current situation, he could only reveal Hidden Last trump card. Hearing Rondo's command, Ikens turned its cold serpent eyes toward him for a moment before twisting its body to dodge Zubat's Shadow Ball and rapidly slithered closer to Zubat. As it approached, Ikens' cold eyes glowed with a brownish light. In an instant, several small rocky fragments formed around it, composed of rock-type energy, as it closed in on Zubat. When Ikens was within 5 meters of Zubat, these small, sharp rock fragments almost transformed into arrows, shooting toward the airborne Zubat. Due to their conical shape, the rocks significantly reduced air resistance, moving almost as fast as regular arrows. Generally speaking, Rock Tomb is a move where Pokemon expend stamina, or energy, to create large rocks for attack, but in Ikens' case, this technique had taken on a slight variation. In order to strike at the fast-flying flying-type Pokemon, Ikens skillfully transformed the rocks formed from rock-type energy into smaller, but numerous rocks, letting it take their current shape. While its power was still considerably weaker than the rock-type move known as Rock Slide, it could almost be considered a weakened second-hand version of it. Note, Rock Slide is a physical long-range rock-type attack with the power, accuracy, and effect of piercing enemies with sharp rocks, making it easy to hit vital points. Whoosh, 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 a series of whistling sounds filled the air as the sharp rocks clearly had a range of over 10 meters. Several sharp stones shot straight at Zubat, completely covering a 2-meter radius around it. Quick, dodge, Zubat. Sato's expression changed as he witnessed a real version of Rock Tomb and immediately shouted at Zubat. Ultimately, his experience in the game affected his judgment. He miscalculated the attack range of Ikens' Rock Tomb, and since Zubat still had over a minute left on the cooldown for using Protect, he could only think of ordering Zubat to evade. Unfortunately, facing Ikens' somewhat unorthodox Rock Tomb, Zubat managed to dodge the first few rocks, but was hit by the subsequent ones. Bang, 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 the sharp rocks composed of rock-type energy hit Zubat and exploded like small bombs, quickly causing the wounds on Zubat's body to accumulate. Seeing Ikens' Rock Tomb in effect, Rondo immediately ordered Ikens to continue attacking Zubat with another Rock Tomb, causing expressions of surprise and anticipation to appear on the faces of most onlookers at the edge of the battlefield. Zubat, use Gust for defense. Although Zubat tried hard to evade the rocks, it was evidently difficult to avoid the numerous fast-flying rock projectiles completely. In a moment of panic and desperation, Sato had a flash of inspiration and immediately issued a command to Zubat. Upon hearing Sato's order, Zubat, which had been suffering from the attacks, instinctively unleashed Gust without a second thought. Perhaps feeling cornered or sensing Sato's anxiety and concern, Zubat's power and potential erupted, using up its remaining energy in an instant. Zzz, Zubat emitted a sharp cry, and suddenly, under its full power, a big white gust of whirlwind with a diameter of over 2 meters and a height of about 5 meters appeared before it, rotating counterclockwise toward the center. The tiny, sharp rocks that Ekans had manipulated again were swept up by the attack's powerful winds. Good job, Zubat. Now direct the wind to attack Ekans. Seeing Zubat's desperate outburst, Sato commanded timely. Zubat didn't disappoint Sato's expectations. It flapped its wings vigorously, directing the powerful gust filled with sharp rocks toward Ekans on the ground. Fuck. Ekans, dig a hole and avoid it. Rondo's expression changed dramatically as he saw Zubat's desperation, immediately instructing Ekans to burrow underground to evade the attack. However, to Rondo's despair, the ground was covered with reinforced concrete, making it impossible for Ekans to burrow its head in. After failing to dig down, Ekans attempted to avoid the attack by moving its body, only to find itself caught in the strong winds of the nearby white whirlwind, drastically slowing its movement. Ultimately, it could only watch helplessly as the white whirlwind controlled by Zubat completely enveloped it. Once Ekans was sucked into the whirlwind, the invisible blades of wind within continuously sliced at it, while the numerous sharp rocks also struck it repeatedly, causing explosions. Due to Zubat's full power gust, the duration of the white whirlwind lasted about 7 or 8 seconds. When it finally dissipated, Ekans fell heavily to the ground, its body covered in wounds. At that moment, Ekans' eyes were swirling, clearly indicating it had lost the ability to fight. The battle is over. Ekans has lost its ability to battle, and the victor of this match is Sato and his Zubat. The referee announced the battle's outcome the next second. Victory. After a fierce showdown, Zubat ultimately triumphed and claimed victory in this Pokémon battle. However, Sato felt no joy in winning this match. Although he performed well for a newcomer in his first Pokémon battle, he was still feeling frustrated because of his miscalculation of Ekans' Rock Tomb attack range, which had put Zubat in danger. As soon as the battle ended, Sato hurriedly offered an Pokeblock to Zubat, praised it a few times, and then recalled it into its Pokeball. Ignoring the gazes of others, he maintained a calm face and quickly headed toward the medical room. This isn't a turn-based battle from a game, and Pokémon aren't just data. My commands were terrible. No, my understanding of Pokémon moves are too shallow. I must deepen my knowledge in this area, Sato thought to himself as he walked, his fists involuntarily clenching slightly. Moreover, he realized that Zubat had significantly lacking in various abilities, such as dodging, reaction time, insufficient move power, and underdeveloped innate capabilities. On the other side, Rondo was paying the price for his carelessness. After losing the match, his face turned pale as he felt the malicious glares from those around him. Now that he had lost, not to mention causing a lot of members to lose their points, he was seen as an easy target among the other Team Rocket members. His original plan to take advantage of Sato had backfired and instead fell upon himself. After Sato left without even glancing at him, Rondo gritted his teeth and recalled Ekans into its Pokeball before escaping the public training ground with 3 of his underlings through another exit. Some Team Rocket members, frustrated by their gambling losses, watched Rondo and his group leave with cold eyes, and a few even followed behind them. See, didn't I tell you he'd win? This guy is stronger than you think. I have a feeling he'll be a formidable opponent in the upcoming newcomer tournament, Tanya said to Kenjiro, looking delighted as she watched Sato's departing figure, already counting the points she gained from this. As soon as she finished speaking, Tanya left with a slight smile. Thanks to her bet on Sato's victory, her 500 points had directly increased to 5,000, leaving her in a very good mood. Indeed, is this guy really a newcomer trainer? If so, he's surprisingly calm. Kenjiro nodded thoughtfully in response to her words and followed Tanya out of the public training ground. Meanwhile, in Caesar's room, Caesar and his sister Sophia sat on the sofa, watching the screen in front of them, which displayed the battle between Sato and Rondo. Sophie, what do you think of that kid named Sato? Caesar asked his younger sister with a smile as the scene of Sato commanding Zubat to defeat Ekans appeared on the screen. Nothing much. It's obvious that he's inexperienced in actual combat and his Pokémon training is lacking. His opponent is clearly much more seasoned. If it weren't for his carelessness in the beginning, not letting Ekans use Rock Tomb to attack Zubat, and Zubat's sudden outburst at the end, he wouldn't have stood much of a chance in this duel, Sophia said expressionlessly, rolling her eyes at her brother after he called her by her nickname. For Sophia, a battle-hardened Team Rocket captain, the fight between Rondo and Sato was nothing more than a pair of amateurs squabbling, with no entertainment value whatsoever. Even the weakest Pokémon in her possession could defeat both Rondo's and Sato's Pokémon in just a few seconds. That's not a fair assessment from an elite trainer toward a newcomer. I think his command in this battle was quite good. Didn't you notice? He made zero mistakes and remained completely calm throughout the fight. That's far better than some rookie who almost cried when learning about Pokémon battles, Caesar said with a slight smile, looking at Sophia with an unusual gaze. Ha ha ha, just kidding, Caesar immediately regretted saying this, as his sister shot him a murderous glare that sent chills down his spine. He quickly forced a laugh at her. After glaring at her brother for a while, Sophia turned her head away in a huff. In reality, despite her outward disdain for Sato's somewhat naive command, she was genuinely surprised by his performance. Aside from everything else, as her brother had mentioned, it was quite rare for a newcomer like Sato to command so calmly without losing his composure in his first Pokémon battle. Moreover, Sophia keenly noticed something during the entire battle. Apart from showing a slight emotional change when facing Ekans' Rock Tomb, Sato's poker face never changed much throughout, even maintaining an inscrutable calm face after his victory. Instead of looking satisfied or proud of himself, this guy is very dangerous. As long as he doesn't die young, he will definitely become a strong trainer in the future. If we can't befriend him, then we must eliminate him early. This was Sophia's true evaluation of Sato at that moment. Once the rookie training period ends, I'll leave him in your hands, Sophie. The newcomer tournament is very important for me. As long as we train him well, he'll definitely shine in the competition, Caesar said seriously to his sister after a moment. If Sophia had such an evaluation of Sato, Caesar, who was even stronger than her, felt the same way. If he weren't busy overseeing the training of dozens of recruits, he would have personally instructed Sato himself. After all, the outcome of the newcomer tournament would influence his future promotions, and he fully trusted his sister's abilities, which is why he decided to let her personally train Sato while also keeping him firmly within their camp. Through his investigation of Sato, Caesar found it easy to see that Sato was as innocent as they come, and he was also a very loyal and filial person. Such individuals were rare in general, let alone Team Rocket, so now that he had encountered one, he certainly couldn't let this opportunity slip away. I know. I'll definitely do what I promised you. You're so annoying. I'm leaving, Sophia said, pouting at her brother before picking up the Meowth beside her and leaving the room. Sigh, it's really hard to keep a girl like her around. I miss the little Sophie who used to be clingy and acted all cute with me, Caesar said with a wry smile as he watched Sophia leave. About 10 minutes after the Pokémon battle ended, Sato followed the signs and successfully arrived at the medical room located in the central area of Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City. Although Zubat had ultimately won against Ekans in a last-minute burst of strength, the battle had come at a cost. Both sides suffered heavily. Zubat was covered in wounds, especially its wings, which had several small holes in the membranes. One wing even showed signs of possible fractures. Sato couldn't help but feel a pang of anguish upon seeing Zubat in such a state. Fortunately, most of these injuries were superficial and not life-threatening. Additionally, the Pokeball had some effect in restraining the worsening of injuries. Higher-grade balls have a stronger effect, which was why he used a Great Ball, so overall, Zubat was not in any immediate danger. I'm sorry for my shallow understanding of Pokémon moves. This battle was my misjudgment. Please forgive me. I promise this is the first and last time. I will help you become a strong Pokemon, Sato thought seriously while sitting on a public bench, looking at the great ball tightly clutched in his hand. Even though they hadn't spent much time together, Sato had already come to see Zubat as his most important companion. In this world, he had no family left, so the Pokemon accompanying him were like family to him. He couldn't accept the fact that his naive mistake had led to his companion getting hurt. The medical room was crowded with people waiting for Pokemon treatment, so Sato, a low-ranking Team Rocket member, had no choice but to obediently take a number and wait in line, much like at a hospital, patiently awaiting his turn to be called. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the number on the screen finally matched the one Sato was holding. He then followed a female nurse into a room filled with the strong smell of disinfectant. Inside the room was a mature woman in a doctor's uniform and a well-developed Clefable. From her appearance, it was clear that the female doctor was from the western regions. She had fair skin, shiny long blonde hair styled in the current trend of loose curls, deep-set blue eyes, and a tall, curvaceous figure that even her somewhat oversized doctor's uniform couldn't conceal. She exuded an air of beauty, intelligence, and maturity. Beside her stood the Clefable, which was at least 2 meters tall, towering over Sato like a pink giant. Clefable wore a nurse's hat marked with an R and a specially designed nurse outfit. At that moment, Clefable seemed to be in a bad mood, frowning at Sato as soon as he entered the room. Noticing the seemingly biased attitude of the Clefable, Sato quickly accessed its data using the system's scanning feature, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. Looking back at the beautiful doctor, his eyes reflected a mix of calmness and seriousness. Clefable's data was as follows. Pokemon, Clefable. Level, 40. Type, Fairy. Ability, Magic Guard. Gender, Female. Moves, Copycat, Disarming Voice, Pound, Charm, Encore, Sing, Double Slap, Sweet Kiss, Metronome, Healing Wish, Minimize, Gravity, Cosmic Power, Moonblast, Lucky Chant, Body Slam, Heal Pulse, Egg Move, Misty Terrain, Egg Move, Wish, TM. Heal Bell, TM, Ice Beam, TM, Flamethrower, TM, Thunderbolt, TM, Dazzling Gleam, TM, Psyshock, TM. From the treatment of Clefable, Sato could tell that this well-developed Pokemon was quite powerful, which meant that the beautiful female doctor in front of him could also be a formidable trainer. At the same time, seeing that Clefable could use Heal Pulse, Wish, and Heal Bell restorative moves, Sato felt a sense of relief. The strength of this Clefable, along with its presence in the medical room, clearly indicated a significant proficiency in using Heal Pulse, making it an excellent choice to treat Zubat. Hello, Doctor. My Zubat was seriously injured in battle. Please take care of him, Sato said immediately, addressing the beautiful doctor with respect. After saying this, Sato opened the Pokeball and placed Zubat on a hospital bed in the room. The female doctor, named Fiali, was in her mid-20s, about 25. Though she appeared to be Western, she was actually a native of the Kanto region. Her parents had moved to Kanto from the region of Unova. I understand. Clefable, hurry up and get to work. First, apply some ointment for external injuries, then use Heal Pulse, Fiali said, satisfied with Sato's politeness. After examining Zubat's wounds, she instructed the somewhat displeased Clefable nearby. Having graduated from the Team Rocket Medical Academy 5 years ago, Fiali immediately recognized that Zubat's injuries were superficial and did not require intensive care. Hearing the command, Clefable shot Fiali a glare, then stuck out its tongue at Sato before walking over to the bed to assist its trainer in treating the injured Zubat. Sorry for the trouble. This one has been a bit temperamental these days. But don't worry, she takes her job as a healer very seriously, Fiali said with a sweet smile, noticing the worry on Sato's face. It's fine. I'm just grateful that she can treat Zubat, Sato replied calmly, nodding, while his gaze remained worriedly on Zubat lying on the bed. However, Sato's concern quickly faded. As Fiali had said, Clefable was indeed a competent doctor. While treating Zubat, Clefable's impatience and dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by a serious expression. It first used Sing, lulling the suffering Zubat into a peaceful sleep with its sweet melody. Next, after Fiali applied some unknown ointment to Zubat's wounds, Clefable began using Heal Pulse on it. Note: Heal Pulse is a Psychic-type status move that restores the Pokémon's HP. The boy in front of Fiali gave her a good impression, especially with his calm and somewhat weathered gaze, devoid of any ill intent. This surprised her, as her beauty often attracted the unwanted attention of some brash male Team Rocket members, whose gazes were often as predatory and lecherous as that of a lustful wolf, which she found quite bothersome. Just before Sato arrived, Fiali had been harassed by a persistent Team Rocket captain feigning illness, and Clefable had been insulted for interfering, which made her particularly unwelcoming to male Team Rocket members at that moment. Outwardly, he looks like just a 15 or 16-year-old boy, yet he possesses such depth in his gaze. What kind of experiences has he been through? I suddenly want to know, Fiali thought, intrigued as she watched Sato intently observing Clefable's treatment of Zubat. Having worked in Team Rocket's medical field for many years, Fiali had seen various types of people. She had encountered several individuals with eyes like Sato's, but those people were all, without exception, ruthless and devoid of much humanity. It was her first time meeting someone so young yet carrying such a sense of weariness. Clefable's Heal Pulse was incredibly effective. After 2 uses, Zubat's wounds were completely healed, and Zubat flew back onto Sato's right shoulder, lively and full of energy once more. Thank you so much for your help. Seeing that Zubat's injuries had fully healed, Sato felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. He immediately bowed in gratitude to Fiali and Clefable. There's no need to thank us. We just did our job. All right, you can leave now and let the next patient come in, Fiali replied with a slight smile, accepting Sato's gratitude while preparing to usher him out. CLE. Clefable. Clefable nodded in agreement and waved at Sato and Zubat, signaling them to hurry along. Understanding the hint from the 2 doctors, Sato was quite perceptive. After all, he knew there were many more patients waiting for treatment outside, and the doctors had heavy workloads every day. He nodded and turned to leave with Zubat. By the way, do you have any calcium tablets here? You know, the kind that costs 1 point each in the exchange system? I'd like to buy 2 bottles. Just as Sato was about to push the door open, he suddenly remembered the calcium tablets and casually asked Fiali, who had resumed her work. Since this was a hospital, calcium tablets were surely available. There was no need to exchange points in the system. He could just buy them directly. While waiting in line for treatment, Sato had received 1040 points from the earlier wager, plus additional 225 points from selling 50 medium-quality poke blocks. Now, with 1265 points in hand, he had enough points to buy the 2 bottles of calcium tablets without any issue. Calcium tablets? Yes, we have those. Clefable, go get 2 bottles for him, Fiali said, slightly surprised at Sato's request. She raised her perfectly groomed eyebrows and instructed Clefable. CLE. Hearing her order, Clefable looked confused, glancing back at Fiali. Don't you remember? I'll go get them myself, Fiali said, noticing Clefable's bewildered expression, and then headed into the pharmacy to retrieve the tablets. A few seconds later, Fiali emerged from the pharmacy with 2 bottles of calcium tablets. After Sato transferred the points to her designated account, she handed the tablets to him and continued to urge him to leave. When Sato confirmed that the 2 bottles looked exactly like the pictures he had seen in the points exchange system, he had no reason to doubt Fiali. After transferring the points, he took Zubat and exited the examination room. Clefable. After Sato closed the door behind him, Clefable pouted at Fiali, clearly displeased. What's the big deal? Those calcium tablets don't really do much for you anyway. They're just a little extra money for me. All right, I know. You can have the points. I'll use them to buy you your favorite spicy puffins, okay? Fiali said to her partner, trying to appease Clefable's displeasure. Upon hearing that her trainer would use the points to buy her delicious spicy puffins, Clefable finally broke into a smile and nodded in agreement. In reality, the calcium tablets Fiali had given to Sato were new-style calcium tablets developed by Team Rocket a year ago. However, due to Sato's lack of access rights, they did not appear in the points exchange system. Through testing, it has been proven that this new type of calcium tablet is much more effective than the ones available in the points exchange system and has no side effects. Fiali's Clefable grew to its current size thanks to these special calcium tablets. However, it seems that every Pokémon has some specific limit to its growth. They cannot keep growing indefinitely. After taking these special calcium tablets for about a year, Clefable's growth stopped. According to Fiali's estimation, this phenomenon of halted growth likely resulted from Clefable's body developing a resistance to the special calcium tablets. Therefore, the value of the calcium tablets Fiali gave to Sato was significantly higher than that of the ordinary calcium tablets in the points exchange system. As for why Fiali would give such special calcium tablets to Sato, the reason was simple. She took a liking to Sato and wanted to make a small investment in him. Additionally, these calcium tablets were given to her for free by her superiors, and since her only Pokémon, Clefable, no longer needed them, she figured she might as well earn a little extra. After Sato left the examination room, he stored the healed Zubat in its Pokeball and exited the medical room, then started heading toward the public market. This initial battle had a significant impact on Sato, making him aware of many of his shortcomings. Apart from needing to further enhance Zubat's stamina and proficiency in various skills, he also had to make time to improve Zubat's evasion abilities and his own understanding of Pokémon battles. Currently, the most effective way to improve Zubat's stamina was through weight training. Sato didn't need to change his training method for stamina just yet. Regarding skill training, he decided to temporarily halt the slow progress in mastering Protect and instead focus on improving Zubat's training with Shadow Ball. From the previous Pokémon battle, Sato realized that Shadow Ball had a long-range attack distance in real combat, with a range of at least 20 meters. If Zubat had a better grasp of the skill, it could have defeated the Ekans much earlier with its successive attacks. Knowing the advantages of Shadow Ball, Sato immediately shifted his training focus. While mastering Protect was indeed an effective defensive skill, its flaws were evident. It was difficult to master, and its use in intense battles was awkward, making it only suitable as a one-time survival skill. Thus, Sato believed that just getting somewhat proficient in Protect was sufficient. To quickly enhance Zubat's combat abilities in a short time, it would be better to train other more practical offensive skills, and Shadow Ball was a great option. As for training Zubat's evasion abilities, Sato had ideas about having Zubat practice avoiding various attacks. However, he currently lacked a Pokémon that could meet these requirements, so he planned to use machines as substitutes for the time being. Now, Sato had some ideas about the type of machines he would need. Since the Team Rocket underground base in Pewter City had a free public training ground, there would surely be paid training grounds where he could find the equipment needed for Zubat's evasion training. Finally, for improving his understanding of Pokémon battles, Sato thought of two methods. The first was to find opponents for practice battles, quickly enhancing his understanding through real combat. The second was to observe battles, collecting useful data to steadily improve his knowledge of Pokémon battles. Currently, Sato had two objectives for visiting the public market. The first was to see if he could find any Pokémon he needed, and the second was to check if anyone was selling DVDs that recorded numerous Pokémon battles. Sato arrived at the public market just after 10 a.m., which was the busiest time of day for the market. After spending about 20 minutes walking around all the stalls, he had made a full round of the market. Unfortunately, despite thoroughly exploring the market, Sato couldn't find what he was looking for. It wasn't surprising, though. After all, who in Team Rocket would bother to sell Pokémon battle DVDs? Moreover, the particular Pokémon he was after was extremely rare, so it made sense that it wouldn't be available in the public market. If nothing else works, I might just have to spend a hefty sum of points to buy one from the exchange system. It's a shame I can't check its potential, otherwise, spending extra points would be worth it, Sato thought with a hint of disappointment after browsing the last stall that sold Pokémon. In his training plan, Sato aimed to train Zubat to dodge attacks. Actually, this would apply to all of his Pokémon's evasion training in the future. He wanted his Pokémon to practice evasion by facing real attacks, believing this would help them understand various Pokémon moves. That way, in battle, they wouldn't be caught off guard by unfamiliar moves. From Sato's perspective, the one Pokémon that could use a wide range of moves was Mew. He remembered that Mew possessed the genes of all Pokémon, enabling it to use virtually any move. However, the problem was that Sato, as a rookie trainer, aiming to catch Mew was as unrealistic as a toad wanting to eat a swan. Even if he became more powerful in the future, capturing Mew would still be extremely difficult. Team Rocket had already expended vast resources and manpower without success. Therefore, Sato set his sights on another Pokémon, Smeargle. Thanks to its sketch move, in theory, Smeargle could learn any Pokémon's moves. But Sato wasn't entirely sure how Smeargle worked in the real world. In the games, Smeargle could only learn new moves every 10 levels, and only then could it copy another Pokémon's move through sketch. If Smeargle in the real world functioned similarly, then, based on actual theory, Smeargle could only master a maximum of 10 moves, which was far from what Sato wanted. Finally, Sato considered another Pokémon that, theoretically, could also learn a wide variety of moves. That Pokémon, as many might have already guessed, was Ditto. Ditto had the ability to transform, and in the games, it could change into any Pokémon and copy the exact moves of its target. Of course, in reality, it was unclear whether Ditto could acquire the moves of the Pokémon it transformed into. However, Sato wanted to give it a try. Even if Ditto couldn't do exactly what he hoped, its inherent value would still be immense to him. Although Ditto's base stats made its combat power quite poor, its ability to transform into countless different forms was invaluable. If used well, Ditto's transformation ability could greatly enhance a trainer's chances of survival. For instance, take the ability to disguise. If a trainer had Ditto, their ability to blend in would dramatically improve. By sticking to the trainer's face and transforming into a human mask, Ditto could alter the trainer's face. Add a change of clothes and a shift in posture, and they could become an entirely different person. Without any special skills or abilities, it would be nearly impossible for the average person to see through such a disguise. Right now, Sato was still weak, and although he had a steady stream of points coming in thanks to the poke blocks he produced, his position in the cutthroat environment of Team Rocket remained dangerous. If he could use Ditto's transformation ability to take on a different identity and handle risky tasks, it would undoubtedly increase his safety significantly. In fact, Sato didn't want to stay with Team Rocket forever, following this dark path for the rest of his life. His ultimate dream was to control his own destiny and live happily in this world, not to spend his life like a rat in the shadows. At first, Sato joined Team Rocket out of necessity, being undocumented and powerless, as he had no other way to get a good start on his dreams. If he could have joined the League through normal means, he would never have joined Team Rocket. Now, if Sato could get his hands on a Ditto early on and train it well, it would give him a significant advantage when he eventually left Team Rocket. Unfortunately, it seemed that no one in the public market had caught a Ditto. But this was to be expected. After all, wild Ditto were incredibly rare, and with their ability to transform, they could easily disguise themselves as something simple, like a small rock, making it almost impossible to find them. In short, as long as Ditto doesn't want to be seen, unless you have a special tracking method, even the best Pokémon hunters wouldn't be able to locate it in the wild. This is why so few Dittos are ever captured. However, Team Rocket, with its massive dark influence, was far beyond the capabilities of most lone Pokémon hunters. In Sato's memory, there were indeed rare Pokémon like Ditto available in the points exchange system. The problem for Sato was that Ditto came with a steep price in the system. It required 6,000 points to exchange, 1,000 more than what was needed for one of the Kanto starter Pokémon. More importantly, the Pokémon in the points exchange system were given at random. Sato's system wasn't powerful enough to bypass this process and check the Pokémon stats before the exchange, which meant that he wouldn't be able to assess Ditto's quality until after acquiring it. Based on Sato's understanding of human nature, who would be foolish enough to put a high-quality Pokemon in the points exchange system? Team Rocket, after all, was made up of ambitious individuals, and core resources like Pokemon would definitely be snatched up by the higher-ups. The ones left in the system were likely average at best. Not having enough points for Ditto and being unable to ensure its quality were the two main reasons Sato was hesitant about acquiring it. "I'll wait a bit longer on Ditto," Sato thought to himself, sitting on a public bench. "Maybe one will show up in the public market in the future. Right now, while I have a steady income from selling Poke Blocks to earn points, I'm still tight on points, and I can't put myself in danger for the sake of a small gain. I need to pace the sale of Poke Blocks. It's better to earn fewer points and ensure my safety." Just as Sato was about to leave the market, something on his way back to the exit caught his attention, a new stall he hadn't seen before. At this new stall, the vendor was carefully arranging his merchandise, which consisted of round Pokemon eggs. "Interesting, let's go take a look." Upon seeing someone selling Pokemon eggs, Sato's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over to check them out. Pokemon are very peculiar creatures. Many of them look like mammals, yet their reproduction method is oviparous, not viviparous. The eggs they lay are generally called Pokemon eggs nowadays. Unlike wild Pokemon that were already born, the Pokemon inside these eggs are like blank slates, making them much easier to tame. For ordinary people, buying Pokemon eggs is often the best way to get their first Pokemon. Because this method of acquiring Pokemon is almost completely safe and the Pokemon that hatch are naturally more loyal, the price of Pokemon eggs in the market is usually much higher than that of already born Pokemon of the same species. Moreover, newborn Pokemon are like uncut gems, highly moldable. As long as their potential isn't too poor, they typically become excellent companions or even mainstay Pokemon for trainers. Of course, Pokemon that hatch from eggs aren't without their drawbacks. The most obvious one is that they require far more resources than wild-caught Pokemon, especially during the early stages. Trainers must devote significant time and energy to care for these baby Pokemon during their infancy. Remember, this isn't like the games where you don't have to worry about anything. Baby Pokemon are not much different from human infants. They need to eat, drink, sleep, and even use the bathroom. When they're upset, they'll cry and make a fuss, just like a baby. The only difference between most baby Pokemon and human infants is that their infancy is very short. Most Pokemon outgrow their infancy in a month, a week, or even just a few hours in some cases. Although Sato had hatched Pokemon eggs many times in the games, this was his first time seeing a Pokemon egg in real life. Being the Pokemon enthusiast that he was very intrigued. The vendor selling the eggs was a low-ranking Team Rocket grunt wearing a white mask. The cold glint in his eyes, visible through the eye slits of the mask, radiated cruelty and indifference. His entire body emanated a heavy, metallic scent of blood, so much so that Sato could smell it even before he fully approached the stall. There was no doubt that this vendor was a ruthless killer whose hands were stained with blood. These Pokemon eggs were likely stolen from others. As Sato got closer to the stall, he noticed dried bloodstains and shallow cracks on some of the eggs. "A lone wolf, huh?" Sato thought as he observed the vendor, who gave off a hostile aura that clearly told others to stay away. Sato had encountered similar Team Rocket members in the mission hall before, powerful lone operatives who worked alone and operated without much oversight. Because of the vendor's intimidating demeanor, many Team Rocket members who were initially interested in the Pokemon eggs chose to back off. Only a few brave ones approached to ask about the species and prices of the eggs. However, this vendor clearly wasn't a good businessman. Instead of answering questions, he simply wrote down the species and prices of the eggs on a piece of paper. The note read, "Nido family Pokemon eggs, 500 points each." His account number for point transfers was also listed. Based on the content of the note, it was easy to tell that these Pokemon eggs had been stolen from the Nido family. The bloodstains and cracks on the eggs indicated that they had gone through a fierce battle. After reading the note, most of the crowd around the stall dispersed. Many of those leaving cast looks of contempt or disgust at the vendor, viewing him as a greedy swindler. Just Nidoran and Nidorina eggs, and he's charging so much for them? This guy's really heartless, Sato thought with a sneer as he saw the prices on the note. From what he knew of the points exchange system, Nidoran and Nidorina could be exchanged for 300 points. Even their eggs should be worth no more than 400 points. Besides, these species were abundant in the nearby MT Moon, making them quite common. This naturally caused their market price to drop significantly. Although the final evolutions of these two Pokémon, Nidoking and Nidoqueen, were quite powerful, they had one massive flaw. They required the extremely rare Moonstone to evolve. In Team Rocket's internal points exchange system, the Moonstone cost a whopping 10,000 points. On the outside market, its price started at 1 million Poké-Dollars, and even then, it was almost impossible to find one for sale. Note: in the real Pokémon world, evolution stones are extremely rare. Although there are specific locations where they are found, these areas are usually occupied by certain Pokémon species, making them difficult to obtain. For example, MT Moon, where moonstones are produced, is inhabited by several large Nido family groups since the moonstone is crucial for their final evolution, and they control the production sites. Due to all these factors, the Team Rocket members in the Pewter City underground base generally aren't interested in Nidoran and Nidorina. This is evident from the fact that none of the 6 starter Pokémon offered to new recruits at the Pewter City base include Nidoran or Nidorina. In short, it's because raising these Pokémon requires far more resources than the other 6, making them unsuitable for beginners. The vendor didn't care at all when most of the crowd around his stall disappeared. He remained seated on his small stool with his eyes closed, completely ignoring anyone who tried to haggle with him. If he got annoyed, he would give them a cold, icy stare that quickly drove them away. As a result, there were soon even fewer people around his stall, and in a short while, Sato was the only one left standing there. Is this guy really trying to do business? This is the first time I've seen a seller chase customers away. Sato shook his head internally at the vendor's rude behavior. Clearly, he wasn't popular with the ladies at all, which was probably why he was so pissed all the time. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he decided to try using his internal system to scan the Pokémon eggs in front of him to see if it could detect anything about the Pokémon inside. A faint blue glow flashed in Sato's eyes, and a moment later, a hint of joy appeared on his face. It worked. His system was indeed able to scan the Pokémon inside the eggs, displaying information exactly like it did for already hatched Pokémon. Moreover, during this scan, Sato unexpectedly discovered something exciting. Among the dozen or so Nido eggs in front of him, one of the Nidoran had a hidden ability. Based on the inherited moves displayed in the system, this Nidoran had quite impressive potential. Its parents seemed extraordinary. The details for this Nidoran were as follows. Pokémon, Nidoran. Level 1. Type, Poison. Ability, Hustle, Hidden ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Leer, Peck, Amnesia, Egg Move, Confusion, Egg Move, Disable, Egg Move. Not only does it have a hidden ability, but it's inherited 3 egg moves as well. Bloody hell, is today my lucky day? Sato's heart raced as he looked at the Nidoran egg sitting on the far left of the stall. Note: the Hustle ability boosts physical attack power by 1.5 times, but lowers the accuracy of physical moves by 20%. Special and status moves are unaffected. The attack power boost refers specifically to physical attack. After confirming several times that he hadn't made a mistake, Sato wasted no time. He immediately transferred 500 points to the vendor. After the vendor nodded to confirm the points had been received, Sato picked up the Nidoran egg with the hidden ability and took it with him. Pokémon abilities are generally classified into 2 types, standard abilities and hidden abilities. For the most part, the vast majority of Pokémon have standard abilities, while only a few possess hidden abilities. Of course, hidden abilities aren't always superior to standard ones. The advantage of Pokémon with hidden abilities is that they can easily mislead opponents. Hidden ability Pokémon are so rare, and the number of people who even know about them is limited, that opponents are often caught off guard, leading to a disadvantageous situation. It's important to remember that in battles, every factor can become a critical weapon, and abilities are a crucial part of Pokémon combat. If a trainer can't identify the ability of their opponent's Pokémon, their journey as a trainer will likely be a short one. As a devoted Pokémon fan, Sato was naturally well-versed in the mechanics of hidden abilities. In fact, he believed that many hidden abilities were quite powerful. For example, consider the hidden abilities of some starter Pokémon: Charmander's Solar Power, Totodile's Sheer Force, Torchique's Speed Boost, and Snivy's Contrary. Note: Solar Power boosts special attack by 1.5x in sunny weather, but causes the Pokémon to lose 1/8 of its HP each turn. Note: Sheer Force boosts the power of moves with additional effects by 30%, but removes those effects. Note: Speed Boost increases the Pokémon's speed by 1 stage at the end of each turn. Note: Contrary causes stat changes to have the opposite effect. Stat decreases become increases, and vice versa. As for Nidoran having the Hustle ability, Sato was also well aware of its effect. This ability increases physical attack power by 1.5x, but reduces the accuracy of physical moves by 20%. Sato considered Hustle to be more advantageous than disadvantageous. The 1.5x boost to physical attack meant that the power of Nidoran's physical moves would skyrocket, greatly enhancing its damage potential. As for the downside of lowered accuracy, Sato believed it could be easily mitigated by pairing it with a specific move, Hone Claws. Conveniently, Nidoran can learn this move via a technical machine, TM. Note: Nidoran could learn Hone Claws in Generations 4, V, and 6, but the move was removed in Generation 7. However, I believe that moves shouldn't be restricted by generations in a novel where the world is real. So, in this reality, Nidoran can learn any move it was able to learn in any generation. Please don't be upset by this. Note: Hone Claws is a Dark-type status move that increases the user's attack and accuracy by 1 stage each. By pairing Hone Claws with Hustle, not only would Nidoran's accuracy issue be solved, but its physical attack power would be boosted even further, making it a win-win situation. Moreover, Sato knew that Nidoran's final evolution, Nidoking, had Sheer Force as its hidden ability. As mentioned earlier, Sheer Force is incredibly strong. Although it removes the additional effects of moves, it boosts their power by 30%. Clearly, this ability offers more benefits than drawbacks. After all, additional effects only activate occasionally, and Sheer Force simply removes that chance in exchange for a consistent increase in move power. Sato knew Nidoking very well. Ever since playing the games, he had a deep fondness for this Pokémon. The reason was simple. Not only does Nidoking have decent base stats that are well distributed, but it can also learn a wide variety of moves. Among all Pokémon, the Nido family is exceptional in the number of moves they can learn, especially Nidoking and Nidoqueen in their final evolutions. These two can learn a vast array of moves, giving them incredibly broad offensive coverage. What's more, many of the moves Nidoking can learn come with additional effects. For example, powerful moves like Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Flamethrower, Thunder, Blizzard, and Fire Blast, all of which have additional effects, are within Nidoking's move pool. When paired with its Sheer Force ability, the power of these moves gets boosted to another level. It's fair to say that a Nidoking with Sheer Force has all the qualifications to be a trainer's main Pokémon. Its broad offensive coverage, combined with the power boost from Sheer Force, makes Nidoking a highly reliable ace in any trainer's team. Additionally, Sheer Force becomes even more overpowered when combined with the Life Orb item, as this combination can remove the Life Orb's drawback under certain conditions. Note: Life Orb is an item that increases the power of a Pokémon's moves by 30%, but causes the Pokémon to lose 10% of its HP each time it lands a hit. Pokémon with the Magic Guard ability ignore the recoil damage, and those with Sheer Force can also nullify the recoil when using moves with additional effects. In other words, if a Nidoking with Sheer Force uses the Life Orb, any move with additional effects would gain a 60% power boost while ignoring the Life Orb's recoil damage. For example, Nidoking's Thunderbolt, which normally has a base power of 90, would be boosted to 144 when combined with Sheer Force and the Life Orb. One can only imagine how terrifying it would be when Nidoking uses Thunderbolt in battle. After all, most Pokémon only receive a 1.5x boost when using moves of their own type. Sato held the hidden ability Nidoran Egg tightly in his hands. To him, this egg felt like the greatest gift from the heavens, and it would be the key to his rise as a powerful trainer. Of course, this opportunity was only possible due to several factors working in his favor: the help of his system, the perfect concealment of the egg's exceptional potential, and the seller's greed. Without all these conditions lining up, Sato wouldn't have been able to acquire this hidden treasure. This was a once-in-a-lifetime stroke of luck, and had any one factor been different, the outcome would likely have been much less fortunate. After leaving the public market, Sato quickened his pace. In just 2 minutes, he had returned to his dorm room. I really struck gold this time. Thank goodness I have the system, and that this Nidoran is still just an egg. Otherwise, a newbie trainer like me would never have been able to get my hands on such a rare find, Sato thought excitedly as he sat on his bed, gazing at the Nidoran egg in his hands like it was a priceless treasure. As a Pokémon enthusiast, Sato fully understood the value of a Nidoking with sheer force. Without a doubt, the Nidoran egg he now held would one day become one of his ace Pokémon. After calming his excitement, Sato immediately grabbed a clean, damp towel to carefully wipe down the egg, and then began preparing everything he needed to hatch it. At 11:30 a.m., Sato was busy attaching a hatching device to the Pokémon egg. He had spent 200 points from the points exchange system to purchase this incubator. According to the item description in the system, this incubator, which resembled a glass jar, was called a super incubator, and it had the ability to accelerate the hatching process of Pokémon eggs. After carefully placing the Pokémon egg inside the incubator and sealing the lid, the mechanical equipment on the incubator automatically detected the presence of the egg and began to operate. In an instant, a soft light shone from under the lid, and some moisture appeared inside. The temperature inside the incubator stabilized at an optimal level for the egg to hatch. It seems to be working well. The quality of Team Rocket's products is really impressive, Sato remarked as he observed the small screen on the lid displaying the egg's heart rate. He could clearly see that the egg's life signs were stable, indicating that it was hatching healthily inside the incubator. Afterward, Sato prepared Zubat's lunch. Since Zubat had only recently recovered from its injuries, its appetite for food was enormous. It devoured the remaining 5 liters of cow's blood Sato had in storage in one go. Moreover, Zubat seemed to digest the food much faster than usual. Even after consuming 5 liters, its belly only swelled slightly, and it still looked unsatisfied. To help, Sato gave it 2 calcium tablets he had bought from Dr. Fiali earlier that day. Once he finished with Zubat's lunch, Sato headed to the cafeteria, where he spent 10 points on a hearty meal for himself and purchased 20 liters of fresh blood. After resting for nearly 2 hours, he then brought Zubat and the Pokémon egg to the training grounds. During his time resting in the dorm, Sato noticed that the Pokeblocks sold through his commission system had generated another 200 sales. After deducting the expenses for the calcium tablets, Pokémon egg, incubator, and food, he still had 1,255 points remaining. Since he had a decent amount of points left and didn't want to attract too much attention due to the secrecy surrounding the Pokeblocks and Pokémon egg, Sato chose to train in the paid training grounds this time. The paid training grounds were far superior to the public ones. The entire area was larger than the public grounds, but instead of being a vast, empty concrete space, it had numerous interconnected walls, creating individual rooms. It resembled a square tower with crossbeams separating the rooms. Note: a standard soccer field is approximately 6,400 square meters, 100 meters long, and 64 meters wide, as mentioned earlier. The paid training grounds were divided into 6 floors. The first 3 floors were for low-tier training, with each floor containing 50 individual training rooms. Each room was around 120 square meters in size, providing plenty of space and some basic training equipment. The fourth and fifth floors were mid-tier training grounds, with 20 individual rooms per floor, open only to rocket squad leaders and higher-ranking members. Each of these rooms was about 300 square meters and equipped with much better training devices than the low-tier rooms. Finally, the sixth floor housed 10 high-tier training rooms, reserved for Rocket's elite members. These rooms featured top-tier training equipment and personal assistants to help with the training. Since Sato was only a low-ranking grunt, he could only rent the low-tier training rooms. The rental fee wasn't cheap either, costing 5 points per hour. After considering it, Sato decided to spend 15 points to rent one of the low-tier rooms for 3 hours. According to his training schedule, the afternoon session focused primarily on endurance training. To be honest, Sato felt that the 15 points he spent were well worth it. Even though it was a low-tier training room, it had nearly all the equipment Zubat needed for endurance training, skill training, evasion training, and flight training. For example, the powerful electric fan that Sato had considered buying was available here. It could generate strong winds, allowing Zubat to engage in endurance and upwind flight training. For instance, Sato had envisioned a machine for Zubat to practice evasion training, and here there was an air projectile evasion training room. This training room featured 10 launchers that could simultaneously fire high-speed air projectiles from different angles. Additionally, for Zubat's flying technique training, there were numerous hanging rings suspended from the ceiling of the training ground. These rings were movable and adjustable in height, allowing them to create various flight paths that could accommodate Zubat's different levels of flying training. "Come out, Zubat. Let's start training," Sato said, a satisfied smile appearing on his face as he surveyed the various training equipment in the room. After placing the Pokemon egg on a secure rack, he released Zubat from its Pokeball. Having had a hearty meal and over 2 hours of rest, Zubat, with its strong physique, looked revitalized and even more spirited after experiencing a victorious battle. As soon as Zubat emerged, it let out a few cheerful calls before landing on Sato's shoulder. "Zubat, this endurance training is different from this morning. This time, you will be facing strong winds," Sato told Zubat as they walked to the glass corridor housing the powerful electric fan. This powerful fan looked similar to an ordinary standing fan, but its size was at least 5 or 6 times larger, with one of its blades measuring 2 meters in length. Currently, the powerful fan was positioned at the end of a long glass corridor, and its motor was very powerful, capable of generating wind up to level 8, previously level 10, but that was deemed too exaggerated and reduced. Level 8 wind is strong enough to blow a person away or uproot a large tree. To prevent strong winds from causing harm during training, a specially constructed tempered glass corridor had been built, measuring over 30 meters long. This winding corridor stood tall in the training ground. With this glass corridor, not only could the strong winds be contained, but it also helped concentrate the wind's force. Additionally, a layer of high-quality sponge mats was laid on the floor of the glass corridor, ensuring that even if a Pokemon training inside could not withstand the strong winds, it wouldn't suffer significant injuries. After giving Zubat a brief overview of the training content, Sato exited the glass corridor and closed the seamless glass door. He then picked up the remote control for the powerful fan placed by the door. He started with level 1 wind, then progressed to level 2, followed by level 3. As the wind speed increased step by step, once it reached level 6, Zubat, who had initially been managing well, began to struggle significantly. It flapped its wings desperately against the level 6 wind, trying to maintain its flying posture. Note: level 6 wind has a speed of 10.8 to 13.8 meters per second, enough to cause difficulty in holding an umbrella and shaking large tree branches. The powerful wind howled past, and the sound created by the friction of the wind against the air, whoosh, whoosh, echoed in Sato's ears as he stood at the edge of the glass corridor. At the same time, he used the timer on his Team Rocket watch to time Zubat's flight duration in the strong winds. Although Zubat was doing its utmost to flap its wings frequently to maintain its flying posture, as time passed and its stamina gradually waned, it was ultimately blown backward by the persistent level 6 winds, unable to move even a step forward. After 5 minutes and 21 seconds, Zubat could no longer hold out against the level 6 winds and was blown all the way to the sponge pile at the end of the corridor. Level 6 wind, held for 5 minutes and 21 seconds, Sato noted the time displayed on the timer in his notebook before immediately turning off the powerful electric fan. He then quickly rushed into the glass corridor to scoop up Zubat, which was lying on the fluffy sponge mat like a salted fish, steaming all over. Next, Sato placed a high-quality poke block in Zubat's mouth. He then filled one basin with clean cold water from the water dispenser on the training ground and another basin with steaming hot water. The cold water was for Zubat to drink, while the hot water was intended for giving Zubat a massage later. After consuming the poke block, enjoying a delightful hot water massage, and drinking half a liter of fresh blood, Zubat quickly regained its energy and revived completely. It's hard to believe, but small Pokemon like Zubat have incredibly strong physical resilience and recovery abilities. After just a day and a half of training, the Zubat in front of Sato displayed a completely different spirit. Its biological aura had expanded and was significantly stronger than when they first met. Its wings, having undergone high-intensity training and flapped countless times, began to develop more solid muscles, which had previously been a bit slack. In summary, Sato genuinely felt Zubat's strength was increasing. Zubat, the one experiencing this change, was fully aware of its growing power. It wholeheartedly agreed with Sato's training methods and worked diligently without any sign of laziness. Once adequately rested, Zubat immediately returned to the glass corridor and continued its battle against the wind. During the 3 hours of endurance training, Zubat took a total of 18 intermittent breaks. Throughout these 18 sessions of level 6 wind training, Sato collected data and observed various bad habits Zubat had while flying against the wind, correcting them one by one. As Zubat faced the strong winds, it gradually discovered techniques to counter them. It first began to use its body to feel the flow of the wind, identifying weak points in the air currents to aid its flight. This approach significantly conserved energy and prolonged its ability to withstand the level 6 winds. As a flying-type Pokemon, Zubat's sensitivity to the flying energy in the environment was unmatched by other types. The entire glass corridor was filled with strong winds, thus abundant with flying-type energy. In its battle against the strong winds, Zubat fully experienced the rich flying-type energy around it. Consequently, to further counter the strong winds, it began to try manipulating the surrounding flying-type energy, forming counteracting air currents to weaken the oncoming level 6 wind. When Zubat thought about using counteracting air currents to contend with the strong wind, it inadvertently employed the gust technique it had used over 200 times on the first day, realizing its potential during a critical moment today. However, using this technique while flying proved imprudent. Zubat wasn't yet capable of multitasking effectively. Initially, Zubat attempted to do so, but ultimately ended up unable to concentrate fully, causing the technique's duration to be short and disrupting its flying rhythm, resulting in significant energy waste. Learning from this experience, Zubat opted to ensure it could focus on maintaining its flying rhythm while only dedicating a small portion of its attention to manipulating the flying energy. Since Zubat could only spare a little focus for controlling the flying energy, the gust technique it used was much weaker than when it first employed it. A 5-centimeter-sized white whirlwind appeared in front of it, but this small whirlwind dissipated after just 2 seconds. However, despite its small size and short duration, the tiny gust did succeed in slightly weakening the oncoming strong wind, providing Zubat with a brief respite. Flying in the strong wind earlier was like a 100-meter sprinter constantly charging ahead without being able to catch a breath. The discomfort was unbearable. Now, thanks to the assistance of the small gust, Zubat could finally take a breath, giving it the strength to continue pushing forward. Sato had been carefully observing Zubat's actions of manipulating the winds to resist the strong winds during the training session. Rather than stopping it, he was greatly impressed by Zubat's initiative. While Sato couldn't sense the elemental energies in the environment like the Pokémon could, he understood the general distribution of these energies. For instance, an active volcano would be filled with fire energy, a water body with water energy, and barren land with ground energy. Therefore, it was clear that the strong wind was rich in flying-type energy. Sato aimed for Zubat to engage in stamina training in the strong winds for several reasons. First, to enhance Zubat's endurance. Second, to help Zubat adapt to flying in windy conditions. And third, to improve Zubat's sensitivity to flying-type energy and its ability to manipulate it during training in the wind. Zubat's behavior of using flying-type energy to create counteracting air currents to reduce the incoming wind was undoubtedly a way of sensing and manipulating the abundant flying-type energy in the strong winds. After 3 hours of stamina training in the strong winds, the data Sato collected revealed that Zubat managed to endure in level 6 winds for a maximum of 7 minutes and 41 seconds, an improvement of 2 minutes and 20 seconds over its worst initial attempt. This progress was significant. The substantial improvement was largely attributed to Zubat's ability to manipulate flying-type energy to create counteracting air currents. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Through continuous attempts, Zubat had started to grasp the basics of multitasking. According to the data Sato collected, even with only a slight division of focus to control the flying-type energy, Zubat's small gust whirlwind, while unchanged in size and power, had increased its duration from 2 seconds to an impressive 13 seconds. Clearly, Zubat had made progress in sensing and manipulating flying-type energy during this round of stamina training. Sato made sure to encourage Zubat about every little improvement during their breaks, gradually increasing its commitment to training. While assisting Zubat during the training, Sato had placed the Pokemon egg nearby. Interestingly, whenever Sato guided Zubat, especially during the light-hearted breaks filled with laughter, the egg occasionally emitted a faint white light. The incubator's display showed some fluctuations in its heartbeat as well. Noticing the lively state of the poke egg, Sato felt a surge of joy. "Come out soon. I'll make sure to train you well," he said after completing the 3 hours of stamina training. After recalling Zubat into its Pokeball for a rest, he picked up the Pokemon egg and left the training ground. On his way back to the dormitory, he smiled at the incubator, speaking to the egg in a gentle manner. It seemed the little Pokemon inside the egg sensed Sato's kindness as it wobbled slightly in response. Sato returned to his dormitory with the Pokemon egg, glancing at the clock that read 5:43. After placing the egg securely on his desk, he lay down for a brief rest. As it approached 6:30, Sato woke from his nap and began preparing dinner for Zubat. Once Zubat had finished drinking 5 liters of fresh blood and devoured 2 calcium tablets, Sato left the dormitory, following the biological clock of his stomach toward the cafeteria. He entered the cafeteria smoothly and treated himself to a dinner for 5 points to nourish his underfed body. After enjoying a hearty meal, he decided to return to his dormitory along the same route. However, on his way back, Sato ran into some trouble. As he passed by the new recruit's dormitory and turned a quiet corner, 5 individuals in rookie uniforms emerged from the entrance, blocking his path, wielding iron rods. "Is there a problem?" "I don't like being blocked," Sato said, his expression cold and voice flat upon seeing the 5 recruits with weapons in his way. In the next moment, Sato pressed the button on his waist to release Zubat from its Pokeball. The instant Zubat appeared, it flapped its wings powerfully, enveloped in a green light. Harnessing the flying-type energy in the environment, it created a strong gust comparable to level 6 winds that rushed forward. Facing the sudden gust created by Zubat, the 5 recruits, who were less than 5 meters away from Sato, were immediately blown off balance, unable to open their eyes. Their previously coordinated formation fell apart in an instant. Sato and Zubat were completely different from themselves 2 days ago, especially after the battle with Rondo's Pokemon that morning. Both had quickly shed their previous naivety, and the victory boosted their confidence even further. The shadow of the recruits had long since faded away. After intimidating the weaklings blocking his path, Zubat obediently landed on Sato's outstretched arm, turning its head to look at the recruits who dared not advance. Sato didn't mind Zubat teaching the recruits a lesson. Instead, he patted its head in praise. After all, he was now a member of Team Rocket, and these recruits daring to block his path was an act of defiance. Teaching them a lesson was mild. If they dared to attack, Sato had the right to eliminate them. Don't get the wrong idea, Master Sato. We're not here to cause trouble. We need your help. Please, don't let your Pokémon attack us. One brave recruit raised his hands in surrender after the wind died down. Help? Your way of asking for help is quite special. Tell me the truth, or I'll ensure you all fail this rookie assessment and end up doing menial tasks, Sato replied, his expression unchanged, but his eyes growing colder. Requesting help in such a shady manner, blocking someone in a secluded area that happened to be a blind spot for surveillance, was indeed an unusual way to ask for assistance. Sensing Sato's displeasure, Zubat took off from his arm and darted toward the bravest recruit, its mouth open wide, clearly ready to inflict some serious damage. It's true. Rondo is forcing us. Please spare me. The recruit, seeing Zubat charge toward him, panicked and immediately dropped to his knees, begging Sato for mercy. However, Sato did not order Zubat to stop. Instead, he allowed Zubat's teeth to sink into the recruit's neck, coldly listening to the terrified screams that echoed, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. Team Rocket was a place governed by the law of the jungle, where showing appropriate force could deter scoundrels. Upon hearing Rondo's name, Sato had a pretty good idea of what was happening. Clearly, these recruits were being used as pawns by Rondo, though he couldn't quite grasp why they were willing to be used in that way. Soon, after about 7 or 8 seconds, the unfortunate recruit lost consciousness. Zubat removed its teeth from the recruit's neck, disdainfully spat out a small mouthful of blood, and then flew back to perch on Sato's right shoulder. In truth, Zubat hadn't even drawn any blood, as the recruit was scrawny, and the blood's vitality was nowhere near the fresh blood Zubat usually drink. Overall, it was just hard to swallow. Now, spill the beans about what's going on, or you'll share his fate. Don't even think about escaping if you believe you can outrun him, Sato said to the surrounding group of frightened Team Rocket recruits. Time was running short, and he needed to resolve the situation before the patrolling guards arrived. Under Sato's pressure, the terrified recruits quickly began to relay the events that had transpired. After hearing their account, Sato realized the severity of the situation. It turned out that after Rondo had been defeated, he faced threats from numerous gamblers who had lost their bets. He and his 3 subordinates had lost all their points, and to avoid further threats and regain points, Rondo had directed his focus toward the larger, weaker group of new recruits. As the current weak demographic, it was only natural for the newcomers to band together for support. Rondo, a seasoned thug with considerable leadership skills, began recruiting among the new recruits and collecting protection fees. Rondo's method of recruiting was quite effective. He targeted those new recruits who had lost their points and saw no hope of advancing to the next rank. By offering to help them capture Pokémon, he successfully drew these recruits into his group. In just one afternoon, he had gathered 10 new recruits as his subordinates. Such cliques were entirely normal in an organization as corrupt as Team Rocket, but the emergence of new factions would inevitably attract the wrath of the established powers. Rondo's open recruitment clearly encroached on the interests of the old veterans. In fact, Rondo was well-versed in the intricacies of the gray area in Pewter City, having been a thug for years. After gathering his 10 new subordinates, he stopped expanding his ranks and even had the savvy to hand over some of the points he had taken from other newcomers without asking for anything in return. The individuals who participated in the attack against Sato were those who had been swindled out of their points by the veterans and found themselves at a dead end. They saw a glimmer of hope for advancing to the rank of soldier by aligning with Rondo and the others, which prompted them to seek assistance. Rondo exploited these recruits' desperation by offering to help them capture Pokémon in exchange for them causing trouble for Sato. He even taught them how to ambush Sato in the blind spots he frequently passed. In reality, Rondo had spun tales to convince these recruits to trouble Sato, never revealing Sato's true background. He simply told them that Sato was a country bumpkin with no connections and merely a frail 15-year-old boy. The fact that these desperate newcomers had fallen for Rondo's lies showed how easily they could be manipulated. Under Rondo's coercion and temptation, they were quickly swayed. However, Rondo was disappointed when the recruits, clearly the type to bully the weak and fear the strong, immediately faltered upon seeing Sato in his soldier uniform. When they witnessed Sato's command over Zubat, all that remained in their hearts was fear. And then, this scene unfolded. After receiving the exact results, Sato didn't find it necessary to make things difficult for these recruits who had been driven to a dead end. Less than 4 minutes after the incident began, 2 patrolling officers arrived swiftly on the scene. At that moment, the recruits were wildly fighting among themselves, displaying a berserk attitude that caught the 2 patrolling officers off guard. In the end, it was only thanks to their Pokémon that they managed to subdue the berserkers. While the patrol officers were restraining the berserkers, several sneaky Team Rocket recruits were watching from behind. One recruit, sporting yellow hair, quickly left upon seeing the chaotic newcomers being subdued. This guy is a disaster. He needs to be eliminated sooner rather than later. Otherwise, similar incidents will keep happening. Should I also recruit some people to help? After returning to his dormitory, Sato lay on his bed with a sullen expression. It was clear that Rondo's faction posed a significant disadvantage for Sato, who was still on his own. Sato understood that, in the face of a cohesive team, it would be incredibly difficult to overcome, no matter how strong an individual's power was. This was especially true for him as a relatively weak new trainer. If Rondo were to establish his own power within Team Rocket in Pewter City, Sato's life would become increasingly difficult. The current situation would seem trivial compared to what lay ahead. The thought of being sabotaged during missions made Sato's expression grow darker. The rivalry between Sato and Rondo had escalated, and after today's Pokémon battle, any chance of reconciliation was gone. Since Sato had no intention of making peace with his enemy, the best course of action was to eliminate him. I have too many secrets. It's not suitable for me to work with others. Forget it. I'll take it step by step. From the looks of it, Rondo isn't that daring to make a move against me himself right now. The most important thing is to quickly improve my own strength. If it's about settling scores, the upcoming new trainer competition is indeed a good opportunity. I must find a way to take him out during that competition, Sato thought to himself as he got off the bed. Rondo was undoubtedly a menace, but the current issue was that Sato didn't have enough strength to take him down. Moreover, since he was in the underground base of Team Rocket in Pewter City, even if he had the ability to eliminate Rondo, he wouldn't be able to go against the internal rules of Team Rocket. Thus, the only thing Sato could do was find ways to rapidly enhance his strength and then look for a chance to eliminate Rondo during the new trainer competition in a month. Of course, during this time, Rondo wouldn't be idle. He already had a background as a trainer, and given a little time to capture some easy Pokémon, he would quickly regain some strength. Sato was also well aware that Rondo lost the previous Pokémon battle primarily due to carelessness. If Rondo had gone all out from the beginning, Sato, as a new trainer, wouldn't have stood a chance. Now, Rondo was like a sword of Damocles hanging over Sato's head, making him feel a very real and intense threat. Alright, if it's death that you seek, then I'll ease your way towards it. I, Sato, will accompany you to the end. After sorting everything out in his mind, Sato released Zubat. It was time to start the evening skill training session. Of course, Sato had nothing to fear. As a transmigrator with foresight, a wealth of Pokémon knowledge, and a combat supporting system, he now possessed an extraordinarily talented Nidoran. A month from now, who would be the prey and who would be the hunter was still uncertain. Meanwhile, while Sato was pondering how to deal with Rondo and the others, Rondo was in his room discussing with his 3 loyal subordinates. After hearing the reports from his subordinates, his expression was quite grim. Boss, don't be angry. Those guys are just a bunch of useless fools. There's no need to pay them any mind. That kid, Sato, won't be arrogant for too long. We'll just take him out directly in the upcoming rookie competition, one rocket recruit with a pompadour hairstyle said to Rondo, displaying a dismissive attitude. The rocket recruit with a pompadour was named Ichiro Oda, one of Rondo's 3 loyal underlings who had joined Team Rocket with him. The hot-tempered subordinate was named Crow, and the third loyal henchman was Kino, who sported yellow hair and a nose ring. Right? Once we catch him, I'll chop him and that annoying Zubat up with a knife, Crow, a tall and burly guy, said menacingly. Boss, should we keep targeting Sato? I think that guy is not so simple and quite dangerous. It's best to get rid of him sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it'll be hard to deal with him in the future. Plus, he's ruthless. If he weren't worried about the consequences of killing someone in the base, those newbies might already be dead, Kino said, looking at his 2 unconcerned brothers, then turned serious as he addressed Rondo. In reality, Kino had been watching the recruits' interception and everything that followed from the shadows. He clearly saw how Sato commanded Zubat to use supersonic, throwing the group of newbies into chaos and causing them to turn on each other. Therefore, Kino understood that Sato was definitely not someone to be underestimated. He acted rationally and knew how to maintain his composure. The fact that Sato had previously been bullied without ever retaliating suggested he was aware of his own limitations. However, things had changed. Now that he had a Pokémon, he was no longer afraid of them. I know. That guy is much more dangerous than you think, Kino. Just think about the Pokémon battle with me. Although I lost because of carelessness, his performance in that battle was nothing like a new trainer. Compare that to how you both performed during your first battles, and you'll truly see just how dangerous he really is, Rondo said darkly upon hearing Kino's words. As soon as Rondo spoke, Ichiro, Oda, and Crow, who had been indifferent, suddenly stiffened, their expressions darkening like Rondo's and Kino's after a few moments of silence. Indeed, Ichiro and Crow were quite aware of their own abilities. Reflecting on the scene where Sato commanded Zubat during the battle, they realized that Sato had remained calm under pressure and displayed high-level tactics at the last moment. Ichiro and Crow vividly remembered their first attempts at commanding their Pokémon, which had been nothing short of disastrous. Since they had never attended a Pokémon Academy, they didn't even understand the moves their Pokémon had at first. Compared to Sato's first Pokémon battle, they felt like a pile of mud in a muddy field, while Sato was a fluffy cloud in the sky. Make sure to use the points you have to train your Pokémon well, or in a month's time, during the rookie competition, you won't know who's the one that's hunting and who is the one being hunted. Also, stop fooling those idiots and quit trying to pull anything on that guy. This is Team Rocket, not our own turf. I've received stern warning. That guy has protection now. Here in the base, we don't have any chance to make a move, Rondo said to his 3 loyal underlings, his expression unusually serious and grim. Power is relative. While Sato considered Rondo his greatest threat, Rondo also saw Sato as a significant threat. Rondo was beginning to regret provoking Sato because he realized he didn't have the upper hand against him. Initially, he thought he had the advantage in numbers, but upon realizing Sato had backing, an indescribable sense of panic crept into his mind. He was just a small-time thug with a bit of cleverness. His status was a joke in an organization as massive as Team Rocket. Any random lone Rocket recruit could easily dismantle the faction he took pride in. Another thing that troubled him was that since losing the morning's Pokémon battle, the way his Ekans looked at him had become increasingly unsettling. It was a look that could only be described as one reserved for food. That evening, Sato accessed Team Rocket's internal points exchange system via his desktop computer and discovered that all the Poke Blocks he had listed for sale had been sold out. Additionally, over 30 requests for additional stock were left on his personal sales page. While Sato was pleased with the popularity of his Poke Blocks, he was also concerned. After careful consideration, he decided to ignore the requests on the sales page and refrain from selling any more Poke Blocks for the time being. After selling the remaining 550 Poke Blocks, Sato's points reached 3,725. With his surplus points, he purchased a portable laptop worth 2,000 points. Having witnessed the power of a high-powered electric fan earlier, Sato abandoned the idea of purchasing such a dangerous item, opting instead to focus on training Zubat's endurance at the paid training grounds. Not even 5 minutes after placing the order for the laptop, a staff member delivered the brand new device to his room. This laptop, developed by Team Rocket and worth 2,000 points, looked almost identical to the laptop Sato had used in his previous life. However, the materials it was made from were unknown, remarkably sturdy yet lightweight, weighing only about 2 kilograms, which was surprisingly light. Upon further experimentation, Sato found that the laptop's functions matched the description. Its main feature was automatic detection, using an infrared camera to scan objects and accurately provide detailed data about them. An unexpected bonus was the presence of a slot for placing a Pokeball. After trying it out, Sato discovered that the laptop could automatically analyze the data of the Pokémon inside the Pokeball and display a 3D diagram, showing the Pokémon's abilities. Additionally, the laptop had a large battery capacity, capable of running for 24 hours a day for an entire week on a full charge. The back of the screen featured a solar panel, allowing for automatic recharging via sunlight. Aside from its primary detection function, the laptop had all the basic features of a standard computer, and it could connect to satellites for GPS navigation via a wireless network. After acquiring this expensive laptop, Sato officially began his evening training session. As usual, Sato conducted Zubat's nightly skill training in the hall of his dormitory. The first move to train was Gust, a move that had shown brightly earlier in the day and was key to Zubat's victory. Perhaps due to Zubat's experience in performing an extraordinary gust during a desperate situation earlier, or due to the stamina training with the fan at noon, its proficiency with the move had improved significantly. Zubat executed Gust again with remarkable progress. A whirlwind almost as large as the one it had created earlier in its desperate state appeared in front of Sato. The white whirlwind rotated counterclockwise towards its center, generating a strong pull, forcing Sato to move a safe distance away from Zubat. Using the laptop's infrared detection, Sato could easily and conveniently obtain detailed data on the whirlwind, no longer relying on his eyes alone to gauge it. The white whirlwind created by Zubat's Gust had a diameter of 2 meters and a height of 4.5 meters. Based on the rotational speed of the airflow, the wind force was categorized as level 5, and it lasted for 5 minutes. Zubat could control the whirlwind within a 5-meter range, but beyond that, the power weakened. Once the whirlwind reached 10 meters, it completely dissipated. Sato observed Zubat's progress with the move Gust and concluded that it had fully got a hang of the technique. In terms of skill proficiency, Zubat had advanced from beginner to proficient, now able to release the power of Gust with much more precision. After recognizing Zubat's increased mastery of the move, Sato began exploring different tactical uses for it. During the earlier Pokémon battle, Zubat had managed to shatter Iken's rock tomb by using the whirlwind it created. This had given Sato a new perspective on Pokémon moves. Sato believed that offensive moves weren't solely for attacking, they could also be used defensively. For example, Zubat's Gust created a white whirlwind that intercepted the fragments of rock from Iken's rock tomb and even sent them back as an attack. Sato further speculated that if the whirlwind had rotated outward from the center instead of inward, it might have fully reflected the rocks back at Iken's. However, these were just his initial thoughts, and he hadn't yet tested them. Currently, Sato was directing Zubat to use Gust in a new way, creating a white whirlwind around itself to form a protective barrier. Zubat attempted to generate the wind wall, but the first attempt failed. Fortunately, it was unharmed, as the whirlwind it had created wasn't powerful enough to hurt itself. After 11 failed attempts, Zubat finally located the eye of the storm, the area of lowest pressure within the whirlwind, and successfully created the gust centered around itself. The resulting white whirlwind completely enveloped Zubat, and the strong outward flow of air formed a circular wind wall. Well done, Zubat. Exactly like that. Try to remember how this feels. It could become your regular defensive technique, Sato said with a pleased smile as Zubat successfully executed the move as he had envisioned. Zzz, Zubat chirped happily, pleased with Sato's praise as it continued to skillfully manipulate the white whirlwind. Though it was still in its early stages, Sato believed that as Zubat's strength grew, the defensive power of this variation of Gust would improve significantly. Eventually, it might even become a reliable method for Sato to protect himself. Sato gave this defensive variation of Gust a fitting new name. He called it the Whirlwind Shield, though it was still fundamentally the Gust move. With the success of the Whirlwind Shield, Sato instructed Zubat to continue refining the technique while the momentum was still strong, aiming to perfect its use. After spending 15 poke blocks and nearly 2 hours of continuous training, Zubat performed the Whirlwind Shield 158 times, with only 23 failures. It had begun to form muscle memory and was becoming familiar with the technique. Additionally, the white whirlwind created by Gust had increased in size. Its diameter grew to 2.3 meters, height to 4.7 meters, and its range extended to 10.3 meters, while the wind force remained at level 5. After finishing the Gust training, Sato moved on to practice Zubat's second long-range attack, Shadow Ball. This move had been crucial in the Pokémon battle earlier that morning. Note: Shadow Ball is a Ghost-type special attack move with a power of 80 and a 20% chance of lowering the target's special defense by 1 stage. From this description, it's clear that a significant reason Zubat's final Gust was able to decisively defeat Ekans was that Zubat had landed enough Shadow Balls to accumulate damage and possibly reduced Ekans' special defense by several stages. Gust is a flying-type special attack. Overall, Shadow Ball is a mid-to-high power move with an added effect that's very useful. Its long range makes it a great move for hit-and-run tactics, even in Zubat's current beginner stage, where it can shoot the Shadow Ball about 10 meters. Following Sato's command, Zubat began gathering Ghost-type energy in front of its large mouth. However, since Zubat didn't possess the Ghost-type, its ability to sense Ghost energy in the environment was weak. Additionally, its control over this type of energy was limited, so the largest Shadow Ball it could form was only about the size of a large egg. Even though Zubat had echolocation to aid its aim, its control over Ghost energy was still shaky, leading to poor accuracy. Of the 10 Shadow Balls fired, none hit the red target Sato had drawn on the wall with paint. Due to the lack of power, Zubat's Shadow Ball only left an insignificant mark on the steel-reinforced concrete wall. Despite the small size and low accuracy of the Shadow Balls, they did have one advantage: very short charging time. Zubat could fire one roughly every second. Of course, there was a limit to how many could be fired consecutively. After launching about 7 or 8 egg-sized Shadow Balls, Zubat needed a brief pause to catch its breath, taking a 2-second break before being able to fire another round. Average diameter: 0.35 meters. Power: weak. Accuracy: 83%. Maximum range: 12 meters. Average speed: 10 meters per second. Average charge time: 1.12 seconds. Maximum consecutive shots: 9. After gathering data on 100 Shadow Balls using his laptop, Sato came to this conclusion. By the time Zubat had fired 103 Shadow Balls, its energy was completely spent, and it had to rest. Analyzing the data from Zubat's Shadow Balls, Sato began considering ways to improve their power. The data made it clear that the primary weakness of Zubat's Shadow Ball was its low power, while its strengths lay in its fast charge time and ability to fire in quick succession. Sato also realized that these strengths were a result of the weakness itself. Zubat's inability to control large amounts of Ghost energy made the charging time short. Furthermore, Sato noticed that despite Zubat firing 100 Shadow Balls, its progress with the move was minimal. The largest Shadow Ball it produced was only 0.38 meters in diameter, and that was also the most powerful one. It was evident that compared to the rapid improvement with Gust, Zubat's progress with Shadow Ball was slow, almost like a snail's pace. However, Sato wasn't too disappointed, as he understood this was just the nature of things. It's similar to how mages in fantasy novels might excel in one elemental magic, but struggle with others. Just because a mage is proficient in wind magic doesn't mean they can't use fire magic, they're just not as adept at it. This often comes down to a mage's elemental affinity. As a flying type as well as a poison-type Pokémon, Zubat naturally had strong sensitivity to flying equals type and poison type energies, and these energies responded positively to it. When Zubat controlled these energies, they were obedient. This was why Zubat had progressed so quickly in mastering the flying type move Gust. However, Shadow Ball, a ghost type move, was a different story. Without the ghost typing, Zubat wasn't sensitive to ghost type energy, and the ghost type energy in the environment didn't respond to it as willingly, sometimes even resisting slightly. To put it simply, if the difficulty for Zubat to master Gust was a 1, then the difficulty of mastering Shadow Ball was a 2. To bring Shadow Ball from beginner to proficient level would take much more time than Gust, likely more than double. It might take several times more practice and effort to fully master Shadow Ball. Zubat, you've probably noticed too that your progress with Shadow Ball is minimal, but don't get discouraged. Follow what I say next, and your improvement should be much better. After Zubat finished resting and ate a few poke blocks, Sato spoke to it. Right after speaking, Sato turned off the lights in the hall. Instantly, apart from the glow from his computer screen, the entire hall was engulfed in darkness. As soon as the room darkened, Zubat's energy seemed to increase, becoming much more lively. Now, do you feel like the ghost-type energy around you has become a lot denser? Sato asked Zubat, who had become more active due to the dark environment. ZZZ, Zubat chirped happily in response, nodding to confirm. In Zubat's perception, as the surroundings became darker, the amount of ghost-type energy in the area did indeed increase, allowing it to sense it more clearly. Good. For the next Shadow Ball training, follow my instructions. First, gather the Shadow Ball as you normally do, but this time, focus on extending the gathering time as much as you can. Make it grow bigger and only release it when you can't control it any longer. Sato, pleased with Zubat's response, continued to explain his training method. Just like how strong winds can cause flying-type energy to become more concentrated, Sato reasoned that in a dark environment, ghost-type energy would similarly become more active and dense. With Zubat's confirmation, his hypothesis was proven correct. In Sato's understanding, there are 3 key factors that contribute to a Pokémon improving its skill proficiency. The first factor is naturally the Pokémon's own typing. Clearly, when a Pokémon trains moves that match its own type, the difficulty is significantly lower. That's because they can easily sense that type of energy in the environment and can readily manipulate it to help them practice their moves. This makes it much easier for them to train and improve their proficiency with that type of move. In simpler terms, when a Pokémon is training moves that match its own typing, it benefits from an experience boost. The second factor is the concentration of different types of energy in the environment. This is easy to understand as well. For example, in places where water-type energy is abundant, like on rainy days, a Pokémon will naturally find it easier to sense water-type energy, which in turn helps them train water-type moves more effectively. The third factor is the Pokémon's ability to control a specific type of energy, manipulation ability, or technique. If a Pokémon doesn't have a natural advantage, the first factor, it must rely on training and effort to develop the skill, which is something that tests both the Pokémon's innate understanding and hard work. This is a skill that can only be acquired through time and practice. There's no shortcut. To put it simply, energy of the same type feels like family to a Pokémon, so they can easily command it to assist them. On the other hand, energy of different types feels like strangers to a Pokémon. If a Pokémon wants these strangers to listen and follow their commands, they need to befriend them. This process of building a friendship with foreign types of energy is how a Pokémon improves its control over different energy types. In less polite terms, as a Pokémon uses a particular type of energy, it gradually accumulates experience, figures out the methods and rules for controlling that energy, and eventually learns how to direct it at will. Right now, Zubat doesn't have the advantage of the first factor, and it hasn't yet developed the third factor. The only factor that can be improved is the second one, training in an environment where ghost-type energy is active and dense, such as in the darkness, will certainly help Zubat's Shadow Ball training. Following Sato's command, Zubat began to gather a Shadow Ball in front of its wide mouth. Unlike before, in the dark environment, it could sense the ghost-type energy in the surroundings more clearly, allowing it to form the shadow ball faster. In less than a second, an egg-sized shadow ball appeared in front of Zubat's mouth. However, Zubat didn't immediately release the fully formed ball. Instead, it continued channeling ghost-type energy into it. Very good, take your time. Don't rush. If it gets too hard to maintain, release it, Sato said, observing the process closely on his laptop's infrared scan, which allowed him to monitor Zubat's progress in real time. As Zubat continued to infuse the ball with ghost-type energy, the once stable shadow ball began to tremble violently. Several irregular bumps started appearing on its surface. Zubat, focusing intently on controlling the energy, began to sweat, with beads of perspiration forming on its forehead. Clearly, it was struggling. After about 10 seconds, the egg-sized shadow ball expanded to the size of a soccer ball. By then, the surface was covered with numerous irregular protrusions, and it looked as though it could explode at any moment. 2 seconds later, Zubat lost control and immediately launched the shadow ball. However, without its control, the ball only flew about a meter or two before bursting in midair with a pop, scattering dark-colored ghost-type energy that quickly dissipated. Good job, take a break, Sato said with a sigh of relief, seeing that the unstable shadow ball had exploded without causing any harm. He then directed the panting Zubat to rest and drink some water. Zubat, following Sato's words, used its echolocation ability to find the water basin on the ground. Happily, it drank the delicious water that had been mixed with dissolved high-quality poke blocks. At that moment, Zubat was drenched in sweat, a clear indication that the effort and energy required to control ghost-type energy in those few seconds was just as demanding as continuously launching shadow balls. Zubat's current maximum shadow ball size is 0.45 meters, but it takes 13.2 seconds to form, and its stability is very low. The maximum range is 2.1 meters. Looks like there's a long way to go, Sato thought with a slightly helpless expression as he looked at the data analyzed by his laptop. Despite this, Sato still smiled at Zubat, praising its improvement. Zubat, trusting Sato's words completely, resumed its efforts after resting, ready to continue training Shadow Ball. The saying, 1 minute on stage takes 10 years of hard work behind the scenes, is absolutely true. Even a genius cannot master a skill in just one day. The same goes for Zubat's Shadow Ball training. It requires great effort to make real progress. Clearly, the Shadow Ball Zubat had been using earlier was far from battle-ready. While it might have been useful for finishing off an opponent, relying on it in the middle of a fight would be reckless and dangerous. Both Zubat and Sato knew this well, especially after their battle with Ekans. Zubat understood that if it had been able to increase the power of its Shadow Ball just a little, it would have defeated Ekans without nearly being beaten itself. The proud Zubat was frustrated by how close it had come to being defeated by Ekans. Getting stuck in such a tough fight wasn't what it wanted. It sought to defeat its enemies swiftly and decisively with overwhelming strength. Now that its trainer had provided such a good training environment, Zubat was determined not to waste it or disappoint Sato's expectations. As a result, Zubat pushed itself hard during Shadow Ball training. Over the next 2 hours of training, Zubat had several close calls where it was almost caught in the explosion of its own unstable Shadow Ball. This was due to its sheer determination to push its limits. However, thanks to Zubat's persistence, the increased concentration of Ghost-type energy, and Sato's supply of poke blocks for stable energy replenishment, the Shadow Ball skill showed some improvement over those 2 hours. In that time, Zubat conducted a total of 60 Shadow Ball training sessions, with each one averaging 2 minutes of practice and rest. The results of all this effort were an increase in the maximum size of the Shadow Ball to a diameter of 0.47 meters, a reduction in the formation time to 7 seconds, improved stability, and an increased range of 8 meters. Without realizing it, for hours passed in focused and intense training. By this time, it was 11:31 p.m., and Sato decided to wrap up the night's skill training, preparing to help Zubat recover its stamina and get a late-night snack. Rest well, it's already very late. You did great today. Keep working hard, and at the rate you're progressing, it won't be long before your Shadow Ball reaches the next level, Sato said, smiling as he patted Zubat, which had landed on his right arm after finishing its snack. More than talent, a Pokémon's character is even more important. Getting such a motivated Pokémon from the start, what a stroke of luck, Sato thought to himself as he lay in bed, smiling while looking at the familiar data on his laptop screen. At this moment, Zubat was hanging upside down from the extinguished square light fixture on the ceiling, with its two tail wings hooked around the edges, quietly continuing its Shadow Ball training. Over the next 5 days, Sato meticulously followed his routine of physical training for Zubat in the mornings and afternoons, and skill training in the evenings, ignoring anything unrelated. During this intense training period, Zubat made noticeable progress. Without realizing it, its level increased to 15 during training. In terms of physical training, for 5 days, Zubat endured 6-level strong wind training. Currently, Zubat's longest endurance time in the 6-level winds reached 10 minutes and 13 seconds, compared to the 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the second day, showing a significant improvement in stamina. Sato also tested Zubat's flight around the public training field, 328 meters, at full speed without any weight load. The results showed that Zubat could complete one lap in just 25 seconds, which meant its flight speed was 13.12 meters per second, or 47.23 kilometers per hour. For comparison, Usain Bolt's fastest 100-meter record is 9.68 seconds, or 10.33 meters per second, which is 2.79 meters per second slower than Zubat's 13.12 meters per second. In skill training, after a lot of repetitions of Gust, Zubat made notable advancements. The diameter of the white whirlwind it created increased to 2.6 meters, its height to 5 meters, and the moving distance to 12.3 meters, with the wind force remaining at level 5. Moreover, Zubat's multitasking ability improved during strong wind stamina training. Now, Zubat could create 2 white whirlwinds simultaneously while using Gust. However, the 2 whirlwinds created together couldn't compare to a single one. Their size, power, and range were only 1/3 of what Zubat could achieve when focusing on just one. Additionally, after 323 Shadow Ball training sessions, Zubat's Shadow Ball technique showed significant improvement. It could now stabilize the size of the Shadow Ball at 0.5 meters in diameter, with the forming time reduced to 2 seconds, high stability, and a range of 13 meters. At this rate, Zubat's proficiency with Shadow Ball had reached a level where it could be used effectively in battle, with power comparable to a standard Shadow Ball. Finally, something that surprised Sato was Zubat's unusual growth over these 5 days. Zubat's body seemed to be developing at an abnormal rate. Its weight had increased from 6.3 kilograms to 8.2 kilograms, and the wingspan had grown from 0.5 meters to 0.8 meters, making it much larger. Zubat's progress during these 5 days of training was undoubtedly related to its increased size. However, Sato was somewhat concerned about this abnormal growth. While Zubat's appetite had noticeably increased, consuming 8 liters of blood per meal, up from 5 liters, and it had additional snacks after training, it didn't seem reasonable for it to grow this quickly. Initially, Sato thought the rapid growth might be due to the calcium tablets, but after looking it up online, he found that the clinical trials for those tablets didn't show such rapid results. Sato then reported Zubat's unusual growth to Dr. Fiali, the female doctor who had sold him the calcium tablets, and asked her to examine Zubat to see if there were any underlying health issues. The result came back that Zubat's body was completely normal. With no medical expertise himself, Sato decided to trust the professional doctor's judgment. Although Sato was starting to become suspicious of the calcium tablets, Zubat's unusual growth seemed to be a positive development so far. He even consulted a few other doctors about Zubat's abnormal growth, and they all confirmed that Zubat's body was in perfect condition. Thus, Sato concluded that whoever provided him with these calcium tablets had no ill intent. In fact, they seemed to be intentionally helping him. Over these 5 days, aside from Zubat making significant improvements, there was another important event. The Nidoran egg finally hatched with the help of the super incubator. On the 3rd night, a very healthy young Nidoran joined Sato's team. The newly hatched Nidoran was about the size of Sato's palms, very small and adorable. Because Sato was always by its side and was the first person Nidoran saw after hatching, it immediately regarded Sato as its closest companion. Nidoran stuck to him constantly, crying whenever Sato took even half a step away. During these 2 days, aside from training Zubat, Sato spent most of his time caring for the newborn Nidoran. Interestingly, Nidoran displayed all the behaviors of a normal human baby, and due to its much faster metabolism, it ate, drank, and needed attention far more frequently. Now, Sato had to keep part of his attention on Nidoran at all times, or else it would make a mess of the entire dorm room, along with loud, piercing cries. For this reason, Sato had been playing the role of a full-time babysitter for the past 2 days. To cover the cost of Nidoran's milk and future expenses, Sato had no choice but to make and sell Pokeblocks again. This time, he made 2,000 Pokeblocks and sold 1,200 of them, earning 5,400 points. The materials included 300 oran berries, which cost 120 points after a 20% discount, and 50 nanab berries and 50 raspberries, costing a total of 160 points, with a discount of another 20%. He used the berry mixer 100 times, which cost 1,000 points. So, the total cost of making the Pokeblocks was 1,280 points. According to Dr. Fiali, a professional Pokemon doctor, Nidoran's infant stage lasts 1 week. Thus, Sato spent 210 points to buy enough high-quality Miltank milk for Nidoran for a week, each bottle costing 10 points, with 3 meals a day. He also spent 300 points on 3 boxes of high-grade food that poison-type Pokemon like, each box containing 10 cans. In addition, to provide Nidoran with proper physical training during its infant stage, Sato spent 100 points on a small running wheel, allowing Nidoran to exercise and burn off some energy. Moreover, Sato spent 4,000 points on 4 TM discs from Team Rocket's points exchange system, Hone Claws, 500 points, Water Pulse, 1,000 points, Steel Wing, 1,000 points, and Poison Jab, 1,500 points. He used a learning machine to teach Nidoran the Hone Claws, Water Pulse, and Poison Jab moves, while Zubat learned Steel Wing. Finally, in preparation for potential jungle training, Sato spent 500 points on jungle gear, which included items like tents and dried rations for outdoor use. In addition to these expenses, there were also daily food costs and training ground rental fees. Sato's daily meals remained the same, with 3 meals costing 5 points each. Due to Zubat's abnormal growth, it now consumed at least 40 liters of fresh blood per day, costing 10 points. The training ground was rented for 6 hours a day at 30 points. Altogether, these expenses amounted to 275 points per day. After accounting for income and expenses, Sato had 660 points remaining. Thus, the 1-week rookie trial period came to an end. Now, on the morning of the 8th day, Sato received orders to assemble once again at the same Team Rocket underground base square in Pewter City where he had first arrived. This time, the square appeared much more empty than the first time. Out of the 99 other rookies who were also under Caesar's leadership, only 23 had successfully tamed their Pokémon. Therefore, only 24 people, including Sato, were eligible to stand in the square. At that moment, Sato was sitting against a wall, feeding Zubat while enjoying his hearty breakfast, occasionally glancing at the others scattered across the square. The assembly announcement had come very suddenly at 5:50 a.m., with the order to gather in the square within 10 minutes. As a result, most people hadn't had time to eat breakfast. It was now 7:12 a.m., an hour and 12 minutes past the scheduled gathering time. Perhaps the free time given during the past week had caused many successful rookies to develop the habit of sleeping in. Many were still rubbing their tired eyes and yawning, and a few had even fallen asleep leaning against the wall. Moreover, maybe because it was so early and they had been waiting for too long, the entire square was now filled with the sounds of growling stomachs, creating a symphony with hunger as its theme. Sato, however, was different. Due to taking care of Nidoran, his daily routine had been in disarray these past 2 days. When he received the assembly notification, he was in the middle of feeding a hungry, crying Nidoran. This gave him enough time to head to the cafeteria and buy his breakfast, a large, portable double-cheese beef burger. Tastes really good, Sato thought to himself, poker-faced on the outside, but feeling pleased on the inside. He glanced around at the different reactions of the others and listened to the occasional sound of stomachs growling, all while taking his last bite of the burger along with the last gulp of milk. After a week of nutritious meals, Sato had finally gained some weight, and his complexion had become much healthier. No longer did he look as pale and sickly as he had when he first joined Team Rocket. Now, Sato appeared as a handsome young man with delicate features, though the large dark circles under his eyes took away from his looks. In the square, few people had breakfast like Sato, and none of them had anything as hearty as his meal. This made Sato stand out even more in the crowd. Of course, what really drew attention was the delicious smell of the burger and the milk he had. As Sato slowly devoured his meal, the sound of people gulping could be heard around him. Unfortunately for them, Sato acted as though he didn't notice the hungry stares directed at him, completely ignoring the intense desire in their eyes. Meanwhile, those people were doing their best to restrain both their hunger and the urge to punch Sato. However, it wasn't just the smell of food that made people keep their distance. There was also another scent in the air, one that hinted at danger. This scent came from something in a large basin near Sato. At that moment, a well-developed and large bat was perched beside the basin, drinking the fresh blood inside with great relish. Whenever someone got within 10 meters of Sato, the bat would immediately turn its head to scowl at the intruder. Its blood-stained mouth, in those moments, looked especially menacing, making anyone approaching think twice before continuing. While most of the newly promoted grunts were struggling with hunger in the square, Caesar, the one responsible for this assembly, was relaxing in his spacious, luxurious room. He was enjoying a lavish breakfast spread on the table in front of him, alongside his trusted aides Sophia, Alice, and Rio Sakata. They were leisurely watching the images displayed on a large screen before them. The screen showed scenes from the square where Sato and the others were gathered. It was divided into several smaller images, constantly switching between different angles and individuals. Among these, Sato appeared the most frequently. "It's time. Proceed according to the plan," Caesar said after checking the time on his Team Rocket watch. He spoke to Rio Sakata, who was standing at attention behind him. The next second, following the command, Sakata immediately pressed a red button on the remote hidden in his hand. Simultaneously, a colorless, odorless gas began to quietly seep into the square through the vents. If someone asks, "What is the largest forest in the Kanto region?" If the person being asked is from Kanto, they will undoubtedly blurt out Viridian Forest. Yes, Viridian Forest is the largest forest in the Kanto region. It is located between Viridian City and Pewter City, and a large number of wild Pokémon live there. Of course, like other normal forests in the Pokémon world, the Pokémon living there are mostly bug-type and grass-type. However, as the largest forest in the Kanto region, the Pokémon species living in Viridian Forest are certainly not limited to just bug-type and grass-type Pokémon. Almost all types of Pokémon can be found here. Moreover, as interaction between regions in the Pokémon world becomes more frequent, some Pokémon that originally only lived in certain regions have appeared in others, either intentionally or unintentionally influenced by human actions. These Pokémon have adapted to the local environment and begun to thrive and reproduce in these new areas due to accidents in the wild, Pokémon experiments, poachers transporting captured Pokémon encountering mishaps, or heartless trainers abandoning their Pokémon, etc. Of course, these invasive Pokémon species are generally rare in the local environment. There are many reasons for this, including difficulty adapting to the environment or being rejected by local wild Pokémon, leading to expulsion or even attacks. The rejection of invasive Pokémon by local wild Pokémon is the biggest reason. There are generally two causes for this rejection. First, invasive Pokemon haven't yet established themselves in the local environment, making it difficult for them to reproduce and making their numbers too weak to resist the powerful local wild Pokemon groups. Second, invasive Pokemon damage the interests of the local wild Pokemon. After all, there's only so much pie to go around, and when a new species suddenly shows up to take a share, the old forces naturally don't want to give up their territory. Note, I wrote so much about invasive Pokemon to help some readers understand that it's possible for Pokemon from other regions to appear in Viridian Forest. This also serves as a setup for the story. In fact, the League has worked hard in nurturing its elite members. Not only do they host the prestigious League tournament that countless trainers strive to enter, but they've also established safe wild Pokemon habitats in specific regions. These so-called safe wild Pokemon habitats are areas created by the League through force within wild Pokemon territories, where the Pokemon living there are of very low levels. Additionally, Pokemon that are particularly harmful to humans rarely appear in these safe zones. In these safe wild Pokemon habitats, rangers play an important role. These powerful trainers, directly affiliated with the League, are the backbone of maintaining safety in these zones. Indeed, the reason these safe wild Pokemon habitats are so safe is largely due to the efforts of rangers, who diligently drive out powerful Pokemon from the safe zones each day. Of course, these safe zones only occupy a small portion of the wild Pokemon habitats. After all, not all wild Pokemon are harmless. If pushed too far, some powerful Pokemon will fight back at any cost to ensure the survival of their species. As a result, rangers also belong to one of the League's departments with the highest mortality rates. At 10 a.m., outside the safe zone of Viridian Forest, a young man wearing a Team Rocket grunt uniform was lying in a thick patch of grass. The weeds in this patch of grass were at least 1 meter high, growing vigorously. The young man lying unconscious in the dense grass was none other than Sato. At this moment, he was still in a state of unconsciousness. As a thick cloud overhead was blown away by the wind, the sun finally managed to shine down onto the grass. Sato, who had been exposed to the sunlight for a long time, began to feel discomfort, and his consciousness rapidly started to awaken. Sato slowly opened his eyes, but had to shield them from the glaring sunlight with his hand. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, his once drowsy gaze regained its usual sharpness and calmness. Where exactly is this place? I remember I should be at the plaza. Oh right, I was hit by a sleep-inducing gas. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Sato held his still slightly aching head, trying hard to recall what had happened earlier. Finally, Sato's memory froze on the moment when he was forced into a sleep state by the gas. Just before he fell asleep, he vaguely saw a woman walking toward him. After that, he remembered nothing, and when he woke up, he found himself in this place. A minute later, Sato was staring gravely at a map in front of him. After a bit of recovery, he realized that nothing on his person had been stolen. His two most important Pokemon and his Team Rocket-issued watch were still with him. The only new thing was a small backpack placed next to him. It was just an ordinary backpack, not a space-type item, and it contained only two things, a flare gun and an unopened envelope. After Sato opened the envelope and read its contents, he understood where he was and why he had ended up there. Inside the envelope was a map that had been folded several times. It was a hand-drawn map of Viridian Forest, and it was incredibly detailed, showing various terrains in great clarity. Unfortunately, there was no information about the locations of Pokemon habitats. From the information on the map, it was clear that this was only a partial map. His current location was marked with a red star, and nearby dangerous areas were indicated with skull symbols, both white and red. Lastly, there were several triangular markers, all of which were located in areas marked with red skulls. It's worth mentioning that the grassland Sato was currently in was marked with a white skull on the map. When he flipped the map over, it turned into a letter. Judging from the elegant handwriting, it appeared to be written by a woman. The letter's content was roughly this: Sato was now undergoing a 2-week wilderness survival trial. If he chose to give up, he could use the flare gun to call for help at any time. The consequence of failing the trial would be the confiscation of his Pokémon and being demoted to a menial role. At the same time, the letter clearly stated that the green triangular markers represented mission items. He had to collect all these items within the specified time, otherwise, even if he survived the 2 weeks, he would still fail the wilderness survival trial. This is really sudden. They knocked us out without a word and threw us into this place. Looks like this is the real deal, a proper wilderness survival training. After reading the letter, Sato thought with a serious expression. Then, based on the information from the map, Sato stood still, using his body as a substitute for a stick and relying on the shadow casting method to determine direction from the sun. He quickly set off toward the nearest supply cache. As soon as Sato began to move away from his original position, a Pidgeot that had been circling above him suddenly flashed with a glint of light in its eyes. With a flap of its wings, it sped off toward the north. Shortly after the Pidgeot flew away, the eerie silence in the grassland was broken, and the usual noise returned. A rustling sound began to emerge from various directions in the grass. Already awake, huh? Good. Let's see how capable you really are. If you can't even get through this, there's no way you'll be able to hold your own against the monsters in the rookie tournament. You'd just be a passing, insignificant background character at best. Seeing the Pidgeot return, Sophia, who was now standing on a lone peak, stroked the bird's head and muttered to herself, her expression somewhat gloomy. In the dense grass over a meter high, Sato was crouching as he carefully moved through it. Even though he had a Zubat capable of battling as an ordinary human, he still felt quite uneasy. The reason was simple. Zubat, being a wild Pokémon, wasn't well adapted to strong sunlight yet. Until it evolved into Golbat, which had better tolerance for bright light, its battle capabilities would be significantly reduced in such intense sunlight. Moreover, this clearly seemed to be the deeper part of Viridian Forest. All he could see were deserted wilderness areas with no sign of human activity, which meant that strong wild Pokémon could appear at any moment. Sato's Zubat was currently at level 15. It could use Supersonic, Gust, and Shadow Ball effectively, which would be more than enough against Pokémon in the safe zone. However, in a dangerous area like this, surrounded by threats, those moves seemed insufficient. These factors were making Sato feel anxious. There was also the fact that this was his first time walking alone in such a perilous wilderness, making it hard not to feel some tension and unease. Sato also noticed that ever since he left the spot where he had fainted, he had felt a vague sense that something in the surrounding tall grass was watching him. It was a prickling sensation on the back of his neck, and the occasional rustling from the grass only heightened his growing unease. Sato had studied the map carefully, so he knew this grassland was part of the danger zone. The skull symbol marked on the map indicated a threat he wasn't yet capable of handling. Upon thinking a bit more, Sato quickly realized that the fact he had lain unconscious in the middle of Viridian Forest for so long without being attacked by wild animals or Pokémon was likely due to someone protecting him from nearby. Now that he had moved away from where he had fainted, it signaled the end of his protection. From now on, he would have to face all the dangers alone. I need to get out of this glaringly bright area as soon as possible and find a safe place to rest before nightfall. Otherwise, who knows if I'll make it through the night, Sato thought to himself. By now, Sato had already changed out of his Team Rocket grunt uniform and into a set of camouflage clothes. He wore a hooded camouflage cloak and carried a gleaming hunting knife in his hand. This set of equipment was something Sato had bought in preparation for wilderness training, spending 500 points to acquire it. He had 3 sets of clothes for changing, along with various tools useful for survival in the wild. Thanks to his camouflage clothing, which blended in with the surrounding grass, Sato managed to create a visual illusion of being part of the environment, at least when he stayed still. Step by step, Sato had traveled more than 500 meters east when he finally saw the edge of the forest in the distance. However, the rustling sounds in the surrounding grass had grown louder. Suddenly, a large Raticate leaped out from the grass to Sato's side, its sharp front teeth gleaming in the sunlight as it charged at him. Its narrow eyes glinted with a greedy look, as though it were eyeing a rare delicacy. It was clear that the omnivorous Raticate had already deemed Sato, who appeared harmless, as prey. However, instead of panicking, Sato's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He sidestepped with perfect timing, easily avoiding Raticate's attack, and swiftly slashed at it with his sharp hunting knife. Instantly, a sharp screech echoed out as Sato's blade left a shallow wound on Raticate's body, causing crimson blood to spill from the now-missed attack. In fact, hidden beneath Sato's camouflage cloak was Zubat, perched on his back. It had already alerted him to the incoming attack as Raticate approached. As Raticate fell to the ground, missing its target, Sato quickly used the system's scanning ability to gather information on his opponent. Raticate information. Pokemon, Raticate. Level, 23. Type, normal. Ability, Guts. Gender, male. Known moves, Swords Dance, Tackle, Tail Whip, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Scary Face, Bite, Pursuit, Hyper Fang, Assurance. From the information available, it's clear this Raticate was fairly ordinary. It hadn't inherited any special moves or learned any that can't be acquired through leveling up. However, this Raticate was quite robust and clearly wasn't weak, having evolved from the numerous wild Rattata in the wild. Its level was 23, which was 8 levels higher than Sato's Zubat, giving it a distinct level advantage. For Sato, this sturdy Raticate, about the size of a fully grown watchdog, posed a significant threat. Its huge incisors, capable of easily biting through steel and concrete, could undoubtedly end Sato's life with ease. This wild Raticate, having survived in the wilderness so far, was ferociously aggressive. Even after being injured by Sato's hunting knife, it showed no fear. Instead, its eyes flashed with a murderous red gleam. After its initial sneak attack failed, the Raticate steadied itself, jumped up from the ground, and was instantly surrounded by a white light. Its speed dramatically increased as it used Quick Attack to close the distance with Sato. As it neared, its large incisors gleamed white again, aiming straight for Sato with a lethal Hyper Fang. The Raticate moved like lightning, its speed too fast for Sato to track in his normal state. But as it attacked, Sato focused intensely, using his heightened reflexes to pinpoint the Raticate's movements. Zubat, use Gust head-on. Having determined the Raticate's attack direction, Sato immediately commanded the Zubat, which had already flown out from under his cloak, to engage. At Sato's command, Zubat skillfully channeled the flying-type energy around it, summoning a 2.6-meter wide white whirlwind. The airborne Raticate, unable to avoid it, charged straight into the swirling gust. Ultimately, the Raticate failed to break through Zubat's fully powered gust attack. Its entire body was swept up into the white whirlwind, caught in its spinning force, while being continuously buffeted by the flying-type energy within the wind. When Zubat's gust ended, the dizzy Raticate tumbled to the ground, staggering as it struggled to stay upright, now covered in shallow cuts from the wind blades. Although Zubat's gust had landed perfectly, the level difference meant it hadn't caused much damage to Raticate. Still, in battles like this, the weaker side is not without the chance of winning unless there is a huge power gap. Positions of strength and weakness can shift at any moment due to unforeseen factors, and once the tide of battle shifts, it's difficult to turn it back. Now, Sato and Zubat, initially the underdogs, had gained the upper hand. The reason? The Raticate, still dazed from being freed from the whirlwind, was clearly disoriented. Sato seized the opportunity, instructing Zubat to unleash another gust. And so, a loop began. The Raticate was repeatedly caught and lifted into the air by Zubat's gust, and due to its lack of long-range attacks, it could only watch helplessly as it was controlled until it finally lost the ability to fight. 2 minutes later, the Raticate, now drenched in its own blood, collapsed at the feet of Sato and his Zubat. However, before Sato or his now fatigued Zubat could catch their breath, having been in the sunlight for a while, the rustling of grass nearby started again. Suddenly, Zubat let out a sharp warning screech as a massive purple figure shot out from the grass to Sato's side, instantly devouring the fallen Raticate in one bite. In that moment, A deadly sense of threat surged through Sato's mind. At the top of a long and thick purple body was a massive, menacing head. Its wide, gaping mouth was filled with sharp, poisonous fangs. A colorful, eerie snake pattern on its chest glowed ominously, and its narrow pupils reflected only greed and cruelty. This was an arbok, a top predator that ruled this patch of grassland. The battle between Zubat and Raticate had attracted the attention of this predator, and the scent of Raticate's blood further ignited its hunger. Now, after swallowing the tasty Raticate in one gulp, it had spotted a new, rare delicacy in front of it, and the killing intent radiating from its body was unmistakable. Facing the massive purple snake, with its head towering above him, Sato felt a chilling cold wash over him, his face breaking out in cold sweat. Especially when his gaze met the arbok's cold, heartless eyes, an unfamiliar sense of deep fear stirred within him. Sato bit his lip, using the pain to push the fear away. A faint blue glimmer flashed in his eyes as he quickly scanned the arbok's data. Realizing the sheer danger he faced, one thought dominated his mind: escape. Arbok's info. Pokemon, Arbok. Level, 35. Type, Poison. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Moves known: Crunch, Ice Fang, Fire Fang, Thunder Fang, Bind, Glare, Poison Sting, Bite, Leer, Screech, Acid, Stockpile, Swallow, Spit Up, Acid Spray, Venoshock, Tutor, Double Team, Tutor. Compared to this Arbok, Zubat stood no chance. The level difference was a staggering 20 levels, completely overpowering Zubat in every way. There was no possibility of victory. Without hesitation, after analyzing the Arbok's data, Sato turned and sprinted toward the nearby forest with Zubat, pushing himself to run at full speed. Seeing its prey fleeing, Arbok's cold eyes gleamed with a cruel, almost human-like amusement. It preferred its meals fresh, especially those full of hot, pulsing blood. That was its favorite kind of prey. After Sato covered a short distance, the Arbok finally began its pursuit. This entire patch of grassland was its hunting ground, and it knew the terrain like the back of its hand. Its snake-like movements through the tall grass were swift and fluid, as if gliding effortlessly. In just a few seconds, the gap between Arbok and Sato, initially over 50 meters, shrank to just a few meters. Meanwhile, the forest ahead was still over 100 meters away. At this rate, Sato would be caught long before he reached the safety of the trees. Damn it. This snake is way too fast. I need to slow it down, or I'll be caught before I make it to the forest. Sato thought frantically as he saw Arbok's massive body closing in behind him. Zubat, use Gust to slow it down. Be careful, don't engage it directly. Just circle it from the air and make sure it doesn't hit you. With no other choice, Sato gritted his teeth and commanded Zubat to confront Arbok. Zubat, following Sato's orders without hesitation, flew out from beneath his cloak and into the air. Having spent some time sheltered by Sato's cloak, its energy had partially recovered. Facing the strongest enemy it had ever encountered, Zubat immediately went all out, gathering flying-type energy to create a 3-meter wide white whirlwind on Arbok's path as it gave chase. But Arbok, being a level 35 Pokemon, was far more powerful than the Raticate from before. Zubat's full power gust only managed to hold Arbok back for 3 seconds before the mighty serpent broke through the white whirlwind. With a fierce burst of speed, Arbok then spat a toxic acid spray arrow toward the airborne Zubat. The foul-smelling, venomous projectile shot through the air with incredible speed. Before Zubat could fully react, the acidic arrow was already upon it. Sensing the imminent danger, Zubat instinctively used Protect to defend itself. In an instant, a green energy shield enveloped Zubat's entire body, just as Arbok's acid arrow hit it. The next second, a sizzling sound erupted as the acid made contact with the shield, showing signs of corrosion. Fortunately, Zubat's protective shield held, allowing it to narrowly escape Arbok's attack, flying higher into the air. Meanwhile, with Zubat buying him time, Sato was now within 20 meters of the forest's edge, sprinting at full speed. Seeing that its prey was about to escape its territory, Arbok shifted its attention away from the small, insignificant Zubat and refocused on Sato. Suddenly, the pattern on Arbok's chest began to shift and its speed surged. In just a second, Arbok crossed over 30 meters, rapidly closing in on Sato. As it neared, it shot another acid arrow from its mouth, aimed straight at Sato. Rather than let its prey escape, Arbok would prefer to destroy it, even though prey tainted by its own acid wouldn't taste as good. It was a shame, really, it wouldn't be able to savor the most delicious, fresh meat. A sharp screech pierced the air. Seeing that Arbok was launching an acid arrow at Sato and unable to intercept it in time, Zubat resorted to emitting a loud warning cry. At the same time, it launched a shadow ball attack towards Arbok. Thanks to Zubat's timely warning and the deadly threat he sensed behind him, Sato instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly dodging Arbok's acid arrow. As Sato dodged, Zubat, desperately chasing Arbok from the sky, unleashed a barrage of large, egg-sized shadow balls. Since mastering the technique, Zubat's attacks had improved significantly, and it could now shoot up to 15 in rapid succession, compared to its previous limit of 8. This time, Zubat's long-range attack was a 15-shot volley, each shadow ball well-aimed, with an impressive 90% accuracy. Though Zubat's egg-sized shadow balls weren't particularly powerful, even when they hit Arbok, they didn't deal much damage. However, they were annoying, like a mosquito, stinging and buzzing around constantly, drawing Arbok's attention. As the ruler of this patch of grassland, Arbok was naturally not the patient type. With Zubat continuously pestering it with shadow balls, Arbok's temper flared. It turned its attention toward Zubat and unleashed a flurry of acid arrows in retaliation. A barrage of acid arrows shot toward Zubat from various angles. Given that Arbok's acid was potent enough to melt through Protect, it was clear that if Zubat got hit, the outcome would be disastrous. However, thanks to Sato's recent training sessions with Zubat, they had prepared for this very situation. Anticipating Arbok's counterattack, Zubat remained calm and summoned a whirlwind shield, a white vortex spinning counterclockwise around it, deflecting all the incoming acid arrows. The strong winds not only deflected the acid, but even sent some of it back towards Arbok, forcing it to dodge its own attack. Arbok, fully aware of how dangerous its acid was, couldn't risk letting any touch it, as the corrosive effect would override the poison-type immunity. While Arbok was preoccupied with fending off Zubat, Sato finally reached the edge of the grassland and disappeared into the dense forest. In the end, Zubat, taking advantage of its ability to fly, escaped into the dark, dense forest as well, leaving Arbok behind, frustrated and unable to pursue. Seeing that his easy meal had somehow flown away and the annoying mosquito had also escaped his grasp, Arbok was furious. However, despite his anger, Arbok lingered for a while at the border between the grassland and the forest. Upon noticing deep claw marks on several tree trunks, he ultimately decided to abandon the chase after Sato and Zubat. Pokémon respect territorial boundaries. If Arbok were to recklessly invade another's territory, it would likely provoke an attack from the other powerful Pokémon residing there. For example, the forest bordering Arbok's territory was home to a powerful Ursaring, who ruled this patch of forest as its sovereign. The mere thought of Ursaring's terrifying strength and aggressive nature sent a wave of fear through Arbok. Reluctantly, he withdrew back to his own domain. Meanwhile, Sato and Zubat were hiding in the dense canopy of a nearby tree. Thanks to Zubat's echolocation abilities, Sato was aware that the immediate danger had passed. However, his tension remained high. After feeding Zubat a poke block to help it recover its strength, Sato took out his laptop from his Team Rocket-issued watch. Using its infrared detection system in combination with Zubat's ultrasonic scans, he began surveying the area. The question of why Arbok hadn't continued the chase had lingered in Sato's mind ever since Arbok stopped at the forest's edge. After some thought and observation of the nearby claw-marked tree trunks, Sato quickly realized the answer. Clearly, Arbok hadn't spared him out of kindness. It was the fear of some powerful entity within the forest that had deterred him. And that dangerous being was likely the Pokémon responsible for the claw marks on the trees. It seems I've stumbled into another powerful Pokemon's territory. Hopefully, the owner of this land won't pop up in front of me like Arbok did, Sato thought, now understanding the situation. Perhaps due to Arbok's presence, the nearby wildlife had sensed the impending danger and either fled or hidden away. As a result, the area within 100 meters of Sato's position remained eerily quiet for the next 7 or 8 minutes, with no sign of life. Taking advantage of this safe period, Sato and Zubat rested quietly among the dense branches, recovering their strength after the intense ordeal. Sato swore that the events of the past few minutes were the most dangerous he'd ever experienced. Raticate and Arbok, Pokemon he'd always considered mere cannon fodder in the games, had nearly taken his life. Especially Arbok, had it not been for Zubat's delaying tactics and its last-second warning cry, he would likely have ended up as snake food, and within a few hours, reduced to nothing more than fertilizer. I need to be even more cautious. The reason Arbok appeared was clearly due to the scent of Raticate's blood. From now on, battles must be resolved quickly. If I encounter another situation like that, I won't survive, no matter how many lives I have, Sato reflected, analyzing the events that had just transpired. The forest around him was full of towering trees, with thick, lush canopies. Because of this, sunlight from the sky above could only penetrate the forest in slivers, leaving the forest floor dim. When clouds obscured the sun, the forest would grow even darker. Due to the movement of various creatures, the forest floor was crisscrossed with numerous trails, intertwining to form a natural maze. As time passed after Arbok's retreat, signs of life began to return to the forest near Sato. First, a few grass-type Pokemon, having shed their camouflage, emerged from the underbrush. They began wandering along the forest paths, heading in various directions. Soon after, several bug-type Pokemon appeared as well. A large number of Wurmple and Caterpie emerged from their hiding places among the trees, while Beedrill and Butterfree swiftly zipped through the forest. Next, a group of Talos that had been hiding in the canopy joined the scene, chasing after the newly visible bug types. A few cautious Rattata scurried out from their dens beneath thick layers of leaves, continuing their search for anything edible in the area. In addition to these Pokemon, Sato, still hiding in the tree canopy, also spotted various wild animals in the forest. Birds of different kinds and wild beasts frequently crossed the forest trails below. Before long, the entire forest had returned to life. The sounds of chirping birds, buzzing insects, and the calls of various creatures echoed throughout the woods. With the help of his system's detection capabilities, Sato carefully observed all the Pokemon within his field of vision. He finally let out a small sigh of relief. It was clear that high-level Pokemon like Arbok were rare in this area. Most of the Pokemon in Sato's view were between level 15 and 19, with only a few exceeding level 20. Of course, the vast majority of Wurmple and Caterpie were lower-leveled, ranging from level 5 to 10, although a few larger ones had even surpassed level 10. Note: in the true Pokemon world, evolution doesn't always occur immediately when a Pokemon reaches a certain level. For example, not all Magikarp above level 20 evolve into the fearsome Gyarados. Some even experience premature evolution, like Ash's Charmeleon, who evolved out of sheer rage. After confirming that no unbeatable creatures were nearby, Sato, having rested for nearly half an hour, began to carefully climb down from the tree. Zubat perched on his right shoulder as he ventured down one of the forest trails. During his rest, Sato realized an urgent matter. He was running low on drinking water stored in his Team Rocket-issued watch. Not only did he need to find a safe place to settle before nightfall, but he also needed to find a water source quickly. Otherwise, by nightfall, they would face dehydration. Fortunately, with Zubat's echolocation ability acting as a super radar, finding water wasn't difficult. After Sato explained the situation, Zubat used its long-range sonar to locate a nearby water source. Now, Sato was slowly making his way toward the water, following Zubat's guidance. However, the path to the water was far from peaceful. Water is the source of life, and wherever water exists, so too do signs of activity. The closer Sato got to the water source, the more obvious the presence of other creatures became. Not even 100 meters into his journey down the trail, Sato encountered trouble. A loud buzzing filled the air as the sound of bees reached Sato's ears. Thanks to Zubat's early warning, Sato saw 6 hostile bee drill blocking his path. Without any warning, these aggressive forest thugs raised their stingers and charged directly at Sato and Zubat. When it came to bee drill, Sato was more than familiar with this Pokemon. Whether in the games or in the manga, Beedrill always had a high level of popularity, primarily due to its impressive power after Mega Evolution and because it was the ace Pokemon of Giovanni. In the beginning, Sato looked down on Beedrill. A large part of this was because, in the early generations of the games, Beedrill was considered a weak Pokemon. However, after reading the Pokemon Adventures manga, Sato changed his view of Beedrill. The reason? Giovanni's Beedrill had a spectacular showing in the manga, managing to crush Lance's Dragonite and even defeat Deoxys. Later on, it continued to demonstrate incredible battle prowess. It was precisely after reading this manga that Sato became a fan of Giovanni, who in the games was seen as a weak villain boss. Think about it, Beedrill, a Pokemon that most people would dismiss, was trained by Giovanni to such a high level, proving how terrifying Giovanni's skills as a trainer really were. Of course, the Beedrill that caught Giovanni's attention had to be an exceptionally talented one. However, without Giovanni's skillful training, even a Beedrill with great potential wouldn't have become so powerful. As they say, talented horses are common, but brilliant trainers are rare. When Beedrill gained access to Mega Evolution, Sato completely changed his opinion. The Mega Beedrill, with its adaptability ability and incredible attack power and speed, was an undeniable force, an absolute sweeper and finishing tool. In the games, Beedrill with Mega Evolution was a complete turnaround story, going from a weak Pokemon to becoming a powerhouse in competitive play. In this Pokemon world, Beedrill are quite common. Their growth cycle is alarmingly fast. It only takes a little more than a week for a Weedle to evolve into a Beedrill. Additionally, they have decent combat ability. Thus, for many rookie trainers without much background or resources, Beedrill was seen as a quick way to boost their team's strength. Of course, once most trainers got past the difficult early stages, they would abandon Beedrill due to its limited long-term potential, opting instead to train Pokemon with greater potential. There was a time, shortly after Sato arrived in this world, when he thought about capturing a Weedle and training it to become as powerful as Giovanni's Beedrill. But the harsh reality quickly hit him. Giovanni's Beedrill was almost impossible to replicate. Not every Beedrill had the potential to reach Giovanni's Beedrill's level, and not everyone had access to the same resources and conditions that Giovanni did. Think about it, who is Giovanni? The only son of the first-generation leader of Team Rocket, a favored child of Viridian Forest, born with a silver spoon in his mouth and a genius with special powers. It's clear that, in addition to Beedrill's natural talent, Giovanni poured endless resources into it, likely treating it with the same care given to pseudo-legendary Pokemon. What does Sato have now? He has only a mind full of Pokemon knowledge and a system that allows him to detect Pokemon data, but without the ability to assess their true potential. The idea of replicating Giovanni's Beedrill legacy seemed as difficult as scaling a treacherous mountain. Sato speculated that Giovanni's ability to raise his Beedrill to such heights might be linked to his special powers, known as the Viridian Force. After all, Giovanni's Beedrill was born in Viridian Forest, and it's likely that this mysterious force influenced its growth. Sometimes, shifting your thinking can lead to unexpected outcomes. If Viridian Forest can bestow its mysterious power on humans, why couldn't it also bestow that power on Pokemon? A Beedrill blessed by Viridian Forest might even have potential beyond that of a pseudo-legendary. However, Sato didn't have the time to dwell on these possibilities. He had to focus on surviving the imminent threat of a coordinated attack by the 6 Beedrill. When the Beedrill appeared, Sato immediately used his system's detection function to gather information on them. After seeing their stats, his tension eased a little. These 6 Beedrill were only around level 17 at best, with nearly identical movesets. They hadn't learned any special moves through breeding or technical instruction. It was clear that these Beedrill were merely patrol grunts in the area, something Sato could handle. Beedrill's data, the highest leveled one, is as follows. Pokemon, Beedrill. Level, 17. Type, Bug/Poison. Ability, Swarm. Gender, Male. Known moves, Poison Sting, String Shot, Bug Bite, Twine Needle, Fury Cutter, Rage, Pursuit. Zubat, use Gust to block the 4 Beedrill in front, then use Protect to shield against the 2 attacking from behind. Facing the sudden ambush from 6 Beedrill, Sato, who had received a warning from Zubat in advance, quickly assessed the situation and issued the best battle command. In the next second, following Sato's instructions, Zubat gathered the flying-type energy around it, summoning a white whirlwind that instantly formed a barrier in front of them. The 4 Beedrill charging from the front crashed straight into the whirlwind. Due to the type advantage, Zubat's gust caused significant damage to the 4 Beedrill. 2 of the weaker ones were thrown outward by the spinning wind and crashed hard to the ground, temporarily losing their ability to battle. The other 2 were left heavily injured. Meanwhile, the 2 Beedrill from behind seized the opportunity. Ignoring Zubat, they aimed their long, poison-tipped stingers directly at Sato, using Twine Needle to launch a left-right assault. With no time to waste, Sato dove forward to avoid the first Beedrill's attack. He then commanded Zubat to use Protect to block the second Beedrill's strike. A sharp clang rang out as the second Beedrill's stingers struck the green energy shield that Zubat had created with Protect. Lacking sufficient power, Beedrill's attack failed to even crack the barrier. After successfully blocking the Beedrill's attack, Zubat quickly countered with another gust. This time, the whirlwind spun in the opposite direction, and the Beedrill in front was sucked into it. 2 seconds later, the swirling wind dissipated after moving forward, leaving the Beedrill on the ground, motionless and unable to fight. In just under a minute, half of the 6 Beedrill had been taken down, with the remaining 2 heavily injured. However, Beedrill were notoriously aggressive and known for ganging up on their targets. Sure enough, just as Zubat finished defeating the 3 grunt Beedrill, Sato saw another group of Beedrill flying toward them, at least 10 more reinforcements. These guys really are as numerous as in the anime. One group shows up, and then a whole swarm follows, Sato remarked helplessly, eyeing the approaching Beedrill reinforcements. Without hesitation, Sato had Zubat use Supersonic on the incoming Beedrill, and then turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, Zubat following close behind. A smart warrior is a warrior who knows when to retreat. 20 minutes later, Sato finally managed to retreat while fending off the swarm of Beedrill. He was now hiding in a dense patch of grass, using the scent of the greenery and his camouflage suit to stay concealed. Beedrill, in addition to their sharp eyesight due to their compound eyes, also have an exceptionally keen sense of smell. To mask his scent, Sato had rolled on the ground, covering himself in grass sap to blend in with the environment. This method proved to be quite effective. The Beedrill, unable to detect Sato or Zubat, eventually gave up the chase and retreated. It seems I'll have to find another route. The path I took earlier must be within the Beedrill's territory, Sato muttered to himself after all the Beedrill had left. Covered in grass and debris, he cautiously emerged from the thicket. He then carefully retraced his steps using the marks he had left on trees with his hunting knife, returning to a spot a little further from his previous location. This time, with his scent masked by the grass sap and avoiding walking openly on the forest trails, Sato managed to slip past the patrolling Beedrill without being detected. With Zubat's echolocation abilities, Sato chose to move through areas with fewer Beedrill patrols or where no patrols were present. Since he avoided the forest trails and walked through the tall grass, he encountered several wild Pokémon hidden among the vegetation. Most of the Pokémon he came across in the grass were grass types. These Pokémon could blend into their surroundings simply by hiding in the grass, making them incredibly difficult to spot with the naked eye. Fortunately, thanks to Zubat's supersonic ability, Sato could constantly detect these hidden wild Pokémon and react in time. In reality, Most grass-type Pokemon are quite gentle by nature. As long as you don't step on them, they tend to ignore you or, if timid, flee in panic. Of course, this isn't always the case. Some grass types have a more aggressive temperament. For instance, when Sato passed through a particularly foul-smelling patch of grass, he encountered a gloom that suddenly appeared and attacked without warning. This gloom had originally been sleeping in a small hole it had dug beneath the grass. Sato's presence must have unintentionally disturbed its slumber as he passed by. Sensing the unfamiliar presence, the gloom immediately resorted to its usual defensive tactic, a foul stench emitted from its opened flower. The sudden wave of noxious odor left Sato feeling nauseous, and he couldn't help but show a look of disgust. Unfortunately, this gloom seemed to be a very sensitive Pokemon. Upon noticing Sato's expression of revulsion, it became enraged, leaping out of the grass and attacking him. The attack began with a revolting, stinky liquid. Judging by the way it melted the surrounding grass on impact, it was clearly acid, a dangerous substance. The liquid flew towards Sato and Zubat, and it was obvious that getting hit by it would be far from pleasant. Faced with this surprise attack from gloom, Sato had no choice but to defend himself. In truth, he didn't want to fight right now. Engaging in battle would attract the attention of the nearby patrolling Beedrill, and he'd once again find himself being chased by a swarm. A faint blue glow appeared in Sato's eyes as he activated his system's detection function, and Gloom's information immediately popped up before him. Pokemon, Gloom. Level, 22. Type, Grass/Poison. Ability, Stench, Hidden Ability. Gender, Female. Moves known, Absorb, Growth, Sweet Scent, Acid, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Mega Drain, Secret Power, Egg Move, Synthesis, Egg Move, Nature Power, Tutor. It's a Gloom with a Stench ability, and it inherited Secret Power. How lucky! After reviewing Gloom's information, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Sato's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel thrilled inside. Being a dedicated Pokemon fan, Sato was well aware of the effects of various Pokemon abilities. The Stench ability gives a 10% chance to make the opponent flinch when attacked at close range. Additionally, if a Pokemon with this ability is at the front of your team, it reduces the chance of encountering wild Pokemon by 50%. No wonder the area was filled with a foul odor. It also explained why the patrolling Beedrill and other wild Pokemon seemed to avoid this region. It was all due to this stench ability Gloom living here. While all Gloom emit an unpleasant smell, the stench from a Gloom with the stench ability is far worse than one with the chlorophyll ability. As for Secret Power, its additional effects change based on the terrain. What's more, this move allows the user to create a hidden space in trees, grass, caves, and other landscapes' secret base. In the wild, a Pokemon with Secret Power is incredibly useful for a traveling trainer, as it can create a temporary shelter where they can rest. Although Gloom's sudden attack didn't harm Sato, Zubat, having detected the danger with its echolocation, immediately used Protect to shield Sato from the incoming acid. Seeing her attack blocked, Gloom quickly launched another acid attack, this time aiming for Zubat, whose green energy shield had already dissipated. To Sato's surprise, after launching her attack, Gloom turned and tried to flee. Don't let her escape, Zubat. We need to end this quickly. Use Gust to send her acid right back at her. Recognizing the value of this Gloom after reading its information, Sato immediately commanded the eager Zubat. Zubat, having recently gained a lot of battle experience, from defeating higher-level Raticate, fighting Arbok, and taking down several Beedrill, had unknowingly risen to level 18 in a short period of time. Due to this level increase, Zubat had automatically learned Confuse Ray. Feeling the surge in power from leveling up, Zubat had grown fond of battling other Pokemon. Now, seeing an opponent challenge him, he was more than happy to oblige. Following Sato's command, Zubat unleashed Gust without hesitation. A white whirlwind, rotating counterclockwise, appeared and successfully trapped Gloom's acid attack, sweeping it into the swirling winds. As Gloom panicked, Zubat directed the wind-laden acid back at her. Despite her attempt to dodge, Gloom's slow movement speed and the powerful gusts made her unable to escape. She, too, was caught in the white whirlwind. Due to the type advantage, Zubat's flying-type gust dealt massive damage to Gloom's grass-type body. The invisible wind blades within the whirlwind cut her repeatedly, and with her own corrosive acid mixed in, her body showed signs of acid burns. After several seconds, the battered Gloom collapsed to the ground. She struggled to get up, but a great ball swiftly hit her, knocking her down again. The opened pokeball absorbed Gloom, sealing her inside. As soon as Gloom was absorbed into the great ball Sato threw, a buzzing sound, bzzz, came from nearby. Clearly, the commotion had alerted the nearby patrolling Beedrill. TCH, they just don't give up, do they? Zubat, let's show them what we're made of. Use wing attack to take one down quickly, then finish the rest fast, Sato ordered as he noticed 3 Beedrill approaching, acting as the vanguard. Upon hearing the command, Zubat flapped its wings powerfully, darting toward the angry Beedrill. As it accelerated, its wings were enveloped in flying-type energy. After a week of training and its recent level up, Zubat's flight speed had improved significantly. In an instant, it appeared behind the Beedrill on the far left, catching it off guard and delivering a powerful strike to its back with its wings. With a sharp whoosh, the Beedrill hit by Zubat's wing attack was sent flying, crashing down to the ground, too injured to fly again. The remaining 2 Beedrill, instead of retreating, became even more enraged. They charged at Zubat from both sides, attempting to overwhelm it with a pincer attack. However, Zubat had no intention of getting caught. It swiftly used Gust, summoning 2 smaller white whirlwinds that trapped both Beedrill. Using the brief moment the whirlwinds bought, Zubat fired 2 shadow balls at each of the trapped Beedrill with great force. 3 seconds later, the whirlwinds dissipated, and both Beedrill fell to the ground, defeated and unable to battle. Within just 10 seconds, Zubat had managed to defeat all 3 Beedrill. At the same time, the high-grade Pokeball on the ground stopped shaking as the red button at its center dimmed with a ding, signaling that Gloom had been successfully captured. Seeing Gloom captured, Sato immediately grabbed the Pokeball and quickly left the area with Zubat by his side. Shortly after Sato departed, a swarm of at least a dozen Beedrill arrived at the scene. Upon seeing their injured comrades on the ground, their compound eyes turned blood-red with fury. Under the command of a leading Beedrill, the enraged swarm scattered, searching the area for the culprit. Soon, the nearby bushes erupted into chaos as many weaker wild Pokémon fled in terror. The furious Beedrill, unable to find the one responsible, began attacking any living creature they encountered indiscriminately. Meanwhile, Sato, the one responsible for the disturbance, was hiding in the dense canopy of a nearby tree. Using the thick leaves as cover and the tree sap he had smeared on himself to mask his scent, he successfully avoided the Beedrill's search once again. Once you understand their behavior, it's easy to avoid them, Sato thought to himself, waiting for Zubat to signal that the Beedrill had left. When Zubat confirmed the coast was clear, Sato climbed down from the tree. Without wasting any time, Sato pressed the button on the great ball, releasing Gloom. As soon as the ball opened, a foul stench spread through the area. Instantly, a rustling sound came from the surrounding bushes as nearby wild Pokémon and creatures fled, unable to tolerate the overpowering odor. Gloom, freshly released from the Pokeball, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of anger and sadness. As the wild Pokémon and creatures left, Gloom lowered her head and buried it deep in the grass, looking dejected. Come on, Gloom. Zubat and I are still here, aren't we? This smell is nothing. You're one of my Pokémon now, a part of our team. From now on, let's work together, Sato said, smiling as he and Zubat approached the hiding Gloom. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz, though Zubat wasn't entirely unaffected by the stench, hearing his trainer's words encouraged him to endure it. He flapped his wings and chirped at Gloom, welcoming her to the team. Hearing Sato and Zubat's words, Gloom, who had been sulking in the bushes, perked up. Slowly she emerged, looking timidly at Sato and Zubat. Ever since she evolved from an oddish into a gloom, the nearby Pokemon and animals had begun avoiding her. The reason was simple. Due to her stench ability, she was several times more pungent than other glooms. Even her old friends couldn't tolerate the overwhelming smell she emitted, and they started to avoid her. Because of this, she quickly transformed from the once cheerful oddish into a lonely and self-conscious gloom. Sato and Zubat were the first creatures since her evolution to say they wanted to be her friends, and this touched her deeply. Don't worry, Gloom. We're partners now. I don't mind your smell at all. Here, take this as a gift, Sato said with a genuine smile, handing Gloom a poke block. To be honest, Sato was initially struggling with the foul odor Gloom was emitting, but after seeing the sadness on her face, caused by being shunned by other Pokemon and creatures, he resolved to endure it. He realized this was a perfect opportunity to bond with the newly caught Gloom. Upon hearing Sato's reassuring words and seeing his sincere smile, Gloom finally believed that Sato truly wanted to be her friend. A smile spread across her face, and she eagerly accepted the sweet-smelling poke block from his hand. Gloom gobbled up the poke block in one bite, her eyes widening with delight. She let out a sound of pure enjoyment, clearly savoring the treat. After about 10 seconds, Gloom snapped out of her blissful state. She noticed that not only was her energy restored, but many of the injuries inflicted by Zubat earlier had healed significantly. It seems you like my gift. I look forward to working with you, Gloom, Sato said as Gloom recovered, extending his right hand toward her. Somehow, both Sato and Zubat had started to adapt to the strong smell. While it was still uncomfortable, it wasn't as unbearable as it had been initially. Gloom. Grateful, Gloom nodded and extended her two blue plant-like arms to grasp Sato's hand tightly. She wore a pure, innocent smile on her face. Perhaps in her excitement, Gloom's flower bud opened wider and an even stronger stench burst forth. Sato, being the closest, was hit by the full force of the smell, causing Zubat to retreat to the safety of a nearby tree branch. All right, Gloom. Welcome to the team. Now, follow my orders and go over there into the sunlight to use synthesis. You need to heal those injuries quickly, Sato said, once again mustering his willpower to endure the smell. He patted Gloom's small blue plant hand before instructing her. Touched that Sato was willing to tolerate her awful smell and still accept her, Gloom's fondness for him grew instantly. She obediently walked over to a patch of sunlight that filtered through the leaves and began using synthesis to heal her wounds. As soon as Gloom moved away, the stench around Sato lessened significantly, making him feel much lighter. At the same time, he gained a bit of confidence about surviving the upcoming 2-week trial in the Viridian Forest. For someone as relatively weak as he was right now, Gloom's stench ability would greatly increase his chances of survival in the forest. Compared to his life, a little bad smell was nothing at all. As soon as the sunlight hit Gloom, she immediately began using synthesis. Her flower and leaves emitted a soft white glow, followed by a gentle green light that enveloped her entire body. Under the glow of this green light, Gloom's injuries began healing at a visible speed. Her synthesis lasted for about 30 seconds, and by the end, her wounds were fully healed, and her energy was restored to peak condition. Grass-type Pokemon really do have incredible recovery abilities. If Zubat had taken that kind of damage, it would have taken hours of healing items and rest to recover, Sato thought, somewhat in awe as he watched Gloom's quick recovery under the sunlight. By this time, Sato had put on a gas mask. It was part of his field gear, originally intended for protection against toxic gases in the forest, but it was now proving useful against Gloom's stench. Earlier, Sato hadn't used the mask because he wanted to build rapport with Gloom. Now that he had earned her trust, he didn't need to endure the stench any longer. With the gas mask filtering the air, he no longer felt the discomfort he had before. Of course, Sato didn't have any prejudice against Gloom. He treated all the Pokemon he captured equally. But under the influence of her overwhelming smell, it was difficult for him to maintain focus. To continue navigating the dangerous forest, he had to take precautions. Once her injuries were healed, Gloom returned to Sato's side. She noticed the mask on his face, but didn't seem to understand what it was and didn't give it much thought. Knowing that Sato and Zubat were now her companions, she began to close up her flower, doing her best to contain the stench she emitted. Having lived a lonely life for so long, Gloom had developed a resilient and sensitive heart. She knew how rare it was to find companions who accepted her, so she was determined to treasure them. She wanted to do everything she could to not cause unnecessary trouble for them. Though she still emitted a smell, it was nowhere near as overpowering as before, no longer strong enough to knock out nearby creatures. Noticing the reduced stench, Zubat returned to Sato's side, and Sato quickly removed the gas mask and stored it back in his Team Rocket watch. Over the next few days, he knew he'd need to get used to Gloom's scent. "Let's keep moving, Gloom," Sato said with a smile to the Gloom, who was trying hard to suppress her odor. He gestured for Zubat to lead the way, heading toward the water source. Gloom happily nodded, following closely behind Sato. From now on, she wouldn't have to live alone anymore. She would go wherever her companions went. Thanks to Gloom's stench ability, their journey proceeded smoothly, with no wild Pokémon obstructing them. Even the Beedrill patrolling the area turned a blind eye, ignoring them because of the strong smell surrounding them. After about half an hour of walking, Sato and his team finally reached the water source. They had crossed the forest and arrived at the banks of a fast-flowing river. The riverbank was covered in pebbles, and the sound of the rushing water echoed in their ears. A breeze carried the mist from the river toward them, and before long, Sato's clothes were damp as he collected water from the river. After filling several large bottles with river water, Sato quickly moved away from the riverbank and began preparing lunch in a clearing near the forest, shaded by large trees. As they walked and paused along the way, the time had already passed noon. Both Sato and Zubat were extremely hungry by this point, and the young Nidoran inside the Pokeball was likely feeling the same. "Come on out, Nidoran," Sato said, releasing Nidoran from the Pokeball after Gloom had spread her foul-smelling liquid around the area to mark their territory, and Zubat had used echolocation to confirm their safety. After 2 days of careful care, the young Nidoran had grown quite a bit. What was once a tiny creature that could fit in the palm of Sato's hand had now grown to about 15 times that size. As soon as Nidoran emerged, he dashed straight into Sato's arms, his eyes welling up with tears, a clear sign that he was about to throw a tantrum. Sato, who had been taking care of Nidoran for the past 2 days, recognized the signs immediately. With a practiced hand, he produced an energy Pokeblock and popped it into Nidoran's open mouth just in time. Satisfied with the delicious treat, Nidoran's mood changed instantly. He happily nuzzled his little head into Sato's chest, showing his affection. "Let me introduce you to a new companion," Sato said after a brief moment of cuddling. He lifted Nidoran from his arms and turned to Gloom. "This is Gloom, your new teammate. Be sure to get along well. And Gloom, this is Nidoran. He's still a child, so I hope you'll take care of him." Nidoran, still a young and innocent Pokémon, was thrilled to meet a new friend. He paid no mind to Gloom's lingering stench and eagerly approached her, greeting her with enthusiasm. Gloom, equally pleased to have another companion who accepted her, was overjoyed. She tried her best to suppress her odor and even offered some of the sweet nectar she had stored as a gift for Nidoran. Before long, the two Pokémon were getting along and playing happily. Gloom, with her gentle nature, played the role of a caring older sister, indulging Nidoran as they played together. Zubat, on the other hand, remained his usual calm and composed self. He didn't join in the play but stayed perched upside down on a tree branch, dutifully following Sato's orders and using his echolocation to keep a watchful eye on their surroundings. A few minutes later, Sato had finished preparing lunch for his Pokémon. Zubat's meal consisted of rich blood, Nidoran's was a bottle of Miltank milk and a premium poison-type Pokémon food, and Gloom's was a bowl of fresh water along with some nutrient-rich river mud. It's worth mentioning that to avoid attracting strong, carnivorous Pokémon due to the smell of blood, Sato had taken extra precautions with Zubat's meal. He had pierced a small hole in the lid of the bottle containing the blood and inserted a straw that fit perfectly into the hole. This way, Zubat could enjoy his meal without the scent of blood leaking into the air. As for Gloom's food, Sato had initially thought of giving her the same high-quality poison-type food that Nidoran loved, but Gloom seemed to prefer water, sunlight, and soil. So, Sato had no choice but to provide her with fresh water and rich riverbank mud. When Gloom ate, she behaved like a typical plant Pokémon. She buried her roots into the soil and absorbed the water and nutrients from the ground, while also using sunlight for photosynthesis to produce organic matter and fulfill her nutritional needs. Sato figured that, since Gloom was a grass-type Pokémon and her entire body was plant-based, her biological structure was surely different from that of other flesh-and-blood Pokémon. As he thought about how to care for her in the future, he realized that fertile soil and top-quality fertilizer would be essential for her growth. While the three Pokémon were happily enjoying their meals, Sato gathered some dry branches and leaves from the nearby bushes. Using the smooth pebbles he had collected earlier, he set up a makeshift stove. Then, from his Team Rocket watch, he pulled out a large iron pot. He filled it with river water and, using his lighter, started a fire to boil the water. Sato was very conscious of food hygiene. While Gloom, being a grass-type Pokémon, could probably drink straight from the river, he, Zubat, and the young Nidoran could not. Getting sick from contaminated water in the middle of nowhere could be extremely dangerous, so boiling the water was essential before they could drink it. As the water boiled, Sato pulled out his own meal, a type of compressed biscuit made from whole grains. Though quite nutritious and filling, these biscuits weren't the tastiest. Additionally, they made you extremely thirsty, so after finishing one, Sato had to gulp down large amounts of the boiled water. Lunch didn't take Sato long. In just a few minutes, he finished his meal, and after a few swigs of water, he pulled out the trial map and his laptop. Sato began cross-referencing the map provided for the trial with his own memories and used basic drawing software to create a more detailed map. His custom map was more precise than the one provided, noting the Pokémon distributions along his path. So far, his map consisted of 3 parts. The first was the grassy area where they had started, inhabited by many Rattata and dominated by a powerful Arbok. The second part was the forest, though he had only explored a small section of it so far. Based on his observations, this part of the forest appeared to be Beedrill territory, though it was likely just the edge of their domain. Judging by the claw marks on the trees between the grassland and the forest, and how the Arbok had decided to stop chasing them, Sato suspected that a powerful Ursaring ruled the forest. The Beedrill swarm might even be under the protection of this Ursaring. The third part was the river they were currently near. According to the mission-provided map, this river was home to extremely dangerous Pokémon, indicated by the red skull marking it as a high-level threat. In this trial, Sato not only had to survive for 2 weeks, but also find scattered mission items on the map. The nearest item to him was somewhere in this forest. What could this mission item look like? Finding it in this huge forest is going to be tough. Sato sighed, feeling a bit helpless as he studied the map, where 3 green triangle markers were placed in the forest. Sato was well aware of his current strength. Zubat was level 18, the newly caught Gloom was level 22, and the still young Nidoran was just level 1. That meant he only had 2 Pokémon capable of fighting. Despite his small exploration area, he had already encountered a nearly unbeatable Beedrill swarm. If he wanted to explore the forest fully, he would need to quickly strengthen his team. The fastest way to do that would be to capture more powerful Pokémon. However, Sato knew that as a rookie trainer, and with his current resources, simply caring for the 3 Pokémon he already had was stretching his limits, especially since he was running low on points. Fortunately, Gloom didn't require many resources to care for, so there was room for 1 more Pokémon on his team. But catching a strong Pokémon was no easy task. Even if he managed to catch one, unless he defeated it fairly in battle, any powerful Pokémon caught through underhanded tactics wouldn't respect him. Gaining their trust and getting them to follow orders would be nearly impossible. Moreover, Sato had chosen to pursue the elite trainer path. He wasn't interested in Pokémon with mediocre potential, and he would never capture one that didn't meet his standards. In fact, if Gloom hadn't possessed the rare hidden ability Stench, which was proving to be incredibly useful, and the uncommon move Secret Power, Sato wouldn't have considered capturing her. Her physical development was too poor. Compared to other Glooms, she was undersized and had initially given Sato the impression that her potential was lacking. After understanding that Gloom's small size was likely due to her self-esteem issues caused by her stench ability, Sato felt much more sympathetic. Clearly, she had been isolating herself for a long time, which affected her growth, but it had nothing to do with her true potential. As a devoted Pokémon fan, Sato had his own set of principles and standards. He greatly admired Ash's sincere approach to his Pokémon, treating all of them equally with care and respect. On the other hand, he strongly disliked Paul's behavior, who would capture Pokémon only to release them if they didn't meet his standards. In Sato's view, a trainer must take full responsibility for their Pokémon. Pokémon are companions, and once captured, it's the trainer's duty to care for them and work hard to train them into strong partners. At the same time, since they are companions, trainers should respect their Pokémon's decisions. If a Pokémon chooses to leave, the trainer should give them a heartfelt farewell and let them go. The mission item can wait for now. The most important thing is to establish a foothold in Viridian Forest and focus on strengthening Zubat, Gloom, and Nidoran as much as possible, Sato thought to himself after careful consideration. He then closed his laptop and started pouring the now-boiled water into a large steel thermos. Sato had devised an effective plan for leveling up his Pokémon. Nearby, there was a Beedrill swarm that had repeatedly attacked them without provocation, which Sato found rather annoying. He decided that over the next few days, he would use this Beedrill swarm as a sharpening stone to train his Pokémon while also exploring the forest thoroughly. After all, to find the mission item, he would eventually have to search the entire forest, which would inevitably lead to battles with some of the powerful Pokémon that controlled the area. Another key consideration was that Nidoran had less than 5 days left before reaching the end of his juvenile phase. Sato wanted to use this survival trial as an opportunity to train his future ace Pokémon properly. Nidoran's ability is Hustle, which he will retain when evolving into Nidorino, but it will change to sheer force once he becomes a Nidoking. For this reason, Sato needed to quickly raise Nidoran's strength so he could evolve as soon as possible. From his time in Viridian Forest, Sato had realized that Pokémon couldn't rely solely on training. True strength came from battling other Pokémon. Zubat was a great example of this. After a week of intensive training at the base, his level had only increased from 12 to 15. However, after a few real battles, Zubat's level had shot up to 18. Of course, this was partly because the Pokémon they encountered now were much stronger. Once Zubat's level caught up to the average level of the surrounding Pokémon, it would be harder to continue leveling up by simply battling weaker opponents. At that point, Sato would need to find similarly strong Pokémon to challenge.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.